In one of many worlds, centuries ago, the heavens opened up and a rift opened between universes. Out of nowhere, horrible dungeons filled with terrible monsters who only wanted to destroy humanity suddenly spread across the entire planet. Most of the monsters were weak, though dangerous, but some were so strong that they could destroy cities with their rage alone. However, with the advent of the dungeons, some people developed unusual abilities that allowed them to resist evil. These heroes, who were called the Awakened, stood up to the monsters and drove them deep into the dungeons, and then began to clear them out as well. People all over the planet, who had not received anything supernatural, cried from the understanding that the Awakened ones would save them, and there was nothing more to fear. However, in the future, the Awakened were no longer a rarity, and absolutely anyone with enough money could obtain abilities. Being a superhuman became prestigious, and the Awakened could become popular and rich, and therefore the alteration operation was in great demand. People became obsessed with the ghostly chance of becoming rich, and therefore, becoming awakened, they immediately rushed to the dungeons, striving to become great as quickly as possible. The state realized that this would lead to problems, and so an official professional exam was adopted to sort out those who could truly become hunters. As a result, educational institutions emerged where the awakened were prepared for the professional exam. Finally, in contrast to state institutions, private institutions emerged, providing a much wider range of educational services. Somewhere in this world, a huge dragon-like monster tightly grabbed the stump of its arm with its second paw, looking in panic at the one who had just cut it off. With one hand in his pocket, the awakened one stood before the dragon, armed with a shining spear whose blade was sharper than obsidian. Horrified at how a human could be so strong, the dragon looked at the kind smile of the awakened one, asking if his enemy was a simple frog. Roaring in fury, the dragon swung its own tail, preparing to finish off its insolent opponent in refusal to accept its own defeat. However, the boy easily jumped up, dodging the powerful attack and with calmness in his eyes, preparing to attack himself. The dragon tried to intercept the enemy and kill him with a powerful blow of its claws, threatening to tear the enemy to pieces. But the awakened one dodged this attack with a light and lightning-fast movement, and then swung his spear, striking the dragon right in the face with amazing power. Landing quickly, the boy swung his spear again, cutting into the dragon's body, which growled in pain. In desperation, the monster began to focus dark energy into the air, intending to use it for its most powerful attack. His roar, passing through the sphere of this energy, turned into an incredibly powerful pillar of dark flame, which threatened to burn the enemy to the ground. The guy, smiling and throwing his spear over his shoulder, was ready to accept this attack, clearly not afraid of being burned, but on the contrary was going to win this clearly unfair fight. Remembering which academy he himself was going to enroll in, the boy aimed the tip of his spear at the very center of the fiery pillar. And just a minute later, smiling contentedly, the guy moved away from the corpse of the dragon-like monster, thinking about how great it would be to study at the academy. Hearing the notification sound, the guy took out his phone and happily looked at the screen, which contained all the information about his future classes. A window popped up on the screen asking the guy if he wanted to sign up for the class, and he didn't even think about the answer and boldly pressed the positive answer button. Meanwhile, in one of the work areas, a guy named Roy, sweating from the effort, stubbornly carried out the task set before him. Being awakened from birth, the boy had more talent than others, but now he was forced to work to pay off the debts of his deceased parents. For 9 long years, he worked for a company that transported monsters killed by hunters. Wiping the floor off his face, Roy thought for the umpteenth time in a long time that only his dream of becoming a hunter himself was keeping him going. Having completed another task, Roy went to his older comrades, who suggested that he take a break and asked how his target was going. Opening a can of soda, the guy said that he was trying, but finding a cheap enough academy wasn't that easy, to which his comrades thoughtfully supported him. Roy imagined the mighty hunters who taught at the academy and thought with a slightly sad smile how good it would be to study with them. He also thought sadly that the difference between those who graduated from the academy and the uneducated awakened was simply unimaginable. However, his sadness immediately left him when he looked at his phone screen with a smile and noted that he finally had enough money for a whole year of study. The guy, beaming with happiness, thought that he would of course like to go to a better institution, but he only had enough money for the cheapest academy. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to an advertisement window, which spoke of some academy of Transcendence, which Roy had never heard of before. After pressing the button, the boy saw a video that said that this Transcendence Academy was taught by teachers who were over 10,000 years old. With a surprised look, Roy looked at the guy who was giving an interview, telling him that entering the Transcendent Academy was the best decision of his life. In the video, a whole bunch of students thanked the academy for teaching them. And after the caption that Roy could also enroll now, the screen suddenly turned off. Staring at the switched-off screen in shock, Roy voiced the thought that this advertisement was created by some lunatic, after which he went to the academy's website and read information about it. Surprised that the names of the teachers were the names of legendary characters and heroes, Roy pressed the button next to the name of the teacher of the basics of mastering the staff and spear, and the face of a small monkey appeared in front of him. Having hit himself in the face with his palm, the guy even laughed at the fact that some monkey started talking about the basics of wielding a spear and introduced herself as the hero of Chinese legends Sun Wukong. However, looking up at the phone screen, the guy noticed that the activity the monkey was showing looked quite normal. Suddenly, the teacher's cartoonish appearance faded, and Roy saw the strong muscles rolling under the skin of the master's hand as he swung his staff. When Sun Wukong twirled the staff in his hands and then grabbed it with both hands, the boy saw that he now really did look like the legendary monkey god. Roy watched in amazement as the teacher slashed forward with a deft and powerful blow at the stone mountain, causing it to crumble into huge stone fragments. Looking at the screen in amazement, the guy noticed that even the fragments had crumbled into dust. And in his head there was only one question. How did the monkey manage to hit like that? Roy jumped up from his seat, wondering if the video was CGI but realized it wasn't, and then pointed out that even S-class hunters couldn't do that. When the video ended, the guy saw a notification asking if he wanted to sign up for the class, and after thinking about it, he agreed. However, the program showed an error, indicating that he was not in the academy, and then calculated the cost of tuition, taking into account his situation, which was $40,000, which was his entire budget. The guy narrowed his eyes in surprise, not understanding how the program could calculate everything so that the training would cost all his money. When the guy decided to take a break from his thoughts and continue working, one of his older friends asked him if he was going to enroll in the academy. While loading the guy's stretcher with the corpses of monsters, he noticed that the guy was quite happy today, which meant that his guess was most likely correct. Stepping slightly to the side, the man began using the lift to move the corpse of a particularly large monster and heard Roy talking about a place called the Ark. The guy even offered the man to clean up the corpses of the monsters after him, to which the man laughed and made Roy promise to get him a dragon. The awakened one moved on, staring at the ground and thinking about the future while the lift worked above his head. But at the same moment as he found himself directly under the corpse of a huge monster, the chain holding him in the air suddenly snapped. The huge monster began to fall right on Roy, and he only managed to turn around at his comrade's shout when the body pressed him to the ground, causing him to lose consciousness. After a long period of treatment, Roy, lying in the hospital with a hunted look in his eyes, talked about everything that had happened. Doctors told him that his broken leg bone, due to its super-fast regeneration, was entangled with nerves and had become necrotic. Concerned about his reputation, the owner of the company Roy worked for refused to pay compensation, saying it was not his fault. He was told that the operation to save his leg would cost all his savings and it had to be done quickly, so the boy had no choice. And only his older friend from work, having come to visit Roy, gave him $3,000, which was all that he had left. After the operation, the guy sat in his room with his leg in a cast, thinking about how cruelly fate had treated him. Clutching the money his friend had given him in despair, Roy thought that he had nothing left at all, and that he had wasted 9 years of hellish labor. Looking into the void with a hopeless look, the guy was wondering if he had enough willpower to save up this money again, when his phone suddenly rang. Looking at the screen and picking up the phone, the boy saw notifications of advertisements from the Academy of Transcendence, telling him about a new offer for him. After clicking the notification button, Roy saw the program start calculating his membership fee, which this time was only $3,000, which surprised the guy quite a bit. Clutching the phone in his hand, the boy began to doubt, thinking that this academy was going to take all his savings. And although this was all the money he had, Roy decided that he had nothing left to lose anyway, and so he answered yes to the question of whether he wanted to join the academy. And when he did this, the program confirmed his membership, and then the money from the envelope lying next to him suddenly began to fly into the air, which greatly surprised the guy himself. The program congratulated him on joining the academy, and then the screen turned off and glowed purple, and suddenly some strange little boy appeared from it. The guy looked in shock at the little man who greeted him, and couldn't understand how someone could get out of his phone. When the kid said that he was Roy's mentor and would help him with his studies, the boy decided that he had hit his head. And although Roy did not answer him at all, wondering if everything that was happening was a dream, The kid said that mentor is not only a position, but also a name. Standing happily on the phone screen, the kid waited for questions with a smile, looking at the guy with big eyes. Roy at this time clearly looked stunned, and therefore did not understand what the kid told him and asked his name again, refusing to understand how a mentor could also be called mentor. Obviously enjoying the sound of this word, the baby repeated several times that he was Roy's mentor and that his name was Mentor. The boy suddenly thought about it and asked if the little boy was the same mentor who taught Odysseus, one of the greatest heroes of Greek mythology. The kid confirmed Roy's guess and said that Odysseus was his first student, and after becoming a Transcendent, he still sometimes contacts his former teacher. After clearing his throat, Mentor began to speak seriously and explained that the Academy of Transcendence trains those who want to go beyond the limits of their race. Suddenly, raising his eyebrows in surprise, the guy asked directly if the Academy wasn't a place for training hunters, which surprised Mentor. Smiling, the kid noted that hunters and Transcendents cannot be compared at all, because they are on completely different levels. While the kid was pressing something on the screen, Roy tried to object and point out that S-class hunters were still very strong, but the kid interrupted him. Handing the boy the phone, the kid said that the academy instructors could handle any hunter with one finger, and therefore he needed to fill out some information. Scratching the back of his head, the guy looked at the screen, which displayed some strange test, and the mentor explained that it was to check his inclinations and determine his level. Looking at the screen, the guy saw many areas of study, but he himself was more impressed by boy, and therefore he decided that he would study in this particular area. Suddenly he got stuck on the second question and told mentor straight out that he had no idea what to answer because it asked about his level, and the minimum answer was that he could rip a mountain out of the ground. The mentor tried to help and asked if he could do it, clearly expecting the guy to answer positively, but Roy just shook his head. The kid looked shocked because he clearly didn't expect his charge to be such a clumsy person. And while the clearly embarrassed guy was trying to figure out how to answer, Mentor was trying to understand how Roy was accepted into the academy in the first place. However, sighing and smiling, the kid noted that there was definitely no need to worry, because the academy that accepted the student would never expel him. After about an hour, Roy finally finished, and he was clearly exhausted, because answering a whole 108 questions was very difficult, and Mentor boldly praised him. Having looked into the guy's phone, Mentor immediately suggested that he attend a few basic lectures later, but for now, he should look at his profile. Looking at the answers, the kid noted that if Roy preferred to use the spear, he should switch from mana cultivation to the Eastern technique of Kai. Thinking that the guy, among other things, had mental problems, Mentor suggested that Roy take advantage of a lesson from a certain Siddhartha Gautama. Roy was speechless when he realized that this instructor was none other than Buddha himself, the founder of the Buddhism movement. The mentor noted with a grin that Buddha was very famous for his lectures on psychology, and therefore his subject was required for the Transcendence exam. Looking at the screen, the boy saw that the reward for studying the lesson was something called an unwavering heart, and the mentor noted that thanks to this, he would succeed in everything else. The mentor added that there was no way around it, and therefore Roy should watch the lecture to the very end, even if it seemed like he was going crazy. Having left the necessary instructions, Mentor began to disappear, saying at the end that he would return later, but for now he would study Roy's profile. Looking around and realizing that Mentor had completely disappeared, the guy scratched the back of his head and thought that he would still have to learn this lesson. Frowning in uncertainty, the boy opened the program and prepared to watch a video that could drive him crazy. At the same moment, the face of a man, similar to the statues of Buddha, appeared on the screen, asking whether our world exists. Watching the video, the guy thought that this Gautama even looked too much like how he is depicted in statues and pictures. Sitting under a tree, Buddha, with his eyes closed, reasoned that the word I did not exist, and therefore he himself could not exist. The man crossed his legs and looked like he was full of peace, while at the same time he was wondering how something that could not be defined could exist. Roy tried to focus on Buddha's words, but found his mind straining with the difficult information to process. After listening to information that was difficult for the mind to comprehend for a long time, Roy felt completely exhausted, although he had only listened to 0.06% of the lecture. A week later, Roy felt so good that he was able to stand on both legs, and his body became stronger, which greatly surprised the doctors. The guy felt great, and at the same time he understood that Buddha's lectures had had a strong influence on his well-being. Gautama's wisdom filled his heart with peace, which increased the speed of his body's recovery, although the boy realized that listening to lectures was incredibly difficult. The guy listened to the lectures only 1.3%, but the result was already very high, and he was very interested in what would happen next. Deciding to play it safe, the doctor asked Roy to stay in the hospital for another week, and the guy himself was only happy. Lying in his bed and thinking that he could watch the second lecture offered by the mentor, the guy noticed that for the wisdom of Buddha, a skill is given that is much better than most others. Deciding that he needed to study further, the boy turned on the video of the second teacher, and a bearded face of a creature named Chiron appeared on the screen. Chiron was a centaur, and not just any centaur, but a mentor to most of the most famous heroes of Greek mythology. Raising one of the horse's legs, the centaur, looking at the audience with a firm gaze, said that the purpose of this lecture was to prepare students for the early stage of transcendence. He said that the martial techniques in this lecture would be covered superficially, and Roy was surprised at that time that the legendary Chiron himself would teach him. The centaur spoke calmly and judiciously, and so Roy watched his lecture quite relaxed. But Chiron began to talk about what needed to be done first. The legendary teacher suddenly bared his teeth and ground his teeth, which surprised Roy a little, and then the centaur took a deep breath. Suddenly, Chiron screamed at Roy to get up and go, his eyes blazing with a fury that was hard to imagine. The guy was so surprised by the unexpected change in the mood of the lecture that he even dropped the phone, from the speakers of which the centaur's voice was shouting. After hearing this, the guy even lost his sense of reality for a moment. Due to the surprise, the guy even fell out of bed, and his phone landed on the soft carpet and vibrated. Getting up from the floor and picking up his phone, Roy saw that a very difficult physical task had appeared on the screen, requiring him to complete a very difficult standard of athletic exercises. Remembering that even the doctor had told him not to overexert himself, Roy thought hard about whether it was worth carrying out the task at all now. Yawning and giving in to his own laziness, the guy decided that he would practice later, and now he would just listen to the lectures. But the program did not allow him to do this. Roy was very surprised to realize that he would not be able to listen to the lecture until he completed the task, and this did not make him happy at all. He kept pressing the button to start the lecture, but the program wouldn't let him do it, which surprised Roy because he didn't understand how they would know about his successes. In the end, the guy bowed his head and sighed hopelessly, realizing that he definitely wouldn't be allowed to watch the lecture today. Roy closed his eyes in disappointment, and then thought that there was no point in driving himself, so it would be better not to do Chiron's tasks this week. Taking out his phone, he decided to continue watching Buddha's lectures, but noticed an inscription that he had not seen before. He saw that the lectures were only open to him for a while, and so he had to force himself to get up and go carry out Chiron's assignments. While warming up, Roy reasoned that the fact that not everything comes for free is quite logical, and therefore he will have to try to work for his money. A couple of days later, Roy noticed that progress was not always recorded after listening to Buddha's lectures, which meant he might not make it in time for the limited period. While stretching his shoulder, the guy thought that he hadn't trained for a long time, because until that moment he didn't even see the point in training. Remembering that he had previously done physical labor, the guy decided that this was precisely why he had not trained. Roy remembered the strain of carrying the heavy corpses of the monsters and decided that this load would be enough to keep him in shape. Doing push-ups over and over again, the guy confidently pushed off the ground, thinking that his awakening would definitely help him complete the task perfectly. Eventually, all 300 push-ups were over, and Roy stood up contentedly, looking at his phone screen to check if the task had been confirmed. However, at that very moment, the guy was very surprised because the phone screen showed that out of 300, he had only done 81 push-ups. He did another push-up and looked at the screen, but the number of exercises he had completed had not changed at all. He tried to do it again, straining his arms hard, and the number finally changed, pleasing the guy. Having risen, he looked at the screen again and froze in place, realizing what the problem was and not at all happy. Throwing himself to the ground, the guy continued doing push-ups, this time properly, hissing through clenched teeth that he hadn't done them perfectly before. Pulling himself up with great difficulty, the boy growled that every time he did a task even a little bit incorrectly, the completed task would no longer count. Through the pain, the guy forced himself to complete the tasks perfectly, although because of this, his body experienced incredible stress. Having gone outside in the morning and worked out all day, the guy finished his run in the evening, which is why his whole body ached with pain. Trying to ignore the disapproving whispers of those around him, Roy collapsed exhausted on the ground. Not understanding when he should listen to lectures, the guy nevertheless forced himself to train every day until exhaustion, and after 2 days people began to notice his progress. Dressed in a tracksuit once again, Roy headed off to training. meeting a nice grandmother along the way and deciding to exchange a few words with her. While the grandmother was bragging that she herself worked tirelessly, the boy listened to her with a smile, noticing the TV with the news. After talking with his grandmother, Roy looked up, looked at the TV screen, and heard about the appearance of a fourth-level giant. The guy chuckled and learned that the giant was in hibernation and could now pose a danger. It turned out that he was considered a corpse and dragged to the center of the city, and by pure chance there was a strong awakened nearby who dealt with the monster. It turned out that the grandmother also paid attention to the news, and now noted that she was glad that the hunters could save them. Suddenly, the grandmother remembered that Roy himself was an awakened one, and asked the boy if she remembered everything correctly. Having confirmed his grandmother's thoughts, the guy suddenly saw her smile and heard that she would like to see him on TV one day, after which she shook his hand. And although he was tempted by this, the guy couldn't help but admit that he would hardly ever be shown on the news because he was not a professional hunter. Suddenly, a sullen man turned to them, also watching the news and hearing every detail of their friendly conversation. The man noted, not without malice, that times had changed and it was incredibly difficult to become a hunter now, surprising his grandmother, who had completely failed to keep up with modern trends. Looking at Roy with displeasure, the man noted that he would hardly ever become a hunter, even if he was awakened. The man grinned sarcastically and said that he wasn't even a member of the academy, and therefore his training was absolutely in vain, and it would be better to give up. Roy thought gloomily of all the years of work he had put into becoming a professional hunter someday. Anger at the harmful man flashed in his eyes, and he was about to tell him everything he thought about him, but he didn't have time. Without giving the boy a chance to say a word, the grandmother pounced on the man with reproaches, indignant at how dare he say such nasty things to such a sweet young man. The guy angrily clenched his fists and quietly noted that this was his life, which meant he would live it only the way he wanted, to which the man angrily jumped up from his seat. He tried to put Roy in his place, saying that he had lived a long life and knew what was right, but the guy interrupted him and insisted that he should continue living his life and leave the guy alone. The impudent man suddenly lost his power of speech and looked at the angry Roy in bewilderment, thinking that he had probably gone too far. But as soon as the boy turned around and walked away, the man shouted that Roy didn't dare talk to his elders like that, while the grandmother scolded the rude old man. Roy, meanwhile, moved away, determined to move on along his life's path, not listening to those who knew nothing about him. Looking ahead gloomily, the boy thought that he would definitely become a hunter, because in just a week, he had felt the incredible effect of training at the Transcendent Academy. Running kilometer after kilometer, straining every muscle in his body, the guy steadfastly moved forward, keeping in mind the thought that he would definitely reach his goal. At the same time, somewhere else, the girl who was the awakened one sighed sullenly, noting that she was very tired of being a hunter. She stood right in front of the monster that was rushing at her in a furious attack, placing her hand on the hilt of her sword and wondering why the academy she was studying at even existed. With a slight movement of her hands, the girl snatched the blade from its sheath and attacked the monster, cutting it in half without much difficulty and not stopping to calmly reason. Standing on top of the pile of bodies of lion-like monsters, the girl put her hand on her hip and whined discontentedly, noting that the life of a hunter was incredibly boring. Finally, after 2 long weeks, the guy returned to his house, and the first thing he did was collapse into his bed, happy that he was finally home. Pressing his face into the bed, the boy noted that he had been terribly homesick during all the time he had been in the hospital and devoting himself to studying. Suddenly, Roy felt sad and thought about how exactly he had spent his time these past 2 weeks, and also how soon he would finally reach his goal. Relaxing his muscles, the boy remembered that the hunter's exam would be in a year, which meant that he had limited time to prepare, although there was a lot of it. With a heavy sigh and an equally heavy look around the apartment, the guy realized that he had absolutely no means of subsistence for this time. Having decided to distract himself from sad thoughts, the guy took out his phone and looked at the screen, remembering that he had just recently completed another task. For the first time in a long time, Roy was able to take a break from the difficult tasks and watch another lecture from Kyron, who seemed to be waiting for his new student. Hearing Kyron praise the boy for learning to walk, Roy grumbled in displeasure, thinking that his mentor considered him a child. Smiling contentedly, the centaur armed himself with his spear and noted that it was time to start taking the first steps in that case. Kyron stretched his neck and looked seriously from the screen straight into Roy's eyes and said that it was time for the boy to understand how feelings worked. The next day, having completed 5.7% of the lecture, Roy made it to his desk where his boss scolded him for taking too long a break. Roy cast a disgruntled glance at his departing boss and noted that, Although he had not paid compensation, the man clearly felt a little guilty. Sitting in the pose of a thinker in the restroom, Roy thought about how he would manage to combine work and study. Straining all his brain, the guy tried to figure out how to get out of the situation, because if he didn't complete the tasks, he wouldn't be able to listen to Chiron's lectures. After thinking about it, the guy couldn't even remember what Chiron had said in the last lecture, but he definitely remembered something about feelings when his older friend entered the room. Roy began to remember Chiron giving basic information about the 5 basic human senses as the man approached the boy from behind. Chiron explained that first a person perceives a stimulus, then recognizes it, and then draws conclusions, but this takes too long, and therefore, he will teach Roy new skills. Looking sternly into the guy's eyes, Chiron tells a story about something that is different from these 5 senses, although it is a continuation of them, and that is hidden inside every person. Roy remembered that the centaur had told him about the 6th sense, which turned out to be intuition, and which would help a person overcome his basic capabilities. The man who came up from behind tried to butt his friend in the shoulder with his hand in a friendly manner and back up the gesture with a good joke, but Roy, unexpectedly even for himself, dodged. Roy rose from his seat, and his older comrade asked in amazement if his young friend had grown eyes in the back of his head. With the situation forgotten in the friendly atmosphere, the friends returned to work, and the man frowned when Roy asked to load him with more. Roy, who had been training for a long time, asked his friend not to worry and to boldly give him even more weight, although the man was afraid that the recently sick guy would suddenly overexert himself. Surprised by his own new strength, the guy walked boldly across the work area, effortlessly carrying 200 kilograms of meat on his back. And his older comrade looked after the boy in amazement, not understanding how the recently sick young man had suddenly become so strong. But I had to admit that the guy was okay, which meant there was no need to worry about him, until the shift supervisor shouted to everyone, announcing a break. Moving forward calmly with a large weight, the boy looked at his hands and felt that even with such a burden, his body was filled with strength, which was surprising. Having heard about the announcement of a break, the guy decided to at least complete the daily task, because after the shift, he definitely wouldn't have time. After sitting down once, the guy took out his phone and looked at the screen, wanting to see if he was doing everything right. Having turned on the program, the guy even opened his eyes in surprise when he looked at the statistics of the task completion. The guy realized that one of his squats was counted as 3 because of the extra weight and started doing the calculations while his older friend called Roy to take a rest. Suddenly, he exclaimed triumphantly, rejoicing that he would be able to fulfill the norm very quickly if he did it with additional weight, which greatly surprised his comrade. Having loaded himself to the maximum, Roy, despite the protests of his older comrade, began to fulfill the daily quota, giving his all. Impressing his friend, Roy began doing push-ups, loading himself up with a whole 200 extra kilograms, wanting to become stronger as quickly as possible and free up time for himself after his shift at the lecture. And yet, after such hard and diligent work, the guy was incredibly tired, and therefore, having reached home, he immediately rushed into bed to get a good rest. And while the weight training was very effective, Roy couldn't help but admit that it was also 3 times harder. Getting out of bed, the guy looked at the screen and was pleased to note that the task was completed in full, which meant he had successfully saved time. A couple of hours later, looking at the time, the guy noticed that he had managed to listen to both lectures by 10 o'clock and, although he had tried very hard, Roy felt that he was wasting time. It suddenly occurred to him that he could enroll in one more class now that he had some free time. After scrolling through the page with various items and mentors, Roy saw a lecture on increasing strength under the supervision of a master named Xiang Yu. Roy was quite surprised, remembering that Xiang Yu was a Chinese general who crushed the Qin dynasty and was known as the hegemon king due to his mighty strength. Rubbing his chin, the guy thought, remembering that it was about him that it was said that he would go alone against 7. As soon as the guy confirmed his desire to get acquainted with the military leader's course, he saw him laughing at the weakness of the guy who decided to enroll in it. The boy frowned when he heard the legendary hero dragging him through the mud, calling him a worthless person who couldn't even lift a rock. However, apparently taking pity on the poor fellow, Xiang Yu waved his spear and, stopping laughing, promised with a smile to teach his protege how to truly wield his spear. Smiling ominously, the hegemon king noted that there was no point in listening to the pathetic Sun Wukong, and if Roy really wanted to learn how to use a spear, let him at least pick it up. Only a few seconds had passed since the lecture, but it was already over, and Roy had received a new daily task of swinging his spear a whopping 5,000 times. Roy sat on the floor, stunned and disappointed. wondering how Xiangyu could even be a teacher if his lectures only took a few seconds. Looking at the new task, the guy fell onto the bed, indignant at why all the daily tasks were always so stupid. The next day, the production manager suddenly came to the work area, to whom Roy's boss reported on every action. Looking sternly at her subordinate, the girl reminded him that the other day one of the monsters turned out to be alive, and therefore they should conduct a more thorough check of each killed monster. Trembling with excitement, Roy's boss agreed with her and promised that her orders would be carried out, much to the surprise of his own subordinates. While the workers were whispering about their boss, Roy, having gained weight again, was working hard to free up time for training. Walking serenely through the grounds, the boy heard the whispers of his colleagues saying that their manager seemed to be named Aura Bauer from a famous family. The guy remembered that it was from this family that the most famous hunter-swordsman in history came. Roy remembered being told that in the very first days of the monster's appearance, the monsters roamed the cities unhindered, killing everyone in their path. And it was Guy Bauer, being one of the very first awakened, who stood up against the monsters, protecting everyone he could find. He turned out to be the one who gave humanity hope for salvation and did not allow human civilization to disappear, and therefore was known throughout the world. And although much time has passed since then, and Guy has grown old, the hero still remained a true professional, always ready to compete with anyone. The guy thought about the person who had come to his work area today, and then sighed. And then he boldly continued to walk with a huge weight, doing a squat and a step for the 40th time and significantly surprising Aura, who was passing by. The girl gave Roy an appraising look and asked the facility manager who the guy was, and the man asked her to ignore him, saying that he had been like that for a week. Having decided that the guy was not all there, the girl went on, not interfering with Roy's training, without being distracted from the hard work. Approaching his senior comrade, Roy decided to throw off the corpses in order to go and get new ones, making the last 60th squat in a step. While the guy was squatting and throwing off the load, his friend asked when he would calm down, but the guy said that he would not stop. Having finally thrown off his burden, the guy felt a great sense of relief and happily told his friend that these training sessions were quite beneficial. The older comrade grinned, shaking his head as he wondered when his comrade would relax, but he knew that it was unlikely to happen. At the same moment, one whole corpse behind the man suddenly twitched, which he was unable to notice. However, Roy was able to, and cast a worried glance at his comrade, who could now be in great danger. Suddenly, although wounded and with several severed limbs, the huge lion-like monster soared into the sky, drenching the two friends with the wind from the flapping of its mighty wings. With its mouth wide open and a terrifying roar, the monster rushed at the man standing nearby, intending to tear him to pieces. Seeing this, Roy screamed his friend's name in panic, trying to warn him of the danger. Meanwhile, Aura Bauer was finally able to relax a little inside, catching her breath after a long inspection of her facility. Leaning her back against the vertical beam, the girl indignantly noted that this facility manager was too clingy and had completely gotten on her nerves. Looking gloomily at the object, the girl thought about how much longer she would have to endure this work, while one of the workers glanced at her from the side. Suddenly, the girl heard the much-hated nickname of the great swordsman's granddaughter from the lips of the whispering workers near her. The girl closed her eyes indignantly and listened to the workers discussing her person with unpleasant meticulousness, thinking that she couldn't hear. They allowed themselves to make an unpleasant comment that the girl looked weak for the granddaughter of a legendary swordsman, and the girl sighed, trying to control herself. Although Aura had trained since childhood, trying to keep up with her grandfather's fame, she could never reach his greatness, which became an incredible burden for the girl. And although the girl studied hard and then worked as a hunter, she could not get the thought out of her head about how much she wanted to become a teacher. And although it was her life, and Aura had the right to dream and make her dreams come true, her grandfather didn't want to listen, forcing her to follow her own path. The girl was still able to compromise with Guy, and with his help founded a hunter academy, but even there, she remained only the granddaughter of the great swordsman. People thought that the great swordsman guy would teach them, but when they found out that the teacher would only be his granddaughter, they grumbled with discontent, thinking that they had been deceived. And although at first there were indeed many people who wanted to study, they all wanted to see only Guy Bauer as a teacher. But not finding what they wanted, everyone left, and the girls' academy lost the entire flow of students that it had at the beginning. Realizing that she was absolutely of no use to anyone, the girl despaired and doubted her dream. As she walked through the work area, the girl remembered how much she had always wanted to teach, and how easily she had been deprived of the opportunity to do so. She sighed hopelessly and thought that she was just one gifted student away from realizing her dream and reviving the academy. But as she was speaking, one of the workers suddenly ran forward and fell to his knees, screaming in panic for everyone to run away and save themselves. The girl's eyes widened in shock when she heard from the worker that one of the monsters was alive and was now threatening people. At this time, the monster had already managed to knock down Roy's older friend and was growling, standing over him, while the guy was trying to figure out what to do. Gritting his teeth from adrenaline, the guy tried to understand how the monster could be alive, since he himself was dragging its corpse. The boy's friend suddenly screamed, demanding that Roy run as fast as he could and leave him. And although the guy understood that he needed to run away from danger, he was absolutely sure that in that case, his comrade would be killed, and therefore he could not move from the spot. The guy opened his eyes wide, trying to pull himself together, but the understanding of the danger of the situation paralyzed his entire body. Looking at the monster, the guy reasoned, realizing that without magic, he would hardly be able to defeat such a strong, albeit wounded, monster. He remembered that Aura Bauer should be somewhere nearby, and she would definitely be able to kill the monster. And although the hope for her help flashed in his mind, the spark immediately went out when he realized that by the time she got there, his friend would already be killed. Paralyzed with fear, Roy watched as the monster walked around the lying man and tried to think of some way out of the situation. While he was gathering his mind into one whole, the monster, opening its mouth, rushed at the defenseless man, intending to bite him. Roy, without expecting it from himself, suddenly grabbed an iron rod from the ground and waved his hand, preparing to rush forward. And just a moment later, raising the rod, throwing fear out of his head and listening to the rage seething in his mind, the guy rushed into the attack, intending to protect his comrade. Running closer, he swung his improvised weapon, forcing the monster to take a step back from its defenseless prey. The man tried to say something, but Roy interrupted him and demanded that he run while he could hold off the monster. The brave comrade said that he would not dare to abandon his friend, but Roy cried out that in that case they would both die, and therefore he had better run away before it was too late. Gripping the rod tighter, the guy clenched his teeth and cast a furious glance at the enemy, wondering how he could now save himself. Looking into the monster's eyes full of anger, the boy thought only about whether he would be able to hold out long enough until the hunters came. Feeling a real animal horror, the guy began to concentrate, forcing his mind to remain calm. Suddenly, the boy heard the velvety voice of Buddha, dispelling his fear and convincing Roy that he was the universe. Roy felt surprisingly calm and relaxed, and it was as if a flow of energy surrounded him, permeating everything around him. And while the guy was focusing, the monster growled gutturally, getting ready to have a good feast on its rival. The boy breathed deeply, imagining Buddha himself standing behind him, supporting Roy and helping him merge with the world around him. Buddha told him to put aside his emotions, and at that very moment, the monster, pushing off with its powerful hind legs, rushed forward, intending to close its jaws on the boy's neck. In turn, Roy calmly twirled the rod in his hand and, closing his eyes, breathed deeply, calming his mind. Without expecting it from himself, the boy calmed his emotions and allowed his body to move, rushing forward to intercept the monster's attack. The monster, with a look full of fury, threw back its paw, preparing to tear the enemy apart, and Roy, calmly raising his head, grabbed the iron rod more tightly. Suddenly, the guy heard Chiron's voice right next to his ear, as if the centaur was standing behind the guy, urging the guy not to think, but to move, because thinking can slow him down. Trusting his instincts, the boy tilted his head back, effortlessly dodging the deadly attack. Just as easily, the boy let his body move further and jumped, turning in the air and tearing the distance between himself and the monster. Realizing that the enemy was unexpectedly fast, the monster tried to swing its tail to reach the enemy. Not allowing himself to think for more than a second, the boy planted the pole on the ground and deftly dodged the tail attack, suddenly even for himself finding himself in the air. The monster suddenly shook its head, trying to understand where its enemy, who was moving surprisingly quickly, had gone so unexpectedly. Being above the monster's head, Roy realized that this was his blind spot, meaning he had an advantage over his enemy. And although Roy knew perfectly well that now was the time to attack, he couldn't figure out how exactly he should do it. At that very moment, he felt the presence of the Hegemon King nearby, claiming that strength was not enough, and sometimes courage and zeal were needed. Feeling the stern gaze of the great warrior on himself, Roy heard him tell him to trust himself and not to dare doubt his strength and ability to even move a mountain. Listening to his mentor, the boy tightly gripped the improvised weapon and swung it properly, preparing to attack. Moving towards the monster, the guy, opening his eyes, firmly told himself that he would be able to cut it down. Looking from above, he corrected himself, saying that he could not, but simply had to do it that way. As the boy approached the enemy with incredible speed, the monster suddenly raised its head, clearly noticing the imminent attack of its opponent. The monster raised its muzzle and opened its jaws, preparing to bite the guy in half. Concentrating the fortitude of his mind, the strength of his body, and the faith in the ability to cut the monster down, the boy swung the rod and struck from top to bottom with all his strength. The blow was so precise that it certainly reached its target, causing incredible damage to the monster's body. And as soon as the guy landed after this blow, an incredibly powerful explosion sounded around him, as if a stick of TNT had been detonated. While the surrounding people looked at the battlefield in shock, Aura quickly came running, asking what was going on here. She looked around the scene of the battle with a surprised look, trying to focus her gaze and see what was happening there. Roy stood in the middle of a cloud of dust, breathing heavily and clutching the iron rod he had just used to attack the monster. And right behind his back, striking everyone, including Aura, with its appearance, lay a monster cut into two parts, struck by Roy's incredibly powerful attack. And although the guy's body was tense, his gaze showed for sure that the guy's mind was absolutely calm. But a second later, he opened his eyes in surprise, trying to comprehend what had just happened. Turning to the corpse of the monster, the boy scratched the back of his head, not understanding how he was suddenly able to deal with it, while his phone vibrated with notifications about successful training progress. Staring in amazement ahead, the girl tried to comprehend what had just happened here while she was not looking. She tried to understand how some loader, not a student at the academy, and armed with only an iron rod, managed to cope with such a strong monster. The guy suddenly remembered what exactly had pushed him to such a desperate act and focused his gaze in front of him. Still clutching the weapon in his hand, the boy quickly walked past Aura to his older comrade, worried about his condition. While the girl looked at him in surprise, Roy excitedly asked his friend how he was feeling, but he just waved it off. And although Roy desperately insisted that his friend visit the hospital, the workers embraced him in a friendly hug and began congratulating him on his major victory. Still not taking her eyes off the guy, the girl thought for a moment, then sighed and said that it seemed like he could become her best student. When the shift ended, the boss made the workers promise to keep quiet about what happened, and Roy convinced his friend to visit the hospital, intending to get home as quickly as possible. Walking towards the house, the guy took out his phone and looked at the screen, raising his eyebrows in surprise. Seeing that the progress of all 3 lectures had increased, the boy thoughtfully noted that this was probably because he had used the knowledge and defeated the monster. The guy realized that practice would help him increase his learning progress and absorb all the information as best as possible. But a couple of problems still remained. Roy grumbled out loud that he needed a license to practice, and the Academy of Transcendence wouldn't give him one, which meant he had to save up for training again. Suddenly, he heard Aura's ringing voice calling out to him from behind him. The girl stepped forward and asked the guy to pay attention to her, and he remembered who she was. The guy shrugged his shoulders, agreed, and asked what she wanted, and the girl spoke seriously, suggesting that they get straight to the point. Taking a step forward, she seriously asked if Roy would like to meet her grandfather, the great swordsman. The guy didn't even think about it and shrugged his shoulders again, indifferently noting that he wasn't interested in it at all. The girl had already agreed to introduce them, but after a couple of seconds the meaning of his words reached her, and she opened her eyes in shock, watching as the guy walked away. The girl introduced herself properly and laid out her real proposal to the guy, wanting Roy to join her academy. However, Roy, after some reflection, sternly noted that there was not a single student in her academy, and therefore it was an academy only on paper. The girl looked at the guy in shock as he was about to leave and tried to convince him that they had everything they needed to train him, although the guy was not interested. In the end, the girl even compromised her principles and offered to persuade her grandfather to teach him. However, Roy, again indifferently shrugging his shoulders, again told the girl that he was not at all interested in meeting the great swordsman. The girl tried to think of at least one way to detain the guy and convince him to go with her, and therefore reminded him that he would also have to pass a written exam. Roy shook his head at this too. Then the girl said that he could go into battle against monsters right now, but he had no right to do so without a license. Roy sternly pointed out that her makeshift academy would not be able to give him a license, but the girl desperately exclaimed that she actually had the right to issue licenses. Hearing these words, the guy slowed down and clicked his tongue, clearly thinking about whether he should agree. Seeing that she had almost convinced Roy, the girl continued speaking, realizing that she simply had no right to let him go now. She offered her last argument, saying that she would not take a penny from the guy, and upon hearing this, the guy finally stopped and thought. Finally, the boy gave in and, sighing, turned to the girl, asking if she wanted him to simply join her academy. He was still interested in why Aura was offering so much for free, and she responded by saying that he would need to participate in the competition on behalf of the academy. She also said that he would have to tell everyone that he was studying with her, and the guy finally asked why him. In response, Aura said without a doubt that she saw great potential in him and therefore would be glad to have his help. Having said everything she thought, the girl fell silent, waiting for the guy's final answer with severity, but strong desire in his gaze. Roy tilted his head to the side and smiled, thinking that the conditions were indeed pleasant. And besides, the girl was clearly not lying. Roy finally extended his hand for a handshake and introduced himself by name, agreeing with the girl's proposal. Taking a relaxed breath, the girl smiled happily and shook Roy's hand, and then introduced herself. The next morning, when Roy was already on the street, his phone suddenly rang, and the guy picked up the receiver and pressed the phone to his ear. The senior comrade on the other side of the call asked in surprise what he had done to get their boss fired, and Roy remembered how he had sarcastically asked Aura about it yesterday. He told his friend that his boss probably quit out of shame for what happened yesterday, and then changed the subject, telling him that he had finally gotten into the Hunter's Academy, which was where he had come. The first thing Aura did when she met the guy was give him his new hunting license, which will allow him to speed up his progress several times. And although the guy actually doubted that the girl would fulfill her promises, now he thanked her, a little surprised. Clutching his hunting license in his hand, the boy was happy that he had finally set foot on the path to fulfilling his dream and asked how he could go on raids. And although Roy expected Aura to tell him everything, she suddenly turned away and said with a smile that there was no need for that, and then led the confused guy along with her. She brought him to the armory and gave him a choice of basic weapons that her students could use. She offered him a choice and said that after that they would go hunting together, and then she smiled slyly, making it clear that she would definitely help with everything. The girl also said that she had already signed a contract for him to travel to the dungeon that day, hoping that Roy would not mind. After just a couple of hours, Roy was boldly and without any particular difficulties moving through the dungeon, easily dealing with weak monsters. Once again, waving his weapon, the guy asked why the girl had followed him at all if she had promised not to interfere, and Aura smiled slyly, confirming that she had not intended to. The girl noted that he was her student, which meant she couldn't leave him unattended, and told him to consider it personal training, causing Roy to smile. Seeing the smile, the girl noted that Roy was in the dungeon for the first time, and therefore he still needed her, and then added that he should be more careful. Throwing the spear onto his shoulder, the guy noticed, not without pleasure, that his blows were perfectly piercing the armor of the small monsters. The girl was quite surprised by this, because she thought that attacks not imbued with mana should simply bounce off their armor, but for some reason Roy was able to attack them. At one point, his intuition made the guy duck from the unexpected attack of the kobold, and the girl screamed in panic, asking the guy to be careful. The monster managed to throw a frightened glance at the guy when he swung his spear, preparing to make a powerful attack on the monster. With a light movement, he attacked the monster, knocking it off its feet with one blow and even wondering how his attacks still managed to penetrate the kobold's armor. After defeating another monster, the guy looked at the phone screen and, not without a smile, noted that the progress of studying the lectures was slowly growing, and Aura was quite surprised by his behavior. Thinking that the guy would need to be covered while he looked at his phone, Aura placed her hand on the hilt of her blade. Roy smiled at her contentedly, because in this dungeon, by killing monsters, he became stronger, and he could also earn money, and therefore he suggested that she speed up. Smiling contentedly, the boy rushed forward through the cave, intending to confront several monsters at once for greater progress. The whole time they spent in the dungeon, the girl felt that he was somehow strange because, even after returning, he hardly looked away from his phone. Glancing at the screen at one point, the girl saw that the guy was staring at the blank screen non-stop and asked Roy about it, which surprised him greatly. Looking at the guy sitting on the floor and looking at the blank screen, zealously commenting on something, the girl thought that it was in vain that she invited a madman to her academy. But she couldn't help but admit that he was clearly handling the kobolds not like a novice but like a real professional, although he had only just received his license. And in the end, he also asked her to help him drag the corpses of the killed monsters to the city so that he could sell them and get money, without stopping to do a squat and a step. And although Aura understood that she would soon need to introduce the student to her grandfather, she couldn't help but admit that his oddities were driving her crazy. Looking at his oddities, the girl sighed heavily and seriously wondered whether she had made the right choice. The next day after the trip to the dungeon, The guy smiled contentedly, looking at the account that had been replenished after selling the corpses of the kobolds. And although he had to drag and cut up the corpses himself, which greatly surprised Aura, the guy was pleased with the effort and the cost of such work. The only thing that upset him was the fact that he did not have time to listen to the lectures, because he spent so much time on these classes. The boy scratched his chin and wondered if he should call his older friend to help him with this matter. And although he could earn money from hunting and make progress in lectures, he still went rather slowly, which disappointed Roy a little. The boy remembered how strong the aura was that great sage Sun Wukong emitted, and wondered if he could become as strong as quickly as possible. Suddenly, the guy was surprised by his own thoughts because he suddenly remembered that he had not listened to Sun Wukong's lectures at all, which was a big omission. He remembered that, unlike other lectures, Sun Wukong's subject cost money, so Roy didn't even look at it. But now, he has enough money for it. Roy was already thinking about paying, but with raised eyebrows in surprise, he realized that the lecture cost several dozen times more than he thought. Realizing how much it was, and that he wouldn't be able to earn that much even in a year, the guy sadly sank to the ground and sighed. Joylessly raising the phone to his face, Roy hopelessly noted that he wouldn't have time now anyway, which meant he would buy Sun Wukong's lectures some other time. Having closed the tab with dissatisfaction, the guy decided to study other items in the program to see if he could buy anything else there besides lectures. The guy was quite surprised when he realized that his guess was correct, because the program had a tab with equipment made by the Academy's students. The guy saw ads for the sale of items such as the Shield of Aegis or the Spear of Longinus from Myths, which were legendary items. Realizing that these items were clearly legendary, the guy was also surprised that for some reason they were called training items. Looking at this tab with curiosity, the boy realized that these items were also made by students, which meant those who had already become Transcendents. Thinking that he would at least have enough money for a weapon, the guy began to scroll more actively, intending to buy something useful for himself. The next day, when Aura arrived at the academy, she found Roy already training. She noticed that for some reason he was moving even more actively than usual and, noting this out loud, asked what had happened that he had become so energetic. It turned out that although Roy had expected the price for the replica Spear of Longinus to be incredibly high, he clearly didn't think it would cost a whole 100 million, and so he was furious. Roy realized that once again it all came down to money, and he sniffed sadly, wondering if he would ever be able to save up for Sun Wukong's lecture. Seeing that the guy looked very upset, the girl smiled encouragingly and asked him if he could spare her a minute. When he turned around, the girl told Roy that the Academy tournament would be held very soon, and although the guy had heard about this before, he didn't know the details, and so he asked Aura to tell him more, which she did. Handing him a paper with the regulations and rules for the tournament, Aura also noted that the level of the Academy was assessed at such a tournament. She said that their Academy is currently at the lowest level, level 4. But if he shows success in the tournament, he will be able to raise their level and get more awards. Raising her index finger, she also mentioned that the state supports higher-level academies more readily, which means he will be able to earn more money. The guy was about to express a guess about why she was telling him this, but Aura interrupted him and, smiling slyly, confirmed his unspoken assumption. Smiling contentedly, she said that she wanted Roy to represent their academy in the upcoming tournament so that they could increase their level. The guy thought for a moment, wondering whether participating in the tournament would affect his progress in the lectures and whether he would be able to become stronger in that case. Shrugging his shoulders, Roy decided that any fight would be excellent practice, so he should take part, and he smiled at the girl, agreeing. For some reason, his answer surprised Aura, but he noted that they had agreed on this from the beginning, and therefore asked to tell him how exactly the tournaments were held. Touching her chin and thinking, the girl noted that usually the details were kept secret until the very beginning of the exam. But usually you need to get a lot of points for raids and duels. Picking up his spear, Roy thought seriously about the fact that he had only fought monsters before, and only one of them was really strong, and therefore he had little experience. Crossing his arms over his chest and sighing a little sadly, the guy realized that he hadn't trained with people at all, and so he thought about who could help him with this. He suddenly turned to Aura, who was standing behind him with a curious look and seriously considered her candidacy for a sparring partner. He chuckled slyly and asked if the girl would chicken out, but Aura, displeased with the ridicule, frowned and picked up the training sword from the stand. Smiling contentedly at her reaction, the boy happily noted that this would be a great opportunity to gain experience, since Aura was an experienced hunter. As the girl, armed with a wooden sword, stood in front of Roy, ready to fight, The boy noted that he could feel an aura of strength coming from her. But in response to her fighting stance, the guy became embarrassed and blushed, thinking that he had long wanted to evaluate her strength, and the girl was even taken aback by his reaction. She asked if he really wanted her to fight him, since she was much more experienced than him. But Roy nodded affirmatively, not even doubting his decision. Smiling slyly and getting into a fighting stance, the guy jokingly asked his opponent for a handicap since she felt so sorry for him. Not taking the student's antics too seriously, the girl casually raised her sword and, sighing, suggested that Roy attack when he was ready. Surprisingly, he moved towards her quite quickly, intending to attack with a spear and saying that such an offer could not be refused. And although he moved briskly, Aura sighed a little upset because she saw his every move, and his determination even upset her a little. With one smooth but strong movement, the girl intercepted the guy's attack and lashed out at the shaft of his spear, deflecting the attack to the side. Allowing the boy to get back into a fighting stance, the girl gave him the opportunity to attack. But his movements, although fast, were careless, and she easily dodged. Remembering how he moved in the dungeon, the girl was surprised that the guy was so careless in the fight with her, and therefore again doubted his potential. Sighing sadly during the training fight, she thought to herself that the guy was still an uncouth newbie. She didn't understand where the guy suddenly got the confidence that he could handle her, and so she wanted to show him the difference between them by crushing him with one powerful blow. And although the girl used a fairly strong attack and put a lot of her speed into it, she couldn't help but be surprised by what happened next. She watched in shock as her sword slammed into the shaft of Roy's spear, who used all of his reflexes to defend himself from the powerful attack. She looked at the boy's face to see how he felt about this action, but saw that he was all tense, trying to hold back her powerful attack. Realizing that she had unknowingly put her magic into the attack, the girl was even more surprised, asking herself how Roy had managed to reflect such a blow. She tried to understand this, but Roy did not let her be distracted for too long, and swung his spear, intending to hit the girl in the face with the shaft, but she managed to defend herself. With a swing of her wooden blade, the girl pushed the guy's weapon away and he slid to the side, trying to stay standing on both of his feet. Having managed to break the distance, the girl straightened up, trying to understand what was wrong with this guy if he, being an absolute newbie, managed to surprise her. Scratching his nose with his fist, the boy noted out loud with a smile that he was also going to fight her seriously since she was using such powerful attacks. Wiping the bruise on his lip, the guy rushed forward to attack, intending to continue the sparring that was so interesting to him. Aura noted, not without surprise, that his movements had become much clearer and more precise, and therefore she began to dodge and defend herself much more often. Re-intercepting his spear for another maneuver, the guy assessed the girl's defense and she, looking into his eyes, saw cold calculation in them. In turn, Roy, fighting with the girl, heard the voice of one of his teachers who helped him so much in battles. The boy heard Xiang Yu scolding him for his bad movements and recommending that he make more cunning attacks, and his attacks became much more precise. By swinging his spear, the boy began to feel both his opponent and the feeling of the battle itself much better, and all thanks to the Hegemon King. Xiang Yu spoke irritably as if right next to the boy's ear, irritably noting that any obvious attacks from Roy would be followed by obvious blocks. Roy listened to every hint from his ghostly mentor and fought persistently, forcing Aura to block his very strong blows. Xiang Yu insisted that Roy make lunge after lunge, forcing his opponent to defend until he could get a chance to attack in earnest. At one point, Aura lost her balance under the pressure of a particularly strong attack and began to fall on her back, and Roy, in turn, seized this moment and rushed forward. Seizing the moment, he swung his spear and was about to follow the Hegemon King's advice and attack with all his might. For the first time during the entire battle, watching Roy's weapon approaching her, the girl seriously felt the real danger of her own life, and Roy, in turn, without holding back, struck, putting so much force into this attack that the stone floor began to split from the explosion of force. Aura suddenly woke up with a surprised expression on her face, standing on both feet and raising her sword to the side, not understanding what just happened. Looking ahead, Aura saw the boy slammed into the wall and realized that she hadn't noticed how she had blocked the attack and sent Roy flying. Aura realized that she had miscalculated her strength and had accidentally hit as hard as she could, and therefore could well have killed her student, and she rushed to the wounded man in panic. To the girl's surprise, Roy was not wounded and boldly rose to his feet, scratching the back of his head and noting that he had lost this fight after all. The girl's eyes widened in shock, realizing that the guy was seriously going to defeat her, and didn't allow himself to think about losing even for a second. In turn, Roy frowned and confirmed his guess that it would not work to fight against a person in the same way as against a monster, which surprised Aura even more. However, the guy did not despair and thought that, unlike many hunters, he still had everything ahead of him, and he would definitely become stronger. And in response to his thoughts, the phone vibrated. Looking at the screen, the guy happily noted that the progress of studying the lectures had increased, which meant that the fight against a person also gave the necessary experience, and Roy asked Aura if she would help him. The guy asked her to help him with sparring when they were distracted from raids, and his satisfied smile literally made the girl give a positive answer. And although Aura continued to be surprised that the guy wanted to continue fighting with her, even though he had just lost, she couldn't help but agree, since she had promised to train him. In addition, the girl promised the guy that she would give him all the prize money if he won the tournament, which surprised him greatly, because he had no idea about the prize. Frowning, the girl tried to remember how much they paid for winning the Academy tournament. It turned out that the prize money for the tournament more than covered the cost of the Spear of Longinus, which Roy so badly wanted to acquire. The girl noticed a sharp change in the guy's mood, who suddenly asked in a serious voice how soon the tournament would be over. She told him that the tournament would take place in 2 weeks, to which the guy enthusiastically exclaimed that he had to train tirelessly all this time. To the girl's bewilderment, the boy began training energetically, asking if he could pick up sandbags, and then asking if he could break off something heavier. Taking a huge and heavy piece of stone that they had broken off during the fight, the guy, motivated 100%, began training, and the girl was speechless. Once again thinking that her student was crazy, Aura indifferently pointed to the sandbags in the corner of the training hall and asked him to use them. 2 weeks later, a young man wearing glasses and carrying a training bag on his back arrived at the venue of the Academy tournament. Noticing that a really large crowd of spectators had come to the tournament, the guy looked around, trying to figure out where to go. Looking around the crowds of people, the guy was talking about how many people had become awakened recently, giving the impression of being a big conceited person. Remembering that he needed to hurry, the guy moved towards the man who was a worker and, introducing himself as a participant, asked where he should go. He finally got to the waiting room, where he saw a bunch of awakened from different academies, and the guy's confidence began to slowly melt away. Seeing the very strong young men who were to become his rivals, the guy became so excited that he couldn't even move. Looking over the participants, he noticed that they had very good equipment, and, judging by everything, they were all clearly confident in themselves. And although the guy wasn't surprised that he saw a bunch of people who looked much stronger than him, his attention was suddenly drawn to a seemingly nondescript guy sitting on a bench and looking at his phone. Looking closely at his potential opponent, the boy was surprised to see that the young man was holding an old-looking spear, and his muscles were not visible at all. Adjusting his glasses, the guy concluded that this unknown person had clearly come from some backwater, trying to let everyone know about his village academy. In turn, Roy, who was the one in question, joylessly noting that he could hear everything, shook his head and muttered under his breath that it would be better to continue listening to the lectures. The people around were sneering, looking at the spearman and thinking that he would definitely be one of the first to lose. And the guy with glasses frowned, feeling that something was wrong. Thinking that Roy was as shy as the boy himself, he assumed that they would definitely become friends, which could not but please him. And although Roy didn't understand why the bespectacled boy was looking at him with such enthusiasm, the boy clearly thought that Roy was looking at his phone only so that he wouldn't be pestered. Eventually, the boy approached Roy and, slightly hesitantly, said hello, distracting the spearman from listening to the lectures. Scratching the top of his head, the bespectacled man introduced himself as Fred and tried to somehow start a conversation with his new acquaintance. Roy shrugged without much enthusiasm and introduced himself, although he didn't understand why anyone would talk to him at all. Fred asked to sit next to him, to which Roy also half-heartedly agreed, although he thought to himself that the boy looked younger than the usual participant. Noticing a conflict brewing on the other side of the break room, Fred pointed his finger there and introduced Roy to a certain Mike, who was a student at one of the most famous academies. Pointing to his weapon, Fred noted that Mike used an axe and almost always relied on strength alone, forgetting about tricks. Pointing towards the person Mike was arguing with, Fred introduced Roy to Harold, a student at a rival academy to Mike's. Fred said that Harold seemed like a very unusual opponent to everyone, as he fought with 2 daggers, which was a rare choice for hunters. Fred surprised Roy quite a bit, and Mike in turn was ready to grab the axe, but a voice from the side interrupted him. Everyone was quite surprised to see a rather stocky guy in an expensive suit and with bright red hair, confidently looking at everyone who was his potential opponent. Looking sternly at the disputants, the guy noted that they were not alone here, and therefore they should not argue so loudly, disturbing people from getting ready. Roy glanced with only a little interest at the guy who had so easily silenced the disputants, and then glanced at Fred. Surprisingly, Fred knew him too, introducing the guy to Roy as Joshua, who was one of the most famous students of the academies and most likely the winner of the tournament. Seeing even the strong Mike trembling with excitement, Roy asked again why Fred considered him the winner, to which he noted that he was simply the strongest. To point out how much stronger Joshua was than the other students, Fred noted that he was even invited to the academy by the great swordsman's granddaughter, whom Roy recognized as Aura. Fred noted that he didn't know why, but Joshua refused the offer, but he clearly had some reason for it. Apparently not heeding his own request to be quiet, Joshua suddenly punched the trash can, slamming it against the wall and furiously asking why he had to fight such weaklings. He muttered under his breath that it was all his uncle's fault, and it was only because of him that they still hadn't advanced to the third level of the academy. Roaring with rage, Joshua noted that he saw no point in fighting weaklings since he would not become stronger at all, and therefore he already regretted turning down Aura Bauer's offer. Remembering that time when she offered him to enroll, the guy didn't want to because her academy was completely unknown to anyone, but now he understood that he could simply use her. Suddenly, something unusual caught his attention, and, distracted from his gloomy thoughts, the guy turned to the side. He saw that some strange, rather frail guy, armed with some old spear, was looking at him with a rather stern look. He thought Roy was some kind of plebeian, and therefore decided that the academies were in really bad shape, since even such mediocrities were given the opportunity to participate. And although Joshua gave Roy a hard look, the guy was only thinking about how much money he could get for a fight with him, when suddenly an announcement was heard about the imminent start of the tournament. Fred excitedly noted that it was probably about to start, and Roy silently stood up from his seat, getting ready for the heavy workload that was about to begin. Remembering that he had been increasing his progress for 2 whole weeks during the lectures of Chiron and the Hegemon King, the guy twirled the spear in his hand and moved towards the entrance to the tournament territory. Looking at his hand, Roy thought that he didn't feel much of a change, and besides, he lacked experience compared to the others. However, clenching his fist, he decided that he would not let his insecurities stop him and prevent him from winning, because he was going to win it at any cost. Smiling proudly, the guy decided that it didn't matter to him whether the person in front of him was a monster or a human. He would defeat anyone and would definitely buy himself the Spear of Longinus. And although Roy was ready for battle, he suddenly found himself in the middle of strange forks, hearing from the speakers an announcement about the start of the race in the maze. Meanwhile, whole crowds of people sat in the stands and looked at the screen, joyfully shouting in anticipation of the spectacle. A skinny guy with a camera called one of the spectators over to him, shouting that he had taken his friend's place. Walking towards a friend, the man unexpectedly bumped into an unfamiliar girl with his shoulder and accidentally pushed her. Replacing his shout at his friend with an apologetic tone, the man asked the girl, who was covering herself with her cap, for forgiveness. Sitting down in his place, he looked at the stranger with curiosity and noticed that she seemed familiar to him, but he could not remember who it was. His friend began to tell about how the tournament had just begun, and the participants found themselves in a labyrinth from which they had to get out without attacking other participants. Looking at the huge screen, they could see Mike raising his huge axe and rushing at a minotaur-like monster, and they concluded that the participants were getting hints for killing monsters. Harold, apparently, had already defeated his first monster and was now studying the clue he had received on how to move towards the exit. The audience concluded that this exam was testing how people could navigate a raid, and the man concluded that the students this year were quite gifted. And on the screen at this time, causing a storm of applause with his actions, Joshua swung his blade, killing several monsters at once. His gaze was full of confidence and cruelty directed at the monsters, and the guy exhaled, getting ready to continue moving through the labyrinth. His actions were so precise and polished that men watched his every move in amazement, already thinking that he was a real genius. In turn, the girl, who turned out to be Aura and covered herself with a cap so as not to be recognized, noted to herself that Joshua had become even stronger and would most likely win. Sighing desperately, the girl asked herself in frustration what Joshua was doing at the tournament, since he always considered them a waste of time. Realizing that she was attracting attention with her indignation, the girl turned away from the man, who looked at her doubtfully, trying to remember who she was. Meanwhile, Roy was hitting the wall with his spear, trying to see if he could break through it. But unfortunately, nothing came of it. Roy frowned and thought that he would have to go through the same thing as everyone else, and it would have been better if he had signed up for Theseus's lectures. Putting his hand to the wall, the guy decided that he would walk along it so as not to get lost and thus try to find a way out of the trap. Suddenly, something ahead caught his attention, and the guy looked around the corner to see what was so interesting. There was a fork in the road in front of him, and it offered him 4 different directions to go. However, Roy decided not to guess, and therefore preferred to follow his rule and follow only one wall and thus reach the end. Sighing from the realization that he might have to move for a very long time, the guy turned left and walked along the wall, not letting go of his hands. However, suddenly an unusual feeling filled his mind, and Roy thought that his decision was wrong. Turning, he looked at the other passage and felt that for some reason this was where he needed to go. Thinking that this was the 6th sense Chiron was talking about, Roy began to doubt himself, but decided that he had to trust himself and moved forward. He was afraid that following a proven method would be much more logical, but he could not force himself to go against his own feelings. Scratching the back of his head, he decided to move on, trying to listen to his own intuition. Walking further, Roy felt another strange sensation, which for some reason made him feel uncomfortable. He suddenly heard that one of the participants had dropped out of the competition, and this information seemed very curious to the guy. Frowning, the boy thought about how the other participants were constantly fighting monsters, but for some reason he himself had not yet met a single one. Suddenly, it dawned on him that his intuition was not just telling him how to get to the exit, but was also helping him avoid monsters. He thought that if he could sense situations like this with a 30% chance, then with a 100% chance he could possibly see the future. However, the joy of anticipation of the power he could wield was marred when Roy heard Fred's voice behind him, asking him to be quiet. Looking around in confusion, Fred noticed that Roy was walking so confidently, as if he knew where to go and where the exit was. Roy said that he was just going at random, to which Fred indignantly exclaimed that this was not right, and he knew how to move correctly through the mazes, and therefore now he would lead. Fred smugly placed his hand on the wall and pointed out that they should always move along one wall, to which Roy noted with displeasure that it was too long. Fred gloomily and upsetly noted that, walking at random, it was easy to get lost, to which Roy indifferently suggested that they split up. He asked why Fred had even tagged along with the spearman, to which the bespectacled man enthusiastically exclaimed that he considered Roy his brother in misfortune. Roy asked again, not understanding, and Fred noted that he had not come from the academy, but on his own, and therefore decided that his new friend was the same. Roy finally understood why Fred had approached him in the first place, and then heard the boy say that weaklings were better off sticking together, which greatly surprised the spearman. The guy scratched his head in shock and thought about how it could have happened that he looked like a weakling in the eyes of others. Fred suddenly distracted Roy and said that since he was also alone, he would make an exception and show him something very cute. And taking out his phone, he showed a photo of his sister, which scared Roy a little. Having said that his little sister was really very sweet, the guy turned around abruptly and walked away, saying that he regretted this meeting, but Fred did not leave him alone. Roy tried to get rid of the guy, but Fred kept whining about how they should stick together, and it would be easier for them to get through the maze. Roy finally sighed, and Fred timidly noted that it really was much safer together, which aroused Roy's pity. Roy sighed and pointed out that Fred kept talking about being all alone, then asked if his family had come to support him. Quite calmly, although a little sadly, the guy noted that his parents had died, and he had no one except his sister, which greatly surprised Roy. He remembered how he himself was left completely alone, and how hard it was for him to survive in this cruel world alone. Frowning, the boy gripped the shaft of his spear and sighed heavily, beginning to think again. Fred thought that he had put his new friend in an awkward position, and so he tried to make excuses and point out that his little sister was too young for such events. Finally, Roy sighed again and said that Fred was right, and that they really were brothers in misfortune. Smiling at his comrade, the boy grabbed the spear more comfortably and, without saying anything now, moved away, leaving Fred the choice of whether to follow him or not. And although Roy offered the guy partnership, he did not forget to note that they were still rivals, which meant that he would single-handedly take the prize of 100,000. Not understanding why Roy had suddenly changed his mind so abruptly, Fred froze in place and then smiled, happy with his new friend's words. But, although he agreed to go along, he could not understand not only where the guy was going, but also why he was doing it at a run, causing Fred to become very short of breath. Roy pointed out the fact that Fred had chosen to follow him, so he shouldn't complain about having to try. Trying to understand how his comrade was thinking, Fred thought about the fact that Roy, apparently, did not think at all about where he was going. And yet, they still had not met a single monster. He even allowed himself to assume that Roy knew where he was going, although this seemed impossible to the guy. Suddenly, Roy's intuition seemed to fail, and he found himself at a dead end, while Fred was finally able to stop and catch his breath. However, despite Fred's questions, Roy refused to believe that his intuition had failed him, and so he looked at the wall in front of him and touched it with his hand, sensing a catch. To Fred's surprise, who actually thought the wall was a dead end, Roy pushed the door forward with one simple movement, not understanding how the wall could deceive anyone at all. In turn, Fred stared in front of him in amazement, trying to understand how smart Roy was if he could figure out the secret of this door so easily. Welcome music and confetti began to fly around, and congratulations on winning the challenge, and the information that Roy had broken the record came from the speakers. The people around him weren't paying any attention to Roy, so it was an incredible shock to them that someone had already managed to get out of the maze, and the winner wasn't Joshua. Even Aura, who had been watching Joshua's battles the entire time, couldn't help but tremble in her voice in surprise at the fact that Roy turned out to be the winner. Even Fred, who came out of the maze second, was stunned by the realization that Roy had managed to win. Roy, in turn, cleaned his ear with his finger in displeasure, muttering under his breath that he was unhappy with the fact that he had made absolutely no progress in his training. The two friends had already returned to the restroom, but Fred still couldn't believe that he had gotten out of the maze second. The other participants, who had previously mocked Roy, now tried to find out more about him and understand how he had coped. While Roy took out his phone, wanting to at least listen to the lectures during the break, Joshua, who had been selected third, suddenly approached him. The guy put his hands in his pockets and looked with hatred at Roy, who suddenly noticed his rival's unpleasantly close attention. Roy tried to figure out why Joshua had even approached him, while everyone in the waiting room fell silent, waiting to see what would happen next. Roy looked at the guy kindly and with obvious curiosity, waiting to hear what exactly the talented awakened one wanted to tell him. However, Joshua remained silent, frowning at Roy and trying to gauge his strength. Suddenly, he turned away and walked away, grinning and saying out loud that Roy seemed even too weak to him. Seeing the reaction of the most popular student, the other participants also looked at Roy with disapproval, thinking that he was probably just lucky. Shrugging his shoulders and trying not to listen to other people's ridicule, Roy turned the phone back on and decided to continue listening to the lectures when a worker suddenly entered the room. Roy raised his head and the man began to speak, announcing what would await the participants in the next stage. Roy heard that in the next stage the participants would fight one-on-one, but they would be prohibited from enhancing their attacks with mana. The man noted that the judges would monitor the progress of the fight and stop it if one of the participants was unable to fight, and then added that there would be 16 fights. Roy scratched his nose and tried to guess who he would be sparring with, but suddenly his attention was drawn to one of the participants wanting to ask a question. Much to Roy's surprise, the guy said that he was going to withdraw from the tournament and did not want to participate in the next stage. At the same time, Aura, after Roy's victory, left the stands for spectators, escaping from unexpected attention. Taking a breath, she muttered under her breath that she had come very close to having her identity exposed. The very man she had just happened to bump into was about to make a guess about who she was when she shouted out Roy's name. Covering herself with a cap and deciding to take a little rest, the girl noted that she would never have thought that Roy could win at all. Suddenly, her attention was drawn to the events taking place near the information desk, where people were indignant that the number of participants was clearly less than originally announced. It turned out that some participants withdrew from the task, and now those who wanted to place bets will have no interest in doing what they had planned. The man behind the counter chuckled and said there was no point in betting in the first place because Joshua would definitely win. The worker was about to say that no one would dare bet against Joshua, but suddenly a suitcase fell in front of him, and someone's voice announced a bet of hundreds of millions on Roy. The people around looked in surprise at the one who dared to make such a strange and desperate bet, but the man was wrapped in a cloak. The men began to complain that the guy had just been lucky in the first test, and now he would definitely lose because he came from an unknown academy, and Aura was watching everything from around the corner. The stranger in the cloak radiated an aura of unconditional confidence, although his face was not even visible. At the same time, Roy, throwing his spear over his shoulder and sadly noting that many people had refused to participate, said with disappointment that now the tournament would be much more boring. He tried to analyze how it happened that so many participants were simply afraid to continue participating in the tournament. When he heard one of the participants want to leave, he couldn't understand the meaning. But Fred told his friend that this was not uncommon at level 4 tournaments. It turned out that the students were simply afraid of Joshua, believing that he could ignore the rules and simply cripple his opponent, depriving him of a future among the hunters. Besides, even besides Joshua, there are worthy rivals, for example Mike and Harold, who took 4th and 5th places in the first stage. Realizing that the chances were slim and that the attempt could be dangerous to health, the participants preferred to give up rather than deprive themselves of their future. The fear was so contagious that the participants gave up one after another, wanting to leave the tournament venue as quickly as possible. Roy couldn't understand how it was possible to give in to fear so easily and allow oneself to surrender. But Fred believed that together with Roy, they would definitely cope. Thus, after the elimination of the underpants, among the active participants, there remained only 5 participants who took the highest places in the first stage. A couple of minutes later, the participants were informed of the order in which they would fight, and Roy was to fight Mike. Joshua was supposed to fight Fred, while Harold, unfortunately or fortunately, did not get an opponent. Roy, who was absolutely calm and had thrown his spear over his shoulder, noticed with surprise that Fred was shaking all over with fear. Roy asked his friend what was wrong, to which Fred simply exploded with emotion and began to cry, exclaiming that he was insanely afraid and asking if Roy himself was really not afraid at all. The guy shook his friend, exclaiming that he would have to fight Joshua one-on-one later, and that made him even more scared. Smiling kindly, the guy asked with a smile how Fred had managed to determine the winner of the fight before it even started and patted his friend on the shoulder in a friendly manner. And when Fred said that he was absolutely sure, Roy suddenly became serious and asked directly why he didn't just withdraw from the tournament. Fred placed his hands on his knees and looked down, muttering guiltily that he couldn't do it. But he didn't have time to explain because Roy and Mike were called out. After squeezing the spear in his hand a couple of times, the guy stood up and said that Fred should fight with all his strength, since he was going to fight anyway, because he could win. As he moved towards the exit, Fred suddenly grabbed his friend's hand, causing him to look confused. Turning to his comrade, Roy looked at him in surprise, asking a silent question. And Fred, stumbling, tried to find what to say. Finally, he asked in a trembling voice if Roy was worried, because he really couldn't understand how this was possible. Roy grinned proudly and said that he wasn't afraid at all and was only concerned about how much he would get for winning this tournament and how much experience he would get for the fight. Freeing his hand from the grip of a surprised Fred, Roy moved towards the exit, thinking only about how nice it would be to receive a whole 100,000. As he entered the arena, the boy heard the host introduce him, intriguing the audience and mentioning that Roy had broken the record for completing the maze. Smiling at the spectators who were shouting his name, the guy looked at his opponent who was also about to be introduced. Mike laughed sarcastically, noting that luck wouldn't help the guy at all this time, and he would deal with him without any particular problems. To Roy's bewilderment, Mike continued to laugh, pointing out that the guy's luck had run out, since right after the first stage he had been matched with the most inconvenient opponent. However, Roy interrupted the big guy and said quite calmly that they still had to find out who was really unlucky in this battle. And when the fight was declared to have begun, Mike, without holding back, rushed forward with his huge axe in his hands, apparently intending to chop up his opponent. Seeing his opponent so easily succumb to his emotions, Roy smiled contentedly, ready to meet Mike's attack. And while the battle was going on, in the restroom, Fred thought for a long time about the words of his friend, who went into battle without fear. Sighing and looking up, the boy wanted to see how his comrade was fighting, worrying about his safety. However, he immediately looked away from the screen and shook his head, deciding that now was not the time to worry about others and that he needed to concentrate on himself. Turning his head, Fred looked at Joshua, who was standing near the wall and gloomily thinking about something. Fred thought back to Roy's encouraging words, wondering if he should really fight as hard as he could and what his chances of winning were, but fear was making it hard to think straight. Breathing heavily, the boy tried to hold back the trembling that had taken over his body, but it was incredibly difficult to do so. Fred desperately thought that Mike, Harold, and Joshua all represented very famous and powerful academies, and he was definitely not their equal, but then his attention was drawn to what was happening on the screen. Looking up to where Joshua and Harold were looking, Fred saw something that surprised not only him, but, according to the host, all the viewers. The fight was over almost instantly, and Roy was now standing over the defeated Mike lying on the floor, looking down at him. Joshua responded to the situation by saying out loud that scum belonged with scum, clearly implying that Mike should not have lost. Suddenly, the red-haired man noticed Fred standing up and, without taking his eyes off the screen, coping with the trembling in his body. The guy's gaze was clear, and although he was clearly afraid, Fred finally found the strength to deal with him. And so he spoke, promising that he too would not lose to his opponent. And his words were so offensive to Joshua that he was ready to growl in response, but he held back, allowing himself to only clench his fists tighter. A few minutes ago, Mike rushed at his opponent in a mad rage, wanting to tear him to pieces. However, Roy, with calmness in his eyes and mind, took a step back without any problems, dodging the berserker's attack. The presenter commented on each action and noted, not without surprise, that luck was apparently still on Roy's side, since he was able to dodge so easily. Mike continued to chop with his axe, wanting to deal with the enemy as quickly as possible. But Roy, as if not taking the enemy seriously, easily defended himself. With each attack, Mike became more and more angry because he did not understand how some weakling could so easily dodge his powerful blows. Entering into the battle spirit and completely forgetting about the rules, Mike decided to use his most powerful attack and put mana into it to sweep the enemy out of the arena. However, Roy, with one deft and swift movement, swung his spear, knocking the axe out of his opponent's hands and not allowing him to strike. Mike even lost touch with reality for a couple of seconds, and only then realized that his favorite weapon had flown out of his hands. Shocked by what had happened, Mike staggered back in shock, losing his understanding of how such a thing could have happened. The eyes of the one who had relied on his own strength all this time were now filled with fear from the realization that for the first time in his entire life, he had lost to someone. Roy twisted the spear in his hand and relaxed his muscles, looking down at his fallen opponent as if there had been no fight between them at all. After the fight, the guy looked at his phone screen and was very disappointed to see that his progress had changed only slightly. Running out of the arena, the guy noted with disappointment that he had hoped to get much more progress and experience for winning against a human. The guy suddenly realized that he was also being pushed by the limited time, because of which he might not have time to complete not only the Buddha course, but even Chiron and Xiangyu. Sadly wondering what to do, the guy decided that he needed to be more economical and extend his pass after buying the spear. As soon as the guy entered the waiting room, he was immediately met by Fred, who energetically greeted his comrade with congratulations on his victory. Immediately after Roy, a worker entered the room, inviting the participants of the second fight to enter the arena. Fred became agitated again and Joshua stood up from his seat, frowning at the waste of his time. As he walked towards the exit, the boy nudged Fred with his shoulder, ordering a plebeian like him not to dare stand in his way. Roy watched Joshua leave with a disgruntled look, and Fred spoke up, asking his friend to remember that in the maze he had said that it was better for them to stick together. He said that he himself did not know why, but when they met, he saw a kindred spirit in Roy, and it was for this reason that he decided to stick together with him. And when Roy beat Mike, Fred, although he was happy for his friend, envied him because the guy had absolutely no talent, and he was sure that he would be unlucky. But he raised his fist, clenched it, and said much more firmly that he only wanted his little sister to be proud of her brother. Fred was called back and he jumped up to go into the arena, and Roy wished him luck and asked him to give it his all. Hearing that the guy promised to definitely try, Roy smiled and promised that they would definitely meet together in the final. Entering the arena, Fred looked around in amazement, hearing cries of support from both his side and his opponent, while Joshua chuckled in displeasure. Raising his hand to his chest, the guy breathed deeply, telling himself that he would definitely cope and be able to win this fight. Hearing his opponent's muttering, Joshua barked at him to shut up, pointing out that the guy was incredibly annoying to him. Taking out his sword, the guy looked around sullenly and said out loud that everything irritated him in general, and he considered it a real humiliation to participate in this tournament. He also exclaimed that Fred was nothing more than trash in his eyes, and he was shocked that he had to fight him. Silently looking up at his opponent, Fred saw the angry, furious look of someone who was not going to fight but to kill, and the guy's confidence began to melt. Fred sensed real danger from Joshua, and so he gripped his blade, still in its sheath, tighter. The boy looked away, and Joshua, considering this a big mistake, confidently said that Fred was the perfect prey. He imagined the guy as a lamb whose life exists only so that he, being a predator, could eat him. Joshua was full of confidence that his predatory nature would win this fight without a single chance of failure. Throwing aside all other emotions, the boy concentrated on his bloodlust, intending to show his opponent that he was only lucky to get here, and now it was time for him to fall back. He silently thought about how he had to win both stages, because he was head and shoulders above everyone who came to this tournament. But, being sure that his opponent would definitely lose, the boy was surprised when he saw Fred take out his blade and calm his trembling, preparing to resist. Joshua was shocked to realize that the pathetic lamb was about to bite back, not allowing himself to be killed so easily. This gesture offended the guy so much that Joshua allowed himself to rush the judge, asking when the fight would start, to which he received the answer that they would be announced very soon. And so, they began to announce them, and Fred, looking firmly at his opponent, thought that he would definitely try as hard as his friend Roy. In turn, Joshua looked at his opponent with disdain, wanting to deal with him as quickly as possible and thinking that there was no point in the tournament at all. As soon as the host finally announced the start of the fight, Joshua tried to finish it with one single punch, but Fred managed to react and block the attack. In response, Joshua attacked his opponent again, forcing him to defend himself from blows of incredible force. He struck his blade again and again, trying to break through the enemy's pathetic and flimsy defense, while Fred desperately defended himself, blocking every powerful blow from his opponent. After another attack, Joshua called Fred a pathetic brat and grabbed the blade more comfortably, preparing to perform a dirty trick. With a light movement of his hand, the boy struck his opponent in the stomach with the hilt of his sword, knocking the wind out of the boy. The blow was so powerful that Fred's glasses flew off his eyes and blood gushed from his mouth. Having fallen to his knee, the guy tried to come to his senses, while the spectators watching the fight thought that this was the end of the fight. Holding his body with his hand, the guy thought that Joshua was even too strong, and it would be unlikely to defeat him. The boy pressed his blade into the ground and tried to stay on his feet, but fell to both knees with despair in his eyes, realizing that he was no match for his opponent. Kneeling down and trying to catch his breath, the boy thought with panic in his mind about how much he wanted his sister to be proud of him. Tears came to his eyes as he realized how naive he had been to think he could be as strong as his friend Roy. As Joshua moved closer to see the despair in his opponent's eyes, Fred suddenly stood up on both feet and, trembling, grabbed the blade. Glaring at Joshua, Fred convinced himself to keep fighting, to hit his opponent at least once no matter how strong he was. Rushing forward, the boy swung his blade, intending to hit his opponent with one desperate attack. The tip of the sword was already approaching Joshua's face, but there was no fear, no excitement, no sense of danger in his eyes. The entire arena suddenly heard the sound of a loud blow, causing all the spectators to hold their breath, trying to see who had won the fight. However, the result was predictable, and the winner was Joshua, who stood over Fred, who had fallen to the ground and dropped his sword. The audience chattered among themselves, claiming that they were not at all surprised by the fact that Joshua had won. And although everyone around him was saying that Joshua was too strong and that he clearly belonged in tournaments of a much higher level, he himself suddenly noticed that a drop of blood was running down his cheek. The boy was stunned to feel a scratch on his face and realized that his opponent had managed to get him, even if only once. The worst part for Joshua was Fred's stammering wheeze as he asked if he had managed to hit his opponent. The guy looked at the defeated man with a look full of arrogance, in which there was not even a drop of pity or respect. Joshua's mind, certain that no one had even the right to touch him, began to be clouded by a raging rage, encouraged by the exclamations surrounding him. He heard people calling him a bastard who didn't even bat an eyelid at his victory over a weak opponent, and he himself tried to understand how some scum could hurt him. To everyone's surprise, Joshua muttered to the judge checking on Fred that he was going to withdraw from the tournament, leaving him puzzled. As the referee attempted to lift Fred up, Joshua stepped towards them and swung his knee at the boy's face, causing him to fall to the ground again. Filled with rage, Joshua began to shout, calling everyone around him real talentless plebeians, unworthy of even standing in his shadow. The referee tried to warn the guy that he should stop, but he, drunk with anger, took another step towards his defeated opponent. Once again calling everyone around him worthless, Joshua allowed himself the most disrespectful act by stepping on Fred's head as he lay on the ground. The guy lowered his voice and put a sword to the guy's neck, saying that no one had the right to wound him and stay alive. But before he could do what he wanted, Roy appeared in front of him, forcing the guy to defend himself with a powerful attack. The guy noted that he was really looking forward to them meeting in the final, but he was already tired of waiting, and Joshua's antics got on his nerves. Roy swung his spear, glaring at Joshua and promising to beat him up right now since he was so desperate to get it. But the first thing Roy did when their weapons clashed was demand that Joshua remove his foot first. And although Joshua didn't understand what exactly his opponent meant, Roy repeated himself, telling the guy to take his foot off his friend's head. Hearing the guy's words, Joshua only smirked and pressed his foot even more firmly onto Fred's head, causing Roy to frown. Roy gave his opponent a disdainful look as he heard Joshua ask what his opponent would do to him if the boy refused to obey. Roy ripped out his spear and swung it right in front of Joshua's face, forcing him to dodge and eventually remove his leg. And as soon as the guy landed and prepared for a new fight, he immediately relaxed his body in surprise, seeing Roy kneeling next to his friend, asking about his condition. The guy allowed himself a sarcastic comment, but Roy didn't pay any attention to it, trying to bring his friend to his senses. Fred, having cleared his throat, came to his senses, although it was clear from his appearance that he had not yet recovered from his injuries, and Roy, enraged by Joshua's actions, threw him an angry look. He began to curse the guy angrily, asking how he dared to act so disgustingly, stepping on the head of another, including his rival. However, Joshua, without even a grain of regret, haughtily noted that Roy really didn't understand him, and then explained that pathetic rednecks had no right to stand in his way. Hugging his friend and not letting him lie on the hard ground, the guy angrily asked if they really had no right to dream if they weren't that famous. Joshua even chuckled, asking how Roy could be so naive, and then asked if he was going to start talking about how they could make it if they tried. People around tried to understand why the judges were not stopping what was happening, but it turned out that they had received orders not to interfere. In turn, Aura, being on the stands and watching what was happening in the arena, was already completely worried about her student. Meanwhile, Joshua, completely out of his mind with rage and disdain, tried to explain to Roy that his paltry skills were nothing compared to his talent. He insisted that this cruel world would never accept anyone so naive, and in order to succeed in this life, one must step over heads. He screamed at his opponent, still holding his friend in his arms, not understanding how he could be so stupid and not understand the most simple truths. Roy thought sadly that he had previously thought exactly the same as his opponent, because his life had been incredibly difficult and full of adversity. He also remembered feeling disgusted and hating himself when he realized that he had no money, no talent, no future. Roy, with a heavy heart, thought during long days filled with work about how his life would have turned out if he had stopped clinging to his dream. Finally, he asked one of the judges to take care of his wounded comrade, and he himself stood up, gripping his spear tighter and glaring at his opponent. Straightening up, the guy sighed and noted that he still did not agree with his rival because this kind of thinking leads people to despair. To the surprise of all the spectators, Roy suddenly calmed his nerves and cast a glance at Joshua, full not of hatred, but of determination to prove his opponent wrong. And, to the surprise of everyone, including the judges, Roy rushed at Joshua, twirling the spear in his hands and intending to prove his point with action. Using his spear skillfully, the boy spun it with one hand so fast that the shaft vibrated in the air, preparing to attack his opponent, although the judges tried to stop him. In turn, Joshua only sighed in disappointment, not at all worried that he was about to be attacked with a deadly weapon right now. And then he grinned in a way that resembled a devil whose evil plan had been accomplished. And with his evil gaze, he expressed the thought that this scum still had not understood him. And although Roy put a lot of strength into his attack, it didn't take much effort for Joshua to raise his sword and easily block the blow. For a second, their gazes clashed as did their weapons, expressing the clash between Joshua's contemptuous vision and Roy's steadfast thinking. The villain swung his blade and pushed his opponent back with such force that Roy had to make an effort to maintain his balance. Not wanting to let his opponent be convinced of his rightness, Joshua rushed forward with great speed, planning to destroy the enemy with a powerful blow of his sword. He moved incredibly fast and showered the guy with a whole hail of powerful attacks, but Roy blocked them all, although it was difficult for him. Several attacks even passed through the guy's defense, although they left only small scratches, but Roy understood that his opponent was terribly strong. He thought that fighting against Mike was easy, and the guy had no doubts about his victory, but now he began to worry about his strength. But just as worry filled his mind, Roy stopped his thinking, forcing himself to calm down and stop worrying. Sighing and closing his eyes, the boy allowed his own feelings to take over his body, and after a couple of seconds he was finally able to feint and reach the enemy and strike with the shaft of the spear. And although Joshua did not allow himself to fall from the blow, and then push the enemy away from himself with a blow of the blade, his face expressed bewilderment. The judges finally tried to stop the fighters, but Joshua screamed in rage, demanding that the people interfering with him shut up and not interfere with their fight. And although the guy was confident in his victory and, as usual, felt like a predator, Roy's gaze, which had fallen into a fighting frenzy, made the guy doubt. Looking into the guy's eyes, Joshua noticed that Roy now looked like a real predator, which couldn't help but surprise him. And although the guy couldn't understand how some pathetic scum allowed himself to radiate an aura of danger, he grinned maliciously, claiming that there was no harm in dreaming. With one sharp movement, Joshua found himself an elbow away from his opponent and sarcastically noted that his dreams would all be destroyed when the guy faced reality. And at the same moment, trying not to give the enemy time to react, Joshua swung his blade and struck, although Roy blocked this blow as well. Joshua couldn't understand how some pathetic piece of trash managed to block his attacks time after time, and Roy, tensing his whole body, tried to keep up with his opponent's pace. The villain attacked again, but this blow was also blocked, and Roy suddenly twisted his spear so that Joshua did not have time to react. Suddenly, he interrupted the guy's series of attacks that had just begun and attacked with a spear, forcing the enemy to hesitate and take a step back, thinking about the course of the battle. To his own surprise, looking into his opponent's eyes, Joshua began to realize that with each block, Roy seemed to be getting stronger. He attacked again and again, but before he could concentrate his pressure, he found himself forced to defend himself again. Suddenly, both of the boys' blows were so powerful that, unwilling to cancel their attacks, they both fell under each other's attacks. They both hit the opponent's torso so well that each had to lunge back to gain some distance and assess the progress of the fight. Joshua's mind was in confusion, as he sincerely could not understand how some redneck could not only defend himself, but also attack successfully. Refusing to accept the fact that someone could be as strong as him, Joshua raised his sword again in anger. His blade flared with a magical aura, indicating that the guy decided to put mana into his attacks. And Roy was seriously worried, because he still didn't know how to fight with this style. His gaze became truly insane, and the people around him woke up, and the guards rushed to the arena, intending to stop the guy because it became obvious that he was going to kill his enemy. Knowing that he had no chance against the magical attack, Roy knew he had to run, but he couldn't bring himself to do it, and suddenly heard Xiang Yu's voice. As if standing right behind the boy, the Hegemon King told him how he had once been surrounded by an entire army of the Chu Kingdom, and that time he had almost without thinking rushed into an unequal battle. He said that much later one of the students asked the master why he did this, since only defeat awaited him. And the warrior did not argue with this. As Joshua rushed towards his opponent in a reckless attack, Xiang Yu revealed the secret that on that day, for the first time, he felt despair and fear of his own defeat. And although he experienced emotions that make people give up, he still rushed into battle, and all for one simple reason. He revealed his biggest secret to the guy, saying that true strength lies not in physical abilities, but in the unconditional will to move towards victory even knowing that defeat is inevitable. He said that this was what made him the Hegemon King, and now Roy must make faith in victory his strength, and the boy, hearing this, desperately rushed forward, knowing that he could die. And although Joshua was still about to kill his enemy, his opponent's confidence offended him so much that he again cried out about his superiority. He swung his blade, and only now noticed that Roy's spear also glowed with a magical aura. But this did not frighten the self-confident swordsman at all. Screaming in rage about wanting to see the boy die as soon as possible, Joshua swung his blade, expecting it to cut through the pliable flesh without much difficulty. In turn, Roy, without wasting time on speeches, cried out from the emotions that overwhelmed him and faith in his own strength. And at the same moment their weapons clashed, and the collapse from their contact was so great that the hard stone surface of the arena began to tear apart, and the magic contained in each of the boys' weapons merged into one, causing a flash of light that briefly blinded everyone who was watching the battle. Even the guards who ran towards the two fighting to stop them fell on their backs, and then tried to see through the dust who was still standing. And when she lay down, everyone saw Roy, resting his spear on the stone, leaning on it with trembling legs, while Joshua began to fall face down on the ground. Staring hard at the ground, Roy breathed heavily, his body shaking as he tried to keep the boy conscious. And Joshua, falling to the ground, spat out several clots of blood and lost consciousness, having no way to continue such an important fight. The entire arena, including the stands, seemed to have frozen in time, and people were trying to comprehend the seriousness of what had just happened before their eyes. Finally, having overcome the weakness that pierced his entire body, Roy, still clutching the spear in his hand, straightened up, looking down at the one who had lost to him in such a fierce fight. And Joshua, without regaining consciousness, finally really lost. And not only in the fight, but also in the comparison of two completely different views on life and the structure of the world. Suddenly, realizing that they had just witnessed the culmination of the most amazing fight in recent years, the spectators cried out, congratulating the winner. Each of them began chanting the name of the one who had defeated the undisputed favorite, and even Aura, who was standing among the spectators, could not believe her eyes. Looking at her only student in amazement, Aura couldn't believe that Roy, who had failed to block her magical attack 2 weeks ago, had now imbued the spear with mana himself. And although a smile appeared on her face from the understanding that she had definitely not made a mistake in choosing a student, the belief in what had happened could not fit into her mind. Suddenly, she remembered the strange man who had bet on Roy's victory in this tournament, and she looked around, unmistakably spotting him among the crowd. She tried to make out his face, at the same time trying to understand how this man had guessed that Roy would be the winner. Throwing back his hood, the young man that Aura saw for the first time in her life exclaimed in surprise, shouting about the impossibility of Roy's victory. And although she was also very surprised by what happened, his violent reaction confused the girl a little, confusing her, because he himself had bet on the spearman's victory. Suddenly, she thought again that this huge bet on the victory of someone who had shown himself to the awakened community for the first time was even stranger than she had first thought. She turned towards the guy again, wanting to approach him and ask him questions, but he, unexpectedly for the girl, disappeared, leaving no trace behind. Raising her eyebrows in surprise, she thought that the guy was behaving even too strangely. But now, alas, she would not be able to find out the reasons for such behavior. Evening came, and Roy, with his head down, walked away from the tournament site with heavy thoughts. For the first time since he started his heavy physical training, the boy was so tired that it was incredibly difficult to keep his eyes open and his legs steady. Moreover, the joy of victory was marred by very unpleasant news from the tournament organizers, who announced that Roy was disqualified from the tournament. Just before his fight with Joshua, the latter withdrew from the tournament, and although he behaved terribly, Roy got into a fight with him, even though the referees tried to stop him. Shaking his head sternly and sighing, the organizer said that Roy had thereby violated the rules of the tournament and therefore had no right to the win he deserved. And although the guy couldn't stop thinking about the fact that the desired purchase had slipped through his fingers, he still asked how Joshua was feeling. The organizer said that he remained alive, although he was also disqualified despite his desire to withdraw from the tournament, and his magical attack would be considered an attempt to commit murder. Deciding that he was upset by recent events, Roy looked at his phone and saw that the progress of the lectures after the fight with Joshua had advanced greatly. The boy thought that the feeling that Xiangyu himself was fighting shoulder to shoulder with Roy was caused by the fact that he had crossed the 50% mark in his lectures. After some thought, the guy thought that perhaps he should sign up for another course, because with increasing progress it was becoming easier and easier for him. But as soon as he opened the tab with lectures, a girl pulled him by the shoulder, and Roy, turning around, recognized Aura. After a difficult and dangerous fight, the girl was very worried about her student, and therefore asked how he felt, to which the guy grinned and asked not to worry. Realizing that Roy wasn't particularly hurt, although he was very tired, Aura sighed in relief, no longer worrying in vain. In turn, Roy, seeing how much the girl was worried, guiltily scratched the back of his head and asked her for forgiveness out loud, which greatly surprised Aura. Looking down in disappointment, he added that he would have definitely won if he had just not interfered where he shouldn't have. But now, because of him, her academy would not raise its level. The girl shook her head and said that he had absolutely no reason to worry about such trifles, and he had done absolutely the right thing, which surprised the spearman. However, the girl smirked and said that he had expected to win not because of her academy, but only because of her promise to give him the cash prize. It turned out that only now did Roy remember that a huge amount of money had slipped from his hands, and he cried out in despair because he had lost so much. In a panic, he thought that not only would he not be able to buy the Spear of Longinus, but he would also not have time to extend his absences from his teacher's lectures. Of course, he did not express his thoughts out loud, and when the girl asked what he was going to spend them on, he sadly replied that he really wanted to buy one very good spear. Suddenly, the guy sighed and stood up on both feet, sadly noting that there was nothing he could do now, and therefore there was no point in grieving. And although he was sure that he had done the right thing, he couldn't help but notice that he would be lying if he said that he didn't regret anything at all. And then, to Aura's curiosity, he added that if he hadn't come out to defend his friend then, he would have regretted it much more. Roy scratched his head and said that the money issue would be resolved somehow, and Aura supported him when they suddenly heard a greeting from Fred. Turning around, they saw a guy with broken glasses and a bandage on his head, shouting Roy's name, attracting the attention of his comrade. Trying to catch his breath after a short run in search of his friend, Fred asked if Roy was going to leave now, and he answered yes, and Aura covered herself with her cap. Roy asked what had happened that made him run after him without even coming to his senses, and Fred, scratching the back of his head and stumbling, tried to find what to answer. He even swallowed from excitement, and all the thoughts that he had been forming for so long before the meeting suddenly left his mind. Finally, the guy gathered his strength, sighed, straightened up, and firmly asked his friend if he could become just as strong if he trained long and hard. And Roy, hearing this question, froze in place, realizing what an effort it had cost Fred to ask it. He thought about looking into his comrade's eyes and saw in them a firm determination to become much stronger than he was now, no matter what. Roy allowed himself to remain silent for a few seconds, trying to form a worthy answer that would help his friend achieve his goal. Finally, he sighed, looked into Fred's eyes just as firmly and said that it was possible, although it would be terribly difficult for him to achieve it. Roy reasoned to himself that Fred really lacked talent, and dreams and desires alone wouldn't get you very far in this cruel world. After thinking about it, the guy added that there are a lot of professions in the world, and Fred doesn't have to concentrate only on being a hunter, which made him smile. Finally, after apologizing for embarrassing his friend, Fred said goodbye to Roy and, hiding his smile, walked away. Suddenly, Roy screamed, calling on his friend to never let anyone tell him what to do with his life, not even a comrade. Fred, who was about to leave, froze in place and, without turning around, listened to what Roy was telling him. Noticing that his friend was listening, the boy continued, exclaiming that everyone would tell him that he had no talent or future and that he had to give up. Fred turned around and looked into the eyes of his screaming friend, who finished the thought by claiming that it was his life and no one had the right to tell him what he could and couldn't do. The guy lowered his voice and added that if Fred wanted something, he should just do it, and the rest didn't matter. And these words brought tears to the guy's eyes. A few minutes later, they finally said goodbye, and Fred promised to definitely visit his friend, and together with his little sister. Watching the guy with glasses leave, Aura noticed that she was pleasantly surprised, and Roy, embarrassed, walked away, replying that he was always sticking his nose into other people's business. Aura chuckled and joked that she didn't see anything wrong with that, since Roy had also acquired his first and most loyal fan, which made him laugh. The guy noted that the students were better than the fans, and Aura suddenly stopped laughing, remembering that she had completely forgotten to take the opportunity to invite Fred to her academy. For some reason, this thought made her turn towards Roy, who was already moving at a leisurely pace, apparently towards the house. She looked at him, who was scratching the back of his head, wondering where he could get money now with a kind and warm look. And then she corrected herself with a smile, saying that now this academy is not only hers. Having run up to the student, the girl, crossing her arms behind her back, praised him in a friendly manner for his efforts today and offered to buy him a new spear, which greatly surprised the guy. At the same time, in another part of the city, on the territory of one estate, no less intriguing events were taking place. A certain man walked briskly along the corridor of the estate, built in the old Japanese style, intending to solve the task at hand as quickly as possible. Having lost one arm but not letting this fact get in the way, the man approached the guard and asked if the master was in. Having received an affirmative answer and not wanting to listen to any additions, he demanded that he be let through immediately, since his business could not tolerate delay. The guard tried to argue, but could not find an answer and opened the door leading to the private quarters of the owner of the estate. Upon entering and seeing the master meditating, the man fell to his knees before him and introduced himself to him as Robert. In a deep, though slightly hoarse from age, voice, the man who was the great swordsman indicated that he asked not to be disturbed. Even without turning around, the old man radiated a threatening aura, and with his accusation that a man dared to disobey orders, he caused real fear in his assistant. Feeling the incredible pressure of the great swordsman's powerful aura, the man couldn't even move. However, barely gathering his strength, the man said in a trembling voice that the master's granddaughter had participated in the academy tournament, which attracted the swordsman's attention. He even relaxed his intimidating aura a little, asking again if he had heard everything correctly when the assistant confirmed the information. While Aura was helping Roy make a choice to buy a new spear, the man answered the master that they had not yet figured out everything. He noted that the great swordsman's granddaughter apparently had a new student who had managed to get into the tournament in a very short time. The master suddenly stood up, and Robert tried to say that he could handle everything himself, but Guy Bauer responded with a firm refusal. Turning around and scratching his gray beard, the old man said that he simply had to see for himself the person who had agreed to study at his granddaughter's academy. The next day, Roy arrived at the academy at the crack of dawn, devoting hours to exhausting body training. For the 5,000th time that morning, he swung his spear, cutting through the air with such force that the shaft vibrated with tension. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, the boy was glad that he had managed to complete the Hegemon King's daily task, while Aura stood behind him with an uncomprehending look. And although the guy tried not to pay attention to her, he couldn't help but admit that her close attention was distracting him too much. Finally, the guy turned around and asked the girl directly why she had suddenly started to glare at him with such a displeased look, although the girl did not agree with this. Although she noted in a clearly displeased tone that she still remembered how he spent several hours yesterday choosing a new spear for himself, and in the end, left with nothing. Roy tried to say that he was simply not worthy of such a gift, but Aura shut him up and noted that he was clearly not the type to refuse something like that so easily. Roy remembered trying to outsmart the system and ask Aura for money to buy a spear, but the price went up, and he realized that money earned dishonestly didn't count. She tried to reproach him for the fact that Roy was not taking advantage of her generosity, which upset her. But suddenly she noticed the guy's strange reaction to her own thoughts. Deciding to change the subject, Aura asked Roy what kind of mana-enhancing technique he used back in the tournament, to which Roy only asked what she meant. She reminded him of his last and strongest blow yesterday, but Roy only looked at her silently, waiting for an explanation. The girl tried to point out that she had seen yesterday's fight with her own eyes, and that Roy was clearly not moving like a newbie, to which the guy said that he didn't know how to focus mana at all. Not understanding how Roy could not understand the techniques he himself used, she nevertheless decided to explain that the mana amplification technique allows one to use it most effectively. She said that there are many types of this technique, and depending on their effectiveness, they are all divided into different levels from the lowest to the highest. She also noted that all hunters usually have their own technology, and some even patent it. And Roy thought to himself that this was why he really wanted to get into the elite academy. He decided to check just in case if Aura was teaching the great swordsman's mana enhancement technique. But the girl only shook her head sadly, noting that her grandfather forbade it. Instead, she offered to teach the guy her own technique, which surprised Roy very much because he had no idea that she had her own technique. Frowning at the thought, the boy thought that he really should learn how to use mana, because yesterday at the tournament he clearly felt how much he needed it. In parallel with his discussion of Aura, the boy was thinking that since he was making such rapid progress in learning Chiron and Xiangyu's techniques, he should take lectures on mana as well. Without waiting for an answer, the girl turned away irritably and waved her hand, deciding that if the guy was talking for so long, it meant he wasn't interested. However, Roy asked her where she was going when the girl wished him luck with his training. Aura replied that she was going on business since he didn't want to learn the technique from her, to which Roy laughed, saying that he didn't expect her to be so businesslike. Still smiling after his own joke, the guy said goodbye to the girl and then suddenly became serious, wondering which course he should choose. After leaving the grounds of her academy, Aura blushed in indignation, trying to figure out if she really looked like she had nothing better to do. Having opened the next lecture, Roy listened with interest to the gray-haired old man in a huge hat and with a strong staff, in front of whom books were levitating. Roy still couldn't get used to the fact that the teachers of the Transcendent Academy were legendary heroes of reality or myth, and was quite surprised to recognize Merlin in the Elder. Watching his lectures, Roy even felt sad, realizing that, although a genius, the terribly old wizard still expressed himself so incomprehensibly that he could compete with Buddha. At one point, the teacher finished with the explanations, and Roy, realizing that he had not understood anything at all, prepared himself to be forced to do his homework. And so it happened, because Merlin, without getting the message across to his student at all, gave him the task of creating a whole 1,000 spheres of mana by the end of the day. Realizing that there was nothing to do, and that he would have to complete the task, Roy tried to organize all the information he had received in his mind and focus the mana in his body. Thinking that he was probably only able to sense mana thanks to Chiron's lectures, Roy tried to transfer its flows into his hands and create a sphere. Realizing that he was having an incredibly difficult time giving his mana a form, Roy suddenly heard Merlin's voice right next to his ear, urging the boy to use the full power of his imagination. He told Roy to trick the universe into thinking that everything he came up with and tried to implement actually worked according to its laws. Roy felt a surge of understanding when Merlin exclaimed that the very nature of mana was the most vivid example of the human mind's ability to deceive reality. And the moment Roy was able to fully comprehend this fact, mana flowed from his fingers into the center of the joint of his hands, forming a magical sphere. And although the guy still managed to form it, which greatly pleased and surprised him, he noticed that the sphere turned out to be quite small. Raising his hand with the mana to his eyes, Roy was amazed at how tiny it was, and also how obviously weak it was, which is why it did not maintain the shape of a sphere. Though he thought that such a weak sphere would hardly be accepted, Roy nevertheless smiled at the successful result. although he felt that Merlin would be displeased. Looking at the result, albeit pathetic, Roy thought that in the future he would certainly do much better. Suddenly, a commanding but slightly hoarse voice called out to the guy, and he had to be distracted from his undoubtedly important task. Turning to the man who had called Roy, the boy peered into his face, trying to figure out who it was and what he was doing at Aura Academy. Looking closely at the old man's face, Roy suddenly realized that he knew very well who he was. Standing before him was none other than the great swordsman himself, who was not only one of the most legendary heroes but also Aura's grandfather, and his gaze was quite serious. And although Guy Bauer looked quite menacing, he thought to himself that Roy clearly had talent, since he was able to form a clot of mana in his hand. Frowning, the man was truly angry when he realized that such a talented student could come to this academy just to use his granddaughter. The man was so angry that his powerful aura was released and began to absorb everything around him, causing Roy to lose his strength. However, the guy managed to resist the oppressive aura and, keeping his voice firm, greeted the old man, introducing himself. And although the aura didn't affect the guy, the knowledge of the authority of the person who came scared him a little, and he thought that he didn't expect to meet him here at all. Suddenly, the boy stopped smiling welcomingly and guessed that the old man had probably come to see his granddaughter, and then said that she had gone out on business. And with his words, he greatly surprised the man, because in their country they only address close people by name, and therefore Guy was a little taken aback. Looking up at Roy with an uncomprehending gaze, the man looked at his body and asked out loud why he didn't fall to his knees, which surprised the guy a little. Roy asked again why he had to fall to his knees, and Guy replied that his aura paralyzed everyone who had not reached S-class level. Roy looked at his body curiously and, looking away from the man, wondered if perhaps the Buddha skill was helping him hold on. Drawing attention to himself again, Guy asked what Roy was doing there, which caused confusion in the guy, who immediately asked again what the man meant. Placing his hand on the sheath of his blade, Guy said that with such talent, the boy would be accepted into any academy, and so he asked what exactly he needed from his granddaughter. And with a look full of severity, the old man began to approach Roy, threatening him not to dare lie, because in that case he would have to use a weapon. Roy even had to cover himself to overcome the great swordsman's increased wrathful aura. Raising his hands, Roy raised his hands, trying to say that the great swordsman had completely misunderstood everything, and that there had been some kind of misunderstanding. Suddenly, Guy spoke without any hoarseness or weakness, in a firm and hard voice, claiming that he did not expect to hear an answer so simply. Suddenly, the old man swung his blade, causing the boy to panic and dodge and run away. Casting an arrogant and displeased glance at the boy, the man twisted the blade in his hand, preparing to attack again if he didn't receive an answer. In turn, Roy, with panic in his eyes and mind, tried to figure out what to do, because he clearly would not be able to defeat the great swordsman. At the same time, Aura finally reached the family estate and was very surprised to learn that her grandfather, to whom she had come, had already left. A little upset, she asked one of the workers when he would return, but the girl said that she did not know, and it would be better to call the assistant foreman. Sighing sadly, Aura thought that she had just wanted to tell Grandpa Guy about what an amazing student she had received. At the same time, the great swordsman, having bared his legendary blade, pressed Roy, demanding answers to his questions. Roy realized that he couldn't run away for long, and so, reaching his spear, he raised it and tried to focus on the sudden enemy. At the same time, Aura, being in the family estate, asked the worker to contact the master's personal assistant, but the man just approached the girl. Smiling joyfully and kindly, Robert greeted the girl, noting that she had not visited them for quite a long time. The worker bowed and was about to leave, and Robert noted that Aura had come in just in time, since he was about to call her himself. She asked why she should call, since she herself had decided to come to her grandfather, and Robert swallowed, learning the purpose of the girl's arrival. Lowering his voice a little, the man said that her grandfather had just gone to her academy, and Aura was speechless upon realizing what had happened. At that very moment, she took off without even saying goodbye, intending to return to the academy as quickly as possible. The worker, who had not yet left, excitedly asked the man where the girl had run, but he only watched Aura with a frowning look, without answering. Aura hurried back with all her might, scolding herself for letting her guard down and even knowing that her grandfather would definitely come, missing this moment. With great excitement in her mind, the girl ran, hoping that she would make it to the academy before something terrible happened. At the same time, Roy, tensing his whole body, did not take his eyes off his opponent, realizing that otherwise he could die. And Guy Bauer continued to look at the guy with arrogance and toughness, still striving to get answers to his questions. There was tension in the air between the two men, ready to fight, as Guy was not going to back down without getting answers, and Roy was trying to protect himself from danger. He tried to understand how it was possible that one of his idols was trying to kill him right now, without listening to any arguments. Before this, the guy hadn't noticed. But now, looking at the old man's weapon, Roy noticed that the man hadn't even pulled the blade out of its sheath. Clutching his spear tightly and tensing his legs to be able to dodge if necessary, Roy noticed that Guy was not trying to kill him, but simply subdue him. Having calmed down a little, the great swordsman noticed that the guy was really ready to fight. And so he asked again who he was, and Roy began to make excuses again. While Roy tried to explain to the man that he had misunderstood everything, the swordsman noted that the guy knew how to control mana, moved well, and continued to try to talk. The man sighed and fell silent for a few seconds, and the boy began to hope that their fight would end now and they would be able to talk. However, the moment Roy allowed himself to relax even a little, the old man attacked him, forcing him to defend himself and shouting that the guy was lying to him without any shame. Moving away from the man, Roy twisted his spear and, gritting his teeth, said that he didn't know what Aura had said to the man, but he clearly had misunderstood everything. And although the boy thought that his words sounded quite logical, Guy screamed, calling him a scoundrel and making it clear that he did not believe his words at all. The man's eyes flashed with anger as he said he just wanted to talk and find out what brought the boy to the academy. But his lie left the old man with no choice. The boy cried out that the man was lying, since he clearly had no intention of discussing anything. And then, straightening up, he grabbed the spear more comfortably, preparing to accept the fight. Realizing that the man would not talk, Roy decided that it would be better to fight, even if the old man did not intend to kill the guy. He knew that the man was not thinking about murder only because he clearly understood that if he had the opposite desire in his mind, Roy would be dead that very moment. The boy tried to understand how he could fight against such a strong opponent, because the great swordsman was so strong that it was unlikely that there would be even one opponent equal to him. But at that very moment, the guy became excited, realizing that he had received an incredible chance to fight with the legendary hero. Looking at the guy, Guy noticed that his aura had changed, which meant that he was going to fight seriously, which simultaneously insulted the man and made him respect him. The old man thought that during his long life he had seen many hunters, but in all that time only one of them had found the strength to look him in the eyes without fear. And based on this, the swordsman decided that Roy must really be very strong, since he could afford not to show fear in such a situation. But the old man did not allow respect to interfere with his thinking and, rushing forward, struck the shaft of the spear with lightning speed, asking himself what the boy wanted from his granddaughter. Gritting his teeth in tension, Roy noted that his opponent was so strong that he couldn't even feel his attacks. Looking up from where the swordsman had struck and back at his opponent, Roy's eyes widened in shock. He hadn't yet noticed how the enemy had pulled the weapon back, and the swordsman had already swung for a second attack, which the guy didn't even have time to prepare for. Trying hard to keep up with the speed of the true master, Roy gritted his teeth, moving the spear from one side to the other, realizing that he didn't even have a chance to attack. The guy used all his speed to defend himself and try to keep his eyes on his opponent. But even so, he sometimes missed attacks. And even so, seeing at one moment that the old man had allowed himself to be exposed, Roy suddenly rushed forward, preparing to deliver a desperate blow. However, Guy reacted instantly and easily blocked the guy's attack without even moving, thus showing how much stronger he was. Having intercepted the blow and moved the boy's spear to the side, the old man continued to move his sword, aiming the handle of the blade at the enemy's side. Chuckling and not even moving his torso, Guy with the same light movement hit the guy so hard that he flew to the side, which slightly disappointed the swordsman. Falling to the ground and trying to control his ragged breathing, Roy desperately tried to figure out how to fight on. As he fell and dropped the spear, he felt that the blow was incredibly powerful, and it was truly impossible to resist the man at this level. Clearing his throat and rising to one knee, Roy grabbed his spear and looked up at his opponent, thinking that although the enemy was strong, as long as he was not fighting seriously, there was a chance. As he thought that he simply had to strike at least once, Roy saw that the swordsman had already gotten within striking distance of him and was swinging his blade. And at the same moment the boy noticed the sword approaching his face, he suddenly felt something strange inside himself. Leaning his torso back, Roy managed to dodge the attack, waiting for the window to open that he could use to successfully attack. Shifting his feet to maintain his balance, Roy swung his spear and aimed it at the enemy, attempting to counterattack. And at that very moment, the boy suddenly heard Merlin's voice, convincing him that he had to make the fruit of his imagination become reality, deceiving the laws of the universe. Listening to his teacher's voice, Roy concentrated on the feeling of mana in his body, focusing it into his weapon and strike. To the surprise of the great swordsman, the boy swung this spear, imbued with magical energy. Having swung properly, Roy followed through with his blow, not letting go of the hope that this blow would definitely reach its target. And the guy really succeeded, and the attack was so powerful that the magical power spread like a wave throughout the room. But unfortunately for Roy, although the attack was powerful, Guy defended himself without much difficulty, and the guy, having spent all his strength on the blow, fell to his knees. The man glared at the boy who had been knocked down after an unsuccessful, albeit quite impressive, attack. Roy looked up, breathing heavily, waiting to see what would happen next, and the man cried out that the boy had shown his true colors, to which Roy replied that the old man had actually attacked first. Sighing, the spearman expressed his hope that Aura would return soon, which angered the old man even more. Gripping the hilt of the sword tighter, the man began to emit a murderous aura again and said that the guy had definitely played too much. Approaching the enemy, he furiously shouted that since Roy was asking for it, the swordsman would personally send him to the next world. Grabbing the spear again, the boy raised it, afraid that the next blow would actually kill him. But before the great swordsman could launch a devastating attack, Aura burst into the room, shouting for both of them to stop fighting. Still unable to relax, Roy, spear at the ready, turned to the girl, asking what they had done. Aura turned to her grandfather with a stern look, and it was clear that the girl was truly angry. To the old man's surprise, the girl first rushed to Roy, not to him, and asked with concern how he was feeling, noticing that he had bruises. Even feeling a little jealous of his granddaughter's attention to the guy, Guy allowed himself to say that he didn't consider him a man, and the guy was indignant. He said that the old man probably didn't care who he hit. And when the man, indignant, demanded to repeat it, Roy quickly hid behind Aura's back. To her own surprise, the girl noted that this was the first time she had heard anyone talk to her grandfather like that. Finally, realizing that as long as Aura was here, the swordsman wouldn't touch him, Roy asked again why the old man had decided to attack him in the first place. The warrior was about to take out his sword again and punish the scoundrel for his big mouth, but Aura stopped him, demanding that he stop this farce. Turning to her student, the girl asked him for forgiveness for what he had gotten into, although Roy did not understand why she was the one apologizing. And although he said that he only got a couple of bruises and that she had nothing to do with it, Aura bowed her head and said that she was terribly guilty before him. Seeing this gesture, the guy was taken aback, and then he looked up and looked at the old man standing behind his girlfriend. Roy saw that the man was still terribly dissatisfied and felt no remorse at all, while his granddaughter was sadly remorseful. Thinking that perhaps the relatives needed to talk to each other in private and he was just getting in the way, Roy said he was going to the emergency room, and Aura apologized again. Having once again said that the girl was not to blame, the guy said goodbye to her and left, causing her to smile as gratitude for her understanding. And when the door closed behind Roy, Aura sighed and turned, throwing a clearly very displeased look at her grandfather. And although the swordsman still looked very angry, Aura spoke to him, trying to speak softly and not to overdo it, although it was hard to hide her indignation. Finally, sighing, she lowered her gaze slightly and, collecting her thoughts, informed the old man that she had a very important topic to talk about with him. But as soon as she gathered her strength and looked up, she immediately froze in place, losing the opportunity to say anything to her grandfather. After not hearing a word from his granddaughter, the man said that Roy seemed very suspicious to him, which finally helped the girl to speak up, claiming that she did not agree with him. Snorting, the swordsman asked how the girl could suddenly know this, causing her to get angry and clench her fist, indignant at what she heard. She thought sadly about how her grandfather always interfered in her life, and even those students who came to her academy, he always frightened them, hindering her. Swallowing, realizing how hard it was for her to talk to him openly, she tried to continue. Sighing, the man looked away and told her to throw the guy out of the academy tomorrow, otherwise he would take action. However, before he could finish, the girl interrupted him, saying that she did not want to and would not do this. The man tried to silence her with his stern gaze, but she continued, claiming that Roy was not as the swordsman saw him. He tried to ask again, not understanding how his granddaughter dared to suddenly contradict his will. But Aura shouted at him that she was not going to follow his order. Suddenly, she began to scream louder, claiming that she had listened to her grandfather all her life. But she did not want to let Roy go, and did not see any point in fulfilling the old man's will. Barely holding back tears from the overwhelming emotions, the girl continued, shouting that this was her academy, not his, and it was not up to him to choose who would study there. She thought to herself that she had known Roy for less than a month, and they had spent little time together, but she felt absolutely wonderful with him. She thought that she didn't want to let him go, but on the contrary, she wanted to be with him as long as possible. The man tried to answer his granddaughter and shouted, claiming that she did not understand what kind of person he was. But Aura interrupted him again, asking what of it. She said that this is her first student with whom she feels truly good, and she wants this to continue, and she does not need her grandfather's control at all. Aura shouted that she was tired of living in the shadow of her world-famous grandfather and was going to build her own life without his influence. Eventually, the rage wore off and the girl suddenly fell silent, realizing how much she had said to her grandfather, and so she looked up at him. To her surprise, the old man stopped interrupting her for the first time in her life and was now looking at his granddaughter, surprised that she was able to tell him everything to his face. Sighing and looking away with a guilty look, Aura apologized to her grandfather for raising her voice at him, even though he didn't ask for it. Without waiting for an answer, the girl headed out of the training room, adding that this time she would do things her own way. Guy Bauer stood motionless as he watched the girl leave, still amazed at the fact that his granddaughter had shown such a strong character in his presence. Looking at the already closed door in amazement, the man noticed that she had never screamed in his presence. The swordsman remembered how several years ago, a portal to the dungeon suddenly opened in the center of the city and monsters came out, causing a catastrophe. On that very horrific day, Guy learned that his beloved son had died in a tragedy that had occurred. On that very day, the great swordsman experienced true despair, having lost the one for whom he was ready to give his own life. And a few days later, he also learned that his granddaughter was alive, although she was left completely alone. The girl was still little, and without parents, she was threatened with a future in an orphanage, which the man could not allow under any circumstances. Looking at the girl on the day his son was buried, Guy realized that he was seeing before him the last person in whose veins his own blood flowed. And he was so afraid that the girl might for some reason end up in danger that he promised himself that he would definitely teach her his techniques. He knew very well that the girl did not like fencing, but he could not allow himself to be more gentle with her, because it was precisely with this strictness that he wanted to strengthen his granddaughter's character. Even when Aura, who had already grown up, told her grandfather that she wanted to be a teacher, he continued to be strict with her, no longer imagining that it was possible to act differently. Fearing for her life and future, Guy shouted at the girl to do only as he wanted, and thus distanced himself from her. The man suddenly realized that he had turned the girl against himself, and although he had suspected that this would happen, he did not want to allow himself to think about it. In the end, wanting to protect his beloved granddaughter, he made it so that now she would under no circumstances ask for his help. Sighing, the man realized that he had brought both himself and the girl into this truly sad situation, and it would be very difficult to fix it. He realized that on that very day, Aura had found the strength to refuse her grandfather's will, and now he was left all alone. The next day, Roy stretched his shoulders as he headed to training, noting that in just one night, the aches in his entire body had disappeared. After the fight with the great swordsman, Roy, surprisingly, remained without a single injury, and the only evidence of this fight were small bruises that healed overnight. He smiled as he remembered how difficult it was to fight such a strong opponent, and he was incredibly lucky that Aura had come running to protect him. Suddenly stopping smiling, the guy thought that he had no idea until yesterday how hard his girlfriend's life was. He remembered how, when he got home, Aura called him and, asking for forgiveness once again, explained what had happened. She told him in great detail what kind of relationship she had with her grandfather, and the guy didn't like what he heard at all. And while Roy wasn't afraid of the great swordsman at all, Aura revealed that her other students weren't like that, and left the academy out of fear of her grandfather. And although Roy felt that the girl had clearly omitted a lot, he had enough information to understand what kind of relationship she had with her grandfather, and why he suddenly attacked the guy. However, at the same time, although the spearman understood why Guy treated him so aggressively, he did not agree with this approach at all, and therefore did not forgive him at all. And although Roy managed to gain a lot of experience during this incredibly difficult and unsuccessful fight, he thought with a grin that he would not try to fight him anymore. And then he suddenly changed his mind, deciding that getting so much experience for beating sounded like a pretty interesting idea. Finally, the guy reached the academy and, entering the training hall, immediately said hello, expecting that Aura would meet him. However, for some reason, the guy, sitting on the floor with his legs crossed, was met by the great swordsman himself, who greeted the guy sullenly and noted with displeasure that he was in no hurry. Roy looked at the old man in amazement, thinking only that the desire to be beaten for progressing in lectures was just a joke. A couple of minutes later, Roy was already sitting in front of the great swordsman, telling him all the conditions of their acquaintance and friendship with Aura. The man irritably asked again whether Roy had hidden any details from him, to which the guy angrily asked him to finally stop suspecting him. And although Guy finally realized that the guy wasn't lying, he still couldn't understand where this guy got so much strength and talent from. The old man stroked his beard sullenly and noted that he actually respected the fact that the guy had not been scared in their last fight, but had stepped forward. Roy asked if he could finally go, since he needed to get back to training, and Guy was just waiting for that and happily allowed himself a smile. He decided that he would let the boy train while he watched, and thus learn the secrets of his talent and skills. But what he saw left the old man dumbfounded. At first he thought he didn't understand something, but then he realized that something was really wrong with the guy because he had been looking at the switched-off phone for several minutes. Guy frowned at Roy, crossed his arms in front of him and asked if the guy really meditated like that, although the guy didn't understand the question at all. When the man asked again, Roy said that he really did meditate, and the old man indignantly said that meditation was a good practice, but it did not develop the body at all. And although Guy wanted to motivate the guy to get down to business, Roy only echoed his words and continued to look at the turned-off screen, surprising the man. The man was quite interested in the fact that Roy was not at all interested in the great swordsman's desire to teach him something, and so he seriously thought about teaching the guy. Hearing a clear offer to train, Roy was even surprised, asking again if the great swordsman himself really wanted to teach him, which finally pleased the man, who had expected such a reaction. The man thought that he had only suggested this because the boy had hurt his pride, and so he was already thinking about what he could teach him, but Roy suddenly said that he would probably refuse. Suddenly, Aura entered the training room, quickly greeting the guy and starting to talk to him about yesterday, but quickly interrupted. She saw Roy sitting on his phone as usual, and her grandfather standing over him, frowning and trying to figure out the secret. Turning to the girl, the man greeted her, noting that she, like Roy, was in no particular hurry, although he was actually waiting. The girl already wanted to aggressively kick the old man out, threatening him not to touch Roy under any circumstances, but the old man interrupted her, whispering that the guy was clearly not all there. Having stopped mid-sentence, Aura's eyes widened in shock as she listened to the old man's outrage at the boy's refusal to be trained by the great swordsman himself. Then the man pointed at the guy who was staring at his switched-off phone and gloomily noted that he was clearly crazy. However, Aura shrugged in response and noted with a grin that she didn't see anything strange in this situation, since the guy always behaved like this. Guy looked at the girl with confusion, but she continued to smile, saying that at first she also thought the guy was crazy. And although the man clearly didn't understand anything, Aura shrugged and walked towards the guy with a smile, greeting him again. Taking his eyes off his phone, the guy greeted the girl, asking how long ago she had arrived, and hearing in response that she had literally just come in. Guy thought again the already boring thought that he didn't like the guy, but then he admitted that in his company his granddaughter smiled, which was a rare occurrence. The old man could not help but admit that he himself liked it when his granddaughter was happy, and it brought him peace of mind. Pursing his lips and looking curiously at his friends as they chatted, the man asked himself seriously if she really liked talking to him. And while his friends were laughing merrily, the man thought sadly that Aura never laughed in his company, and this upset him. And while the man couldn't agree that Roy was a good guy, he did agree with another fact, which was that he could actually create joy in his granddaughter's soul. And although the man noted these thoughts with some sadness, at the same time he was very jealous of this rascal, who, unlike the old man, could bring a smile to the girl's face. Suddenly, distracting the swordsman from his thoughts, his assistant burst into the room with obvious alarm on his face, trying to attract the master's attention to himself. The man turned around asking what was wrong, and even Aura and Roy stopped talking, curious about what had happened. However, it turned out that despite the anxious expression on Robert's face, he actually wanted to inform the man that he was being invited to the Order of Truth. Calling the gathering a bunch of weirdos, the man said that if they wanted him, they could come themselves, but he wasn't going anywhere. However, Robert then noted that it was not all members of the Order who were calling him, but a certain Sir Kalia, which interested the great swordsman. The assistant said that he was informed that Sir Kalia had some personal questions for the master, as well as one request. And to the surprise of everyone present, it turned out that Kalia asked Guy to bring Roy with him, which made the guy go dumbfounded, his eyes wide open. Just in case, he pointed to his face and with a voice full of surprise, he asked again if it was really him who was being summoned along with the great swordsman. As he stood up, shrugging his shoulders and thinking that he apparently had no choice, He realized that the same question was on the minds of everyone present. Everyone was wondering why Roy was being called in, but Guy suddenly shouted that Roy was actually Kalia's henchman, causing confusion and slight indignation from the guy, who denied the accusations. Aura suddenly slapped her fist against her palm and remembered that during the tournament she had seen a strange man in a black cloak. Lost in thought and pressing her fingers to her mouth, the girl began to think, suggesting that this man could be connected to Sir Kalia's circle. Roy listened silently as everyone speculated about why he had suddenly been called into such company, and then asked if he really had to go, since he didn't feel like it. Aura, amazed, even opened her mouth in surprise, telling the guy that the Order of Truth is actually one of the most famous societies in the world. She noted that it included 7 apostles whose power was equal to that of the rulers of states, and that Sir Kalia was the successor of the Apostle of Chastity and did not usually make appointments. To the surprise of everyone present, Roy suddenly shrugged his shoulders in response to this information and said that he didn't care about it, and it would be better for him to continue training. Robert suddenly chuckled and said that this was the reason why everyone around him thought so highly of Sir Kalia, which caused misunderstanding among Aura, Guy, and Roy. The great swordsman crossed his arms over his chest and then asked what he meant, and Robert said that Sir Kalia had predicted Roy's refusal in advance, chuckling and smiling as he realized that Sir Kalia was truly amazing. Robert said that the apostle had conveyed a different message for this occasion. He conveyed that Sir Kalia promised Roy a whole $100,000 if he agreed to show up for this personal meeting. It turned out that the Order of Truth is a kind of religious organization, only their faith is based not on any of the gods but on truth itself. The man in the robe who came to the tournament and bet on Roy's victory had the title of Great Voice. And at the head of the order there are 7 people, namely the apostles of humility, diligence, chastity, abstinence, gratitude, mercy, and patience. It is now believed that the apostles interpret the will and opinion of God, and therefore the truth itself, although previously they were seen as nothing more than a strange cult. But when the cataclysm occurred, summoning dungeons, monsters, and the power of the awakened, the servants of the order united with the heroes to confront the monsters. And the order received real power when it destroyed the most powerful berserker giant, who had been terrorizing the world for a long time and whom the heroes could not defeat. And in modern times, the great swordsman Guy Bauer, accompanied by Roy, finally reached the hotel where the representatives of the order were staying. When they saw one of the servants, Guy wanted to introduce Roy, but the man in the robe said that he knew everything about the spearman who had appeared. Taking a step to the side, the man extended his hand towards the door and invited the 2 men to enter, claiming that Sir Kalia was already waiting for them. The whole time they were getting to the hotel, Roy was trying to figure out how this Kalia guy had guessed exactly how much money he needed, and then he thought it was all because of the tournament. The guy decided that he was offered the amount he was supposed to win at the tournament, but he couldn't understand why he had interested someone so important. Eventually, after walking through a long corridor, a man in a robe opened the door to a very prestigious-looking room for them and let the men in, claiming that Sir Kalia would be there soon. As Roy and Guy sat down, the swordsman allowed himself to clear his throat and gloomily remark that he had known they would have to wait, and that Kalia would never have arrived first. Wanting to satisfy his curiosity, Roy asked Guy if they had met Sir Kalia before, which caused the old man a little surprise. Sighing and frowning in displeasure, the man said that they would meet for the first time that day, and Roy's eyes widened in surprise. The guy said that he thought they had known each other for a long time, and Guy, sighing, noted that Kalia had been inviting him to his place for a long time, but the old man always refused. And although the man had met the Apostle of Chastity before, he had not yet met his successor, and Roy nodded his head understandingly. The guy thought that he saw his girlfriend's grandfather in him, but he shouldn't forget that he was still the great swordsman, and so the guy asked if the man knew the Great Voice. Roy said that he had heard that the Great Voice only appeared in public when the Order was fighting against a great monster, and Guy frowned, slightly embarrassed. Propping his head on his fist, the man said that he had never communicated or interacted with the Great Voice in person, but had only seen it from afar. Suddenly, they had to interrupt their conversation when they heard footsteps outside one of the doors of the room. A rather young guy with blonde hair entered the room, smoothly opening the door and greeting his guests. Guy noted with displeasure that Kalia himself had invited them, but had not even bothered to wait for the guests, forcing them to wait themselves. However, Kalia, dressed in bright armor decorated with the Order's crest, did not respond to this comment. Closing the door behind him and smiling good-naturedly, Kalia noted that he needed time to clear his body and mind before the meeting. Guy grumbled, saying that it was the first time he had heard such nonsense, But Kalia, ignoring the rudeness, walked up to Roy and introduced himself. Roy tried to give his name in response out of politeness, but Kalia interrupted the guy, saying that he knew perfectly well who he was, and adding that he was very glad to meet them. Frowning, the guy decided to ask the question that was troubling him so much and find out how Kalia knew him, to which the guy smiled and boldly answered. He said that one of his disciples was present at the academy tournament, and that was where they heard about Roy, although the boy narrowed his eyes suspiciously, not believing these words at all. He asked why then such an important person suddenly wanted to meet him, since he was a simple newcomer. Having said that he had just wanted to talk about this, Kalia sat down on the sofa between the men and said that he wanted to offer them cooperation in exploring the dungeons. Raising his cup of tea and taking a modest sip, the boy continued that he really hoped to cooperate with the great swordsman. The man was already indignant, wanting to ask why the guy suddenly decided that he would agree, but Kalia interrupted him, claiming that the man himself knew that the end had not yet come. And these words made Guy fall into stunned silence, trying to make sure that he correctly understood what the guy meant. Taking another sip, Kalia said that they had recently received information that a distortion had appeared and was growing in one of the dungeons. Guy tried to protest again and say that it was nonsense, but Kalia interrupted the man again and said that the information was confirmed and they were obliged to find out more about the distortion. Sighing and turning his gaze to his interlocutor, the old man asked if this was the reason why the most famous religious figure had decided to come to their country. He suggested out loud that by using this distortion as a cover, Kalia was only trying to strengthen his position in this country. Smiling and taking another sip, the guy chuckled and said that he didn't even hope to fool the great swordsman, but he had to try. The old man noted that it was impudent to call this task a mission of the order, and then asked what Kalia could offer for help, to which Kalia himself smiled again. For some reason, he suddenly started talking about Guy's granddaughter and mentioned her academy, which threw the old man off track. The guy wanted to continue the topic and say that from the order's side they could help her. But Guy was already radiating his murderous, cruel aura. Feeling it, Roy realized that his body was numb. And earlier, apparently, the great swordsman did not use its full potential. Anger flared in Guy's eyes, and he said in a commanding, firm voice that Kalia had better never try to involve aura in her affairs again, otherwise the man would draw his blade. Smiling and seemingly not feeling the influence of the murderous aura, the boy calmly noted that he had made a mistake when he mentioned the swordsman's granddaughter. Humbly but calmly, the young man asked the old man for forgiveness, and Guy allowed his aura to fade. Realizing that in that case he had nothing more to give to the great swordsman, Kalia offered to fulfill any request Guy made as needed, just as he himself had asked. The old man chuckled, claiming that he could not and would not trust an empty word, to which Kalia said that he would swear by the name of the Order of Truth. At first, the swordsman hesitated for a few more minutes, but then he extended his hand and agreed to help Kalia if he gave an oath, and the deal between them was made. Having dealt with the great swordsman, Kalia finally turned to Roy and announced that they would now talk about him. Smiling and moving his hand out of the way for easy gesturing, Kalia told Roy bluntly that his order had a strong desire to sponsor the boy. Roy didn't understand at first and said that he was already sponsored by the academy, but Kalia noted that he was talking about compensation for those expenses that the academy did not take care of. Not trusting anything that is given for free, Roy asked directly what Kalia himself wanted in this case. But the guy laughed and kindly noted that it was absolutely selfless. Roy sincerely did not believe Kalia's words, not trusting his smile, and therefore suggested that he answer just one question, and then he would definitely think about his decision. Kalia agreed to answer the question without much hesitation, and Roy began. But at the same moment, he fell silent, doubting. Looking at the young man's suspicious smile, Roy thought that Kalia might try to avoid answering, and therefore he had to think of something else. Deciding to ask his question a little differently, the guy stood up from his seat and pulled his phone out of his back pocket. Roy quickly approached Kalia and held the phone out to him with the screen facing his face, which slightly confused the guy. With a confident smile, Roy asked if Kalia could see anything on his phone screen, intending to find out if the Order knew about the Transcendent Academy. To Roy's surprise, for the first time during their conversation, Sir Kalia stopped smiling and frowned at the screen of his phone, which was always turned off for everyone else. At this time, the guy's phone speakers were playing Buddha's difficult-to-understand thoughts, and the great god himself was displayed on the screen. Kalia noted incomprehensibly that Roy was asking very strange and incomprehensible questions, but the guy firmly continued to ask what exactly the young man saw. Roy said with a smile that he didn't think it was that difficult to answer the question, but Kalia replied that it was still difficult for him. Sighing, the guy took the phone away from Kalia's face and feigned disappointment, showing that he was saddened by the young man's refusal to answer. Seeing this, Kalia suddenly replied that he saw only a black screen, and Roy instantly removed all feigned emotions from his face, looking sternly into the eyes of his interlocutor. He tried to read the emotions on Kalia's face, but the young man began to smile again and, repeating that he had only seen a black screen, asked if the guy would be satisfied with such an answer. Having said that everything was fine with him, Roy smiled and responded to Kalia's offer of sponsorship with a firm, albeit polite, refusal. Sometime later, Kalia stood near a huge open window and, with his arms crossed over his chest, thoughtfully looked at the city from a great height. Without turning around, he spoke to the young man in the robe, asking how everything had gone for him, and the man replied that he had not found any distortions. Turning to the novice, Kalia sternly asked the man if he was sure of his words, which caused a stir in his mind, but he replied that he swears by the name of the order. Turning away and looking at the city again, Kalia noted to himself that there was nothing special about Roy, really, although his question caught the boy off guard. Biting his finger, Kalia wondered what that nagging feeling was that he felt in his own chest. The novice tried to say that he needed to go to another apostle, but Kalia forbade him, ordering him to simply observe for now and report back on what the other heroes had answered. Frowning with displeasure, the boy heard from the servant that he had called all the most legendary heroes, except for the Blade of Souls and the Sword of Darkness, who had not been seen for a long time. At the same time, when swordsmen and spearmen came out into the street, Guy asked Roy why he suddenly decided to refuse Kalia's sponsorship. The guy shrugged, thought for a moment, and then replied that the offer seemed suspicious to him, although Guy didn't understand what he was talking about. Guy indignantly asked why Roy had agreed to the offer to enroll in the Aura Academy, to which the guy replied that it inspired confidence. Deciding to change the subject, the guy reminded about what Guy and Kalia had discussed at the very beginning of the conversation and clarified what dungeon distortions were. The old man sighed and said that this was the name given to the distortion of magic within a dungeon, causing it to suddenly increase in difficulty or cause an unexpected breakthrough. The guy said he thought that such a thing was impossible, but Guy scratched his beard and replied that this used to happen all the time, although now it is rare. Roy, suddenly becoming agitated, clarified that Kalia meant that the times of the cataclysm had not yet ended, but Guy reassured him, claiming that the apostle was simply mistaken. The man turned and walked away, and Roy asked where he was going, since Aura Academy was in the other direction, and the old man said that he had things to do. The man walked away but suddenly stopped and turned around with a menacing expression on his face, warning the boy not to do anything indecent with his granddaughter. Roy laughed, noting that the man had acknowledged the boy after all, and then sneered that it was because of this mistrust that Aura was angry at her grandfather, which angered the old man. Guy clenched his fists in rage, and Roy, seeing this and afraid that he was about to be beaten, turned around and ran to the academy. Grumbling about how he needed to get stronger quickly so he wouldn't have to fear the old man's threats, Roy returned to the academy and greeted Aura, who was surprised that the boy had returned so early. The girl was surprised when she noticed that her grandfather did not come with the guy because they went together, and Roy replied that Guy suddenly had some business. Knowing her grandfather's character, Aura asked if he had said anything strange to the boy, to which he reassured her, assuring her that everything was fine. Still worried that Roy might have been intimidated, Aura once again sheepishly apologized for his character and for not warning the boy in advance. Shrugging his shoulders to the girl's surprise, Roy said that the great swordsman expressed himself very strictly and, in his opinion, incorrectly. But he could not say that he considered him bad. Scratching the back of his head, the spearman finished his sentence with a joke that if he somehow upset Guy, he would only get a few blows. He suddenly interrupted himself, indignant that he was talking nonsense. But the girl was already smiling sarcastically, hearing his words. Aura suddenly remembered that Roy needed money and emphasized it, although he did not understand how she found out. To which Aura replied that he shouted about it every day. Roy thought about how money really was his biggest problem, since all 100,000 had gone to pay for Joshua's treatment, and Aura picked up the phone. She said she had found a great task for Roy and handed him her phone, where he saw an ad for a dungeon clearing competition. Seeing that the competition organizers were offering the winner a whopping 300,000, Roy raised his eyebrows in shock, realizing how big of a sum that was. He asked the girl again what the competition was about, and Aura replied that apparently it would involve clearing dungeons that no one could handle. Roy had already thought that it would be very difficult, But the girl noted that most likely these were not profitable dungeons that were simply not paid attention to. Looking at the details of the ad with interest, the guy thought that she was right, because now hunters are only chasing profit and do not clean cheap dungeons. Aura also said that they contained weak monsters and sending professional hunters there was simply not practical. And Roy imagined a strong hunter and a weak goblin. The girl also noted that if the dungeons are not cleared quickly, they open up, releasing monsters into the cities, which is why the state came up with these competitions. Realizing how well thought out this system was, the guy thought about it and then said that he didn't know who came up with it, but he was a real genius. Aura, who sincerely wanted to help, asked if he agreed, and Roy, smiling, found no reason to refuse such a pleasant offer. And although the guy understood, among other things, that this competition would improve the Academy's rating, and that was precisely the reason Aura found out about it, he didn't want to upset her. When he turned away, the gears in his head started turning, giving the guy the understanding that since this was a competition, the opponents would be far from the weakest. He remembered how strong Joshua, whom the guy fought at the last tournament, was, and thought that he needed to be prepared for the fact that here he would meet someone clearly stronger. Frowning with displeasure and sitting down on the floor, the guy thought about how he could prepare so that his opponents wouldn't become a problem. The guy was grumbling to himself only because he really wanted to get the money, and he was still upset about being disqualified at the last competition. Roy asked Aura how the competition works, and she told him that at the beginning, all participants are sent the addresses of the dungeons, and then they are given a week to complete them. She also noted that a participant can reserve a dungeon, but unfortunately only one, and Roy thought that this was designed to avoid monopolization. Aura said that the reservation would be cancelled in 10 hours, so we needed to clear as many dungeons as possible in a week. Roy said that the task was difficult, because he would have to hurry and get rid of the corpses, and Aura asked in shock if he was really going to sell them. Roy was surprised and asked if getting rid of the monsters' corpses wasn't part of the main task, and Aura aggressively noted that it wasn't at all. Roy scratched his head and said that selling the corpses would make a lot of money, and the girl shook her head and replied that the main prize was much more important. A little disappointed that he wouldn't be able to both kill and sell monsters, Roy thought about how he could optimize his speed. Suddenly, he came up with an interesting idea and called out to Aura, who curiously asked what he had come up with. But before voicing the idea, the guy with a sly smile clarified what specific rules and restrictions there are in such a competition. A few days later, Roy was already prepared for the competition and, getting ready for it, thoughtfully reviewed the progress of studying the lectures. At Aura's suggestion, the boy also downloaded a dungeon tracking app, and now they were waiting for the boy's assistant to show up. Aura asked if he might not be able to find his way, but Roy grinned and noted that this man would never allow himself to get lost. Finally seeing the one he had been waiting for quite some time, Roy waved to the man, happy to see him. The skinny man in the tank top grumbled that Roy was too loud, and the guy said he didn't expect to meet his friend so early. The man responded by saying that Roy had a short memory, since the guy forgot the fact that he was never late for work, unlike Roy himself. Finally, Roy's older friend Frank, who had come at the first friendly call, stretched and asked what was so important he would have to do. A couple of days ago, Roy called Frank, surprising the man with his call, because the guy had not shown up for work for a very long time, and the man had to work without talking to his friend. The guy offered the man to cooperate in the competition and help the guy with cutting up monsters, saving time, and also give him a ride to the dungeons. Roy then suggested splitting the money, and Frank wondered if he could be useful if speed was so important, to which Roy said without a doubt that the guy needed him. Finally, on the day of the competition, when he, Aura, and Frank gathered together, the guy received a notification on his phone about the start of the competition. Having said goodbye to Aura, Roy and Frank moved towards the man's transport, and at the same time the guy asked if the man had remembered all the rules, receiving an affirmative answer. When they got inside, the spearman said that they needed to be as fast as possible, because the one who cleared more dungeons than the others would win. Looking at the gloomy face of his older comrade, who already knew all the rules, the guy still explained that they needed to be fast both in the dungeons themselves and on the way between them. Having said that Roy could rely on his driving speed, Frank asked if the guy could handle the dungeons themselves, and the spearman nodded contentedly. Opening the phone, which displayed the addresses of the dungeons, Roy handed it to the man so that he could find out where to go. Frank, of course, understood where to go, but asked why Roy had given him the phone forever, and the guy replied that all the addresses were there, and Frank would be able to optimize the route. Frank's eyes widened in surprise, and he asked again how the boy could rely on his friend in such an important matter. Roy chuckled and said that he hadn't allowed himself to doubt the man's skills for a second, which embarrassed him a little. Having secured the phone to the dashboard, Frank, smiling contentedly, moved from the spot, ordering the guy to hold on tighter since he wanted speed. When they reached the first dungeon, they were met by an inspector, and Roy quickly went inside, leaving Frank, who immediately opened a can of soda outside. Having decided that Roy was from an unknown academy, the girl decided that he would spend about an hour in the dungeon. Although at first, looking at Frank, she thought that they would cheat. But, seeing that the man was simply drinking soda, the inspector decided that everything was fine. But completely unexpectedly, the portal began to tremble a minute after it started. She went closer to check if he was okay, but to her surprise, she saw Roy jump out and ask Frank to get ready. The guy said that he had already finished, which caused a grumble from the man who had not had time to drink, and the surprise of the inspector, who was amazed at the guy's speed. Thinking that she had misheard and the guy was asking for help with the raid, the girl warned that help in completing the dungeon was prohibited, but Roy said that he had already finished. The girl thought the guy was lying, and he invited her to go inside to check and make sure of his success. As she entered, the inspector continued to be indignant, but once inside the dungeon, she was amazed to realize that the guy had actually killed all the monsters. The girl tried to understand how he managed to do it so quickly, because not even 5 minutes had passed, and Roy, not wanting to waste time, took the goblin's corpse and carried it to the exit. Seeing what the guy was doing, she stared at him blankly and asked why he even took this goblin. Roy asked not to pay attention and, loaded with extra weight, began to move towards the exit, doing a squat in a step so that at the same time he could have time to work out. When he went outside, he saw that Frank had already prepared the cutting table, and when he saw the guy, he rolled his eyes and asked why he continued to do this madness. Putting the corpse on the ground, the guy replied that he couldn't miss tasks, although Frank didn't understand what Roy meant at all. Deciding to change the subject and seeing that the man had prepared his tools, the boy asked how long it would take to cut up each monster. Noting that the goblins were fairly simple, Frank insisted on 15 seconds per one, and Roy was pleased, preparing to move on to the other. The inspector stared at what was happening in amazement and loudly asked if they were planning to cut up the corpses right there. Turning to her with displeasure, the guy said that according to the rules it was not prohibited, and therefore asked what problems there could be, without receiving an answer. Realizing that she really couldn't stop the guy, the girl allowed him to continue, and he, doing a squat and a step, continued to drag the corpses to the man for cutting up. In turn, Frank, doing his favorite thing, in which he was a true professional, butchered each goblin with incredible speed. The men moved so harmoniously that the girl never ceased to be amazed, looking at how deftly they handled such an unusual task. Finally, having finished with the last goblin, they did not waste time and, choosing the next dungeon, grabbed the fresh meat and ran to the truck, leaving the amazed girl alone. Laughing at how much fun this activity was, the men quickly rode to the next dungeon, planning to make money both from the competition and from selling fresh meat. At the next dungeon, sitting peacefully in the middle of nature and enjoying the peace, another inspector was waiting for the two friends. He was thinking about how quiet the day was, and just as he was wondering where the participants were, a huge truck drove into the yard, rumbling with its weight. Not wanting to waste time, Roy ran to the entrance to the dungeon, and Frank began preparing the work area for cutting up monsters. Inside the dungeon, Roy was already met by a whole crowd of living skeletons, imbued with magic and ready to destroy the one who entered. Gripping his spear tighter and concentrating hard, Roy prepared to destroy each of them as quickly as possible. As more monsters gathered around him, Roy swung his spear with a flick of his wrist, spinning it around himself and breaking the bones of each one. Having sorted it out in 2 minutes, Roy began to run out and drag bones to Frank, who was upset about the lack of meat on the corpses. However, realizing that the skeletons contained a lot of bone marrow, which could also be sold profitably, the man began cutting them up. In turn, Roy, without ceasing to train, dragged one skeleton after another to the cutting table, catching the surprised look of the inspector. The friends moved so quickly and without paying attention to him that the inspector simply could not find the words to say anything to them. Having finished with the skeletons and still in a hurry, the friends quickly loaded everything into the truck, climbed inside themselves and moved on without saying a word to the man. Meanwhile, at the Ministry of Public Administration and Security, one of the bosses asked his employee if today's competition report was ready. Having praised the worker and sat down at his desk, the man opened the report and began to read with interest, studying the successes of the academy students. On the very first page, the man saw the personal file of a promising girl who had cleared 16 dungeons in her first day. Thinking that with such results she would definitely take first place, the man scrolled straight to the end to see the overall statistics and was surprised to notice that the girl was only second. Thinking that he had scrolled past someone more outstanding, the man decided that someone had managed to clear out 17 and began scrolling further. Opening the page with Roy's name, the man was speechless when he saw that the guy had managed to clear 32 dungeons in one day. And then he cried out, asking the worker about it. He thought that whoever made the report was mistaken, because it was simply impossible to clear 32 dungeons in one day, but the man said that there was no mistake. He added that at first he himself was surprised, but then he asked the inspectors and found out that the guy cleared each dungeon in about 5 minutes. Thinking that this was simply impossible for a student, the boss asked if he had broken any rules and received the answer that everything had been checked very carefully. Still trying to find the catch and understand how the guy managed to achieve such a result, the boss asked which academy he came from. After learning that he was from an academy called Dream, the man asked if the great swordsman's granddaughter was teaching there, and received an affirmative answer. The man looked sternly at his subordinate, waiting for him to come to the understanding, but the worker could not understand what his boss was getting at. Angrily throwing the report on the table, the man demanded that they immediately check whether the great swordsman himself had interfered with the competition. At the same time, in one of the academies, a girl named Mia stood in front of her teacher, her head down, asking for forgiveness for the fact that she was only in second place for now. The head of the academy scolded her, asking if she really thought she could get away with a simple apology, since their academy would suffer losses if they lost. The girl said that she would definitely try and do everything possible to win, to which the teacher thoughtfully asked what she thought about who took first place. The girl crossed her hands behind her back and thought for a couple of seconds, then raised her head and firmly said that she considered his success impossible. Getting up from the table, the man sighed and said that he thought it was possible, but only if someone helped him. Turning and walking towards the window, the man ordered Mia to act as she had done before, and he would take care of the rest. And when he turned around, asking if she understood everything, Mia thought that her teacher would definitely use dishonest means to achieve victory. And although the girl said that she would do everything, the man noticed that she was worried about his approach, and therefore added that in this world, the most cunning win. Even though Mia couldn't agree with this statement, she nodded obediently after hearing that the main thing was winning, not the truth. The man asked with displeasure if she was worried about her own rival, to which the girl firmly replied that she was not worried about him at all. Leaving the office and thinking about how their conversation had just gone, the girl moved around the territory of her academy. Still, Mia couldn't admit, even to herself, that she didn't agree with the teacher's approach, and she remembered one of the moments from her past. An image of her friend popped into her head, who always insisted that a legendary hunter must have ironclad principles that he would never compromise. In turn, she always argued with him, claiming that this form of thinking was nonsense, and in this world, absolutely everything was decided only by money. The guy sarcastically noted that he would definitely become a professional hunter and would light people's hearts with his will, and the girl smiled, listening to his words. Looking emotionlessly at her feet, she remembered how she had told him that his dreams were complete nonsense, although in her heart she had never thought so. She remembered how he always joyfully supported her, never ceasing to smile, and thus causing her to smile too. I remembered how I couldn't take my eyes off his kind eyes and couldn't stop thinking about his good principles. And of course, Mia remembered the despair and anger she felt when he died, leaving her forever and completely alone. But now she couldn't help but admit that his bright thinking haunted her to this day, preventing her from doing things he would never do. Meanwhile, Roy and Frank were sitting in the park drinking soda and talking about the day. Frank complained that he was terribly tired, and Roy sarcastically noted that the man was getting old, and his friend, feigning anger, changed the subject, asking how much they had earned. After looking at his phone and calculating everything, the guy said that if he divided it in half, it would come out to about 4,000 for each. Frowning with displeasure, the man was indignant that the guy was offering him a whole 50% and demanded only 30%, insisting that otherwise he wouldn't come out tomorrow. And although Roy tried to insist that the man had tried very hard and therefore deserved half, Frank did not agree, and the guy in this case offered him at least 2,500. And although the man continued to be indignant, demanding less, in the end, realizing that the guy could not be moved, he agreed to 2,500 and continued drinking soda. Smiling at the friendly atmosphere, Roy took a sip of his drink and asked why Frank wasn't surprised. At first, the man didn't understand what exactly his friend was talking about, and Roy explained that he was referring to the incredible speed with which the guy cleared the dungeons. Frank chuckled and said that he didn't understand what was surprising about that, since he had already seen Roy at the academic tournament, which had amazed the guy. Roy asked, offended, why his friend hadn't even mentioned or given any indication that he had been at the tournament. To which the man, causing a smile to appear on Roy's face, said that he hadn't wanted to bother him. Turning away from the guy, Frank burped, then covered his mouth and asked for forgiveness, causing the guy to laugh kindly. Roy remembered how Frank supported the boy when he was left without parents, and therefore he saw him as the closest person to him. On the second day of the competition, Roy and Frank were ready to work and set to work early in the morning, noting with surprise that they had been given the nickname of Dungeon Breakers. The friends looked at each other in bewilderment when the inspector near the first dungeon said that they were nicknamed that way because their comrades managed to butcher monsters in addition to raids. A rather young guy also said that a lot of people are talking about them now, and even he himself was curious about them, which greatly surprised both Roy and Frank. On the second day, the comrades pulled ahead even more, clearing a total of 41 dungeons, and Roy allowed himself to happily note that victory was within their grasp. Frank said that if they lost, it would be at least strange, and Roy encouraged his friend, glad that it was him he had called to help in this difficult matter. Seeing the man grumble that the guy would make him work even after death, Roy promised to buy him and his daughter some food, which instantly cheered up his friend. The man sarcastically noted that in that case, the guy would have to buy a whole cow, while Roy looked at the phone screen, glad that everything was going smoothly. When they were about to start work on the third day, Frank suddenly looked at the screen very thoughtfully, which caused the guy's bewilderment. He asked what had suddenly happened, and Frank held the phone up to him, asking him to look at the screen and assess the situation. And as soon as the guy looked at the screen, he immediately snatched the phone from his friend's hands, dumbfoundedly trying to understand what had suddenly happened. Much to the boy's surprise, the entire dungeon map was filled with red armor icons, meaning there was not a single free dungeon left for them. After looking at the map for a long time, Roy noticed that there were still free dungeons an hour away from them, but all the ones nearby were booked. Frank noted that the whole situation seemed too strange and suspicious to him, with which Roy could not help but agree. Roy decided they needed to head for the nearest dungeon, since there was one, although Frank said the armor was not installed correctly and would probably be removed soon. However, after completing the next dungeon, the friends noticed that everything around them was booked again, and because of this, they only completed 10 dungeons that day. After meeting with Aura, they decided to discuss the situation and try to understand what was going on, although Frank was 100% sure that Mia from the second place was to blame for everything. Aura noted that you can usually see who exactly booked the dungeon, but these particular bookings can't be seen, causing Roy to frown. Aura promised to talk to the organizers, and Roy, to his own regret, admitted that the cutting would have to be postponed for the sake of winning, and Frank agreed with this. And although Frank confirmed that they would reduce the time by skipping the time trial, they would not be able to overcome the distance, although the man would try to optimize the route. Roy thought for a few seconds, then sighed and spoke, noting that he had a plan, thereby attracting the attention of his comrades. Raising his finger up and smiling slyly, he began to explain his rather unusual idea to his comrades, who were listening to him attentively. The next day, a whole group of hunters gathered in one place, looking intently at their phones and not taking their eyes off the maps open in them. Sometimes they would indulge in conversation, and the manager would interrupt them, demanding that they make sure that after Roy was booked, all the dungeons around him were booked immediately. One of the guys noted that it was somehow unfair that they were preventing someone from completing raids, and the second one cut his friend off, claiming that the main thing for him was that they were getting paid. Upon receiving the notification, the man looked at the screen and immediately shouted for everyone to get ready because Roy had booked the dungeon. The man noted that people should not book everything at once, but should do it within 10 minutes, so as not to arouse suspicion. Looking at the screens, each of the participants in the scam suddenly frowned and exchanged glances with the others, trying to figure out what to do. Noticing that people were hesitating, the manager demanded to know what had happened, and one of his subordinates approached him with a phone. He said that Roy had booked a dungeon very close to the one Mia had booked, and so they could interfere with her as well. Having taken the phone from the guy, the man assessed the situation and tried to figure out what to do in this case. However, ideas for solving the problem that had arisen did not come to the man's head, and rage began to boil in his mind. At the same time, Mia was successfully, albeit not as quickly as Roy, clearing out the dungeon she had reserved. Without even looking particularly at the slime-like monster she had killed, the girl swung her blade, cutting its body into pieces and moved on. Having finished with this dungeon, the girl left it and got into the car, ordering the driver to go to the next dungeon. However, the driver suddenly hesitated and was asked why he was not going anywhere, after which the man noted that he had a problem. He stuttered a little from excitement as he said that all the dungeons around were booked, so he didn't know where to go, which greatly surprised Mia. At the end of the day, having cleared 2 more dungeons than Mia, Roy smiled contentedly, glad that he had come up with such a clever idea to reserve points near her. At the same time, the girl came to the manager, who said that he did not expect such cunning from the enemy, and therefore came up with another plan. He told Mia to continue going through the dungeons as usual, promising that he would deal with Roy, and Mia, closing her eyes, agreed. The next day, Mia reached her first dungeon, which turned out to be a couple of meters away from the one that Roy and Frank had booked, and they greeted her happily. Hearing her name, the girl turned and frowned at the surrounding area, wanting to see who had come to watch her triumph. And she saw Roy and Frank, smiling happily at the meeting with their rival and ready to get to work. The inspector noted that the participants were forbidden to quarrel, but Roy said that they did not quarrel. It was just that their dungeons were located nearby. The girl greeted Roy without much enthusiasm in her eyes, wondering to herself at his appearance, and Roy greeted her back with a kind smile. He said he hopes that whoever wins, he hopes it will be a fair fight, because the competition started with good intentions. The girl noted that she was upset by his suspicions of her unfair play, and Roy, saying that he did not mean it, walked away with the same kind smile. Watching the spearman leave, the girl thought about what he said about good intentions and lowered her gaze. And then she clicked her tongue in displeasure, saying that such an opinion was simply laughable and that the main thing was winning. The girl thought that she didn't believe in the existence of good intentions and that all the people around her were selfish, and therefore they only helped when it was profitable and then boldly abandoned. Looking up at her sword, the girl concluded that there was no room for good intentions in this sad cycle of life. Having climbed into the dungeon, the girl decided that she needed to deal with the 2 friends as soon as possible, despite any pangs of conscience. When the girl came out of there, her attention was drawn to the exclamation of the inspector, who claimed that he had, of course, heard about it, but really wanted to see it for himself. The girl turned her indifferent gaze to the side, although inside she was curious about what the young man was talking about. And at the same moment, she froze in amazement, seeing Roy and Frank energetically cutting up the monsters, obtaining raw materials for subsequent sale. While doing a step squat with the corpse of a lizard-like monster on his shoulder, the guy noticed that the girl had gotten out of the dungeon earlier than he expected. Looking behind Mia, Roy asked if she wanted the corpses of the monsters she killed in that dungeon, surprising the swordswoman again. She told Roy to do whatever he wanted, and he, delighted by the girl's kindness, went to her dungeon to get the monsters from there too. However, the girl was even more struck by the fact that Roy moved by squatting in a step, and she asked why he walked like that. At first, Roy didn't even understand what exactly the girl meant, and so he asked if she was talking about training. And then he thought she meant that he was dragging corpses to Frank, and Roy told her with a smile that they cost money. Turning around, the girl indignantly said that their business was a waste of time, and so she moved away, leaving the 2 friends to work. And although the girl was angry at them for wasting their time, the anger turned to sadness when she remembered her friend, whose smile was as kind as Roy's. However, as she moved towards the car, Mia noted one last time that nobility did not exist, and even people like Roy were only attracted by money. At the same time, Guy Bauer, armed with his mighty blade, angrily cursed Kalia, saying that the impudent man had deceived the old man. Standing on the corpse of a huge monster and swinging his blade to shake off the blood, the man said that Kalia promised monsters of the 6th level, but they had to kill creatures of the 10th. When the man jumped down, Kalia, looking thoughtfully at the monster, suggested that it was due to distortion, to which Guy aggressively noted that such a thing does not happen. Casting an evil glance at the boy, the great swordsman noted that he believed more in the guilt of the Order of Truth, as it had been 30 years ago. Kalia swore on the honor of the Order that they had nothing to do with it, and Gaius was about to insult the young man, but someone in a large hat intervened in their conversation. Sitting on a hovering broom, a girl named Daisy, who was a student of the Great Mage, noted that she would not tolerate swearing in her presence. Seeing the new arrival, the old man irritably said that the young girl was not his boss and asked where her mentor was, to which he received the answer that the great magician was not feeling well. Jumping off her magical transport, the girl analyzed her feelings and noticed that she felt an abnormal flow of mana, but it did not look like a distortion. Frowning thoughtfully, Daisy turned to Guy and asked if he had felt anything strange, to which the man replied half-heartedly that he had felt nothing unusual. The sorceress noted with a sad expression that the swordsman was very lucky, and that such phenomena only happened when the berserker giant was released. Kalia asked Daisy if this corruption could infect other dungeons, and was told that it was possible, although the chance was small. Turning back to the men, the girl said that they needed to get a lot more information anyway, and while she was saying that she would ask the administration to reevaluate all the dungeons in another part of the city, Inspector saw a very strange anomaly. They stood in front of 3 open dungeons at once, discussing that it was rare, but it did happen that 2 dungeons would merge, but the merging of 3 seemed impossible. And if the 2 dungeons seemed quite ordinary, then the portal to the third emitted a frightening and cruel aura, directly screaming about its danger. Meanwhile, the competition continued, and Roy and Frank, having reached the next booked dungeon, learned that some guy had already completed it. Not understanding how the inspectors had made such a mistake, the friends moved on to another armor. But there too, some hunter had already cleared everything out, asking for forgiveness for the confusion that had arisen. Roy and Frank were left out of work time and time again, because due to the tricks of their rivals, their comrades' armor was constantly cleared out before their arrival. At the end of the day, they came to Aura to discuss what had happened, and while Frank shook his fists furiously, Roy thoughtfully noted that their opponents were quite smart. Angered at the realization that they had been tricked again, Aura said that she would definitely deal with this and change the rules, even if she had to use her reputation as the great swordsman's granddaughter. And after Aura's appeal, Roy received a letter with an update to the competition rules, stating that for clearing someone else's armor, the result would be counted to the one who made the reservation. The next day, heading to the first dungeon, the friends already thought that everything would go smoothly. But even that day they were faced with difficulties. On the road, they began to encounter clearly fake people who caused them problems in moving, standing right in front of the truck or causing accidents. Towards the end of the day, Roy looked at the competition statistics and noticed that the difference between him and Mia was minimal, and therefore they needed to decide something as soon as possible. Aura said that she called the organizers again and they would try to solve the problem, but Frank shouted that it would be too late by then and something needed to be done right now. Aura also said that the headmaster of Mia's academy is her father named Hector, an A-rank hunter who was even acknowledged by Guy Bauer himself. Upon hearing this, Roy chuckled, and Frank asked with displeasure if this Hector was really that strong that he was recognized by the great swordsman himself. Aura shook her head and said that he was nowhere near as strong as her grandfather, but he was very quick-witted and therefore had a lot of connections. She sighed sadly and said that for this reason it would be unlikely to prove his involvement before the end of the competition, and so each of the 3 realized the sad prospects. Suddenly, Aura, to Roy's surprise, asked him for forgiveness, although he himself did not understand what she had done wrong to him. She sighed, and closing her eyes in shame, said that she could not help him in any way, to which Roy reasonably noted that it was she who had been standing up for them all this time. Frank hit his chest and supported his friend's opinion, saying that she had done everything in her power, which meant that now everything was in their hands. Frank suddenly turned to Roy and corrected himself, noting that everything was in his hands, and then, pointing out that Aura was already getting worried, asked if the guy had come up with anything. And to Frank and Aura's surprise, Roy grinned his most devilish smile, making it clear that he had an idea. Sometime later, in his office, Hector slammed his desk in rage, demanding an explanation from his subordinate as to how Roy had managed to get around them again. The worker, with a trembling voice, suggested that the spearman only reserved dungeons when he was already near them, and therefore it was difficult to predict his route. While Roy and Frank were successfully and very quickly dealing with the dungeons, Hector demanded to try to bribe the inspectors, but his subordinate objected incoherently. He muttered that they had been complained about, and that was why they had now appointed people from the dungeon management as inspectors, who could not be bribed. Jumping up from his chair in anger, Hector asked why the dungeon management had become alarmed by one complaint, to which the worker replied that the complaint had been filed by the great swordsman's granddaughter. Having learned that Guy Bauer himself was involved in the matter, Hector froze in place while his subordinate made excuses that they were now completely powerless. Hector demanded that a way be found, and his workers tried their best while Mia did her best to clear the dungeons as fast as she could. In turn, Roy tried to bypass all the obstacles that Hector's people put in his way and maintain his position as a leader until the end. In the end, at the very end of the competition, the result was a draw, and to clarify the circumstances, both Aura and Hector were called to the High Commission. While Aura furiously accused Hector of cheating, and he in turn denied any accusations, the competition organizer frowned thoughtfully. Finally, Tired of listening to aggressive talk that clearly wasn't leading to productive results, the man stood up and shouted, demanding that both academy owners shut up. Having achieved silence, the man straightened his tie and calmly continued, noting that first of all, the commission recognized that there could be no draw. Continuing, he noted that due to the lack of evidence of cheating, Mia would not be disqualified either, causing Hector to smirk wryly. And then, seeing Aura's displeased reaction, the man finished his thought by saying that the commission had come up with a special proposal specifically to resolve the situation. The next day, the leader of the dungeon management team was already meeting Roy at the chosen location, ready for anything. Mia also arrived on time, and her eyes clearly showed her desire to achieve victory, no matter what the cost. Smiling and greeting each of the participants, the man introduced himself and said that he would be the one judging today's results. Standing in front of 3 strange-looking portals, the man continued, saying that he was going to explain to the 2 competitors how their final test would be conducted. Roy adjusted his grip on the spear, and Mia placed her hand on the hilt of the blade as the man turned to the 3 portals and continued pointing at them. He said that they needed to pick one dungeon and clear it as quickly as possible, and whoever moved on to the second one and cleared it would be the winner. Seeing the confusion in the participants' eyes, the man added that the winner should be the one who clears more dungeons, and that is why they chose this particular place. The examiner also noted that all 3 dungeons have the same difficulty level, and therefore they can discuss among themselves who chooses which one. Deciding that this time Mia was unlikely to have set something up, Roy asked if he could choose first, to which the girl indifferently gave her permission. Pointing his spear at the blue portal, the guy said that he would go into it, and Mia, shrugging her shoulders, decided that in that case she would go into the red one. Having agreed, the opponents moved to the entrances to the dungeons and stood near them, waiting for the inspector's command. Suddenly, Mia, without turning to the guy, told him not to cry later when he tasted defeat. Turning to the girl, Roy asked in bewilderment what she meant. But behind his back, the man had already raised his hand, getting ready to give the command to begin. And when he waved to her, both participants, reacting to the gesture, rushed to their portals, intending to get ahead of the opponent and get to the third as quickly as possible. As Roy ran into his dungeon, his face reflected confusion, although he tried to concentrate on his task. But he still tried to understand the meaning of the girl's words, guessing that she could somehow interfere with his victory. But deciding that the girl had simply decided to distract Roy in this way, the spearman rushed forward, wanting to clear the dungeon as quickly as possible. However, unlike all the previous dungeons, which Roy cleared very quickly, in this one he had a hard time finding even one enemy, which surprised him. With a gloomy indignation on his face, the guy tried to understand what exactly was going on here, because during the time that he usually ended up here, he was simply looking for monsters. Suddenly the boy froze in place, hearing a terrifying yet familiar scream that clearly did not belong to either a human or the simple kobold that Roy expected to meet. The sound was so frightening that Roy's body instantly tensed, and his mind filled with excitement as he looked around, trying to figure out what was causing it. And when the boy looked around one of the corners, he saw the paw of a monster stepping into his path from there, which Roy almost immediately recognized from his own experience. And at the same moment when he realized what kind of monster he had met, a huge manticore jumped out at the spearman, intending to bite his throat. Her furious gaze blazed, showing that there was nothing in it but the thirst for murder. And Roy, eyes wide with shock, remembered how he had fought the same monster at work. But there was no time for nostalgia, because Roy, tightly clutching his spear, was trying to understand where such a strong monster came from in this dungeon, while the manticore had already rushed at him. Getting into a fighting stance, the boy prepared to take the attack of the dangerous monster, concentrating his mind on the fact that the fight would be much more difficult than he suspected. Twisting the spear in his hand, closing his eyes and allowing the sensations to guide his body, Roy rushed forward, piercing the monster with his weapon through and through. Having pulled ahead after instantly killing the monster, Roy grabbed the spear more comfortably and rushed forward, not forgetting that the competition was still going on. Realizing that he had already spent a lot of time, Roy began to move around the dungeon at a run, just to reduce the time it took to clear it. To his own surprise, the guy ran around the entire dungeon and returned back to the beginning, but did not find any more monsters, and deciding that he was finished, rushed to the portal. Panicked because he could already be late, the guy literally jumped out of the portal, which surprised the inspector a little. The man tried to speak, but Roy shouted first, claiming that there was a manticore in his dungeon. The boy, slightly out of breath, tried to catch his breath, while the man asked about the manticore and, with a stunned look, asked if Roy had really killed it alone. Thinking that Mia had already finished the third portal, the guy demanded a rematch, and the inspector got over his surprise and, clearing his throat, replied that it was impossible. The guy was even speechless, not understanding why the competition couldn't be stopped if he had met a fourth-level monster, and then asked his question directly. Calmly turning to the guy, the man said that he could not satisfy his request because Mia had not yet emerged from her portal. Looking at the blood-red portal, the guy hoped that the girl would come out now, but with every second, excitement filled his mind. Roy thought that in his own portal he had encountered a terrifying monster, although he had expected to meet simple kobolds as he had been promised. And while Roy was asking himself who was in Mia's dungeon in that case, a huge monster crept up to the girl herself, preparing to finish off the uninvited guest. Sometime in the past, during one of their training sessions, Mia was smearing medicine on her friend's injured cheek, who was grinning at the situation. By joking that the girl had such a hard punch that she could easily join the monsters, the guy caused his girlfriend to grumble indignantly. Mia tried to change the subject to the fact that he had recently refused to follow the teacher's instructions, and the guy said that he simply did not understand how one could harm someone for the sake of profit. With a friendly grin, he explained that a true hunter must have principles, which caused Mia's indignation, claiming that he had already earned a reputation as a fool. Without even understanding whether she was angry at her friend or at herself, the girl cursed, claiming that kindness only brings trouble, and that the guy had better learn to take care of himself, even at the expense of others. And while the girl was shouting that the age of heroes was over, giving way to the time of professional hunters, the guy looked at her with a smile, without interrupting. And when she finished by saying that there were no more heroes and that the world was ruled by selfishness, the guy calmly said that she was wrong. Still with the same kind smile, he continued, claiming that heroes have not really disappeared and that there are as many of them as there are corrupt politicians, and that one day he himself will become a hero. And after some time, the girl was already running in the pouring rain, sending mental prayers that everything would work out. As Mia ran to the spot, she remembered how the boy claimed that he would definitely become a hero who didn't care about profit. And seeing what had happened and unable to hold back her tears from not understanding how this could have happened, the girl remembered how he insisted that he would definitely become her hero. But now, standing in front of his dead body, she could not believe that his promise would never come true. A few days later, she was listening to the moralizing of her father, and at the same time teacher, who irritably reasoned that her friend had turned out to be too stupid. Holding back her anger, the girl did not allow thoughts condemning the guy's behavior to penetrate her mind, because she knew that he died protecting a stranger. But, having decided that it was precisely this desire to help that led him to his death, the girl, feeling something break inside, obediently told her father that she would justify all his hopes. And now, Roy asked the inspector in amazement how the girl could still not come out of the dungeon, because 10 whole minutes had already passed. The man shrugged and said that the girl was late, and therefore Roy won anyway, but if he wanted a rematch, they could try to arrange it. But the man also noted that he did not understand why Roy needed this, since he only had one dungeon left to clear in order to win. The guy thought about it because he thought that the error in measuring the dungeon level was another of Mia's clever traps, but if she hadn't finished yet, then that wasn't true. Roy was about to express his doubts about this test when the second examiner suddenly cried out in surprise, looking at one of his devices. Turning to the man, the first inspector asked what had happened, and received the answer that the manometer had suddenly started showing not the second level but the fourth. And only now, hearing the surprise in the voices of the examiners, Roy remembered how the great swordsman told him about the distortions that affect the difficulty of dungeons. And only now, to his own horror, Roy realized that his rival was in great danger, which no one had foreseen before. Meanwhile, the inspectors were trying to figure out why their device had suddenly started changing its readings, not daring to trust the idea that it might simply be a glitch. Having decided that everything needed to be double-checked, the inspectors thought that they needed to call in professional hunters, and so they turned to Roy, starting to say that he would continue later. However, the guy was no longer in their field of vision, which slightly surprised one inspector and greatly frightened the second. At the same time, in a deadly trap in a dungeon whose difficulty had increased greatly, the girl was spitting out blood during the most dangerous battle. Struggling to remain conscious from the massive blood loss from her severed arm, Mia stared straight ahead in horror and despair. Her sword was broken in half and now lay on the ground. And the girl, with horror frozen in her mind, thought that this was the poetic justice that her late friend had spoken of. After all, right in front of the girl, a demonic centaur towered in all his mighty height, who had just recently bitten off her hand without much effort. Standing over the already defeated but not yet killed enemy, the monster roared, signifying with this battle cry its readiness to finally finish off the girl. In turn, Mia cast aside her fear and, realizing that she could die very soon, gave her thoughts to the memories of her friend, whom she loved with all her heart. And while the monster was rushing towards her, intending to tear her to pieces, the girl thought that there was justice in this world after all, since she had gotten what she deserved. And realizing that this could be her last thought, the girl was glad that at least she would not die for someone else's life, but in pursuit of her own dreams and ambitions. However, the fatal blow did not follow, and the girl, keeping her eyes closed, cautiously looked ahead and immediately opened her eyelids, seeing that the monster had been restrained. But the most surprising thing for her was not even that someone was able to hold back such a monster, but that this person turned out to be her rival. Meeting the monster's claws with the strong shaft of his spear, the guy tensed his whole body, trying to hold the monster back and not let it get to the girl. Gritting his teeth from the weight, the guy asked, straining his words through his teeth, if she could go. But the girl looked at what was happening in amazement, not taking her eyes off. Looking in amazement at the spearman risking his life for her, the girl asked herself what difference it made to him, since he had to run away as quickly as possible. And seeing that the guy was not rushing off to save his life but was staying, risking it, and trying to save Mia, the girl tried to understand why he was doing this. The girl screamed and asked what he was doing there, but Roy ignored the scream and, putting all his strength into his hands, pushed the monster away, instantly attacking him in the face. To Mia's surprise, the guy not only did not save himself, but seeing that she could not leave on her own, he decided to fight the monster to save her. Jumping up, the boy shouted at the monster, drawing its attention to himself and intending to take it away from the wounded girl. The angry monster roared and rushed at the spearman, who instantly changed his route in order to lead the monster further away. Wanting to kill the annoying enemy, the monster swung again and attacked with its claws at the fleeing target. Roy had to jump while running and turn around in the air, putting his spear under the powerful blow to block it. Barely managing to parry the blow, the boy tensely clenched his teeth, realizing that if he missed one blow, there would be nothing left of him except a corpse. Repelling attack after attack, Roy struck back, arguing that the monster's attacks were somewhat familiar to him, and so he simply needed to continue to strike back. However, this monster was clearly much smarter than the manticore, and even more so than the insignificant kobolds, and therefore was not going to lose to simple tricks. Having ducked under another spearman, the monster did not intend to strike with its claws but swung its head, piercing the guy's shoulder with its sharp horn. Feeling the blood soaking his clothes, Roy let out a shocked breath, the air in his lungs running out. Shaking his head and roaring, the Minotaur threw the guy off his horn, sending him flying free, and Roy, although seriously wounded, still did not let go of the spear. With a huge wound in his shoulder, blood gushing out, the boy fell to the ground right next to Mia, who watched him fall in shock. The spearman's strength began to leave him, but, gritting his teeth in rage and pain, he tensed his whole body, not allowing himself to lose consciousness in the heat of battle. At the same time, the monster roared again, emitting a terrifying aura of killing intent. Roy planted his spear on the ground and forced himself to stand up, leaning on it and keeping a desperate gaze on his enemy. Trying to stay on his feet, the boy chuckled and said that the monster was quicker than he thought, and then asked Mia if she could move now. With a trembling voice, full of incomprehension, Mia asked why the boy would knowingly put himself in danger for the sake of someone else's life. Breathing heavily from the pain and trying to push it away, the guy tried to concentrate on the fight while the girl started screaming at him. Holding tightly to his severed arm, the girl screamed, asking why he didn't just leave, since he could clear the last dungeon and win the competition. Seeing how the guy's gaze grew heavy, but he continued to stand firmly on his feet, the girl clarified that the guy had only come for the money. With a smile on his face, Roy calmly and even a little tiredly confirmed that he came for the money, and the girl continued to scream, urging him to leave her and go for the win. She said that if the guy hopes that she will thank him, then this will not happen. But he calmly replied that he does not need this, and he thinks that the girl is wrong. Throwing aside the pain, the guy finally straightened up and added with a smile that he considered her actions wrong, but did not think that she should die because of them, which reminded Mia of her friend. Kneeling, the girl felt the presence of the spirit of the one she was in love with, and was amazed to remember how he had once promised that they would definitely meet again. Still with the same kind calm, Roy said that he saw no reason in his goal to leave her to die, and images of the past appeared before the girl's eyes. She remembered how she always listened to her beloved's reasoning with a smile, although she considered his thoughts stupid. And Roy suddenly turned around, screaming that there was no reward in this world more valuable than saving a person. and therefore she should forget about her selfish nonsense. At the same time, the monster roared again, clearly intending to attack the two awakened ones with the goal of tearing both of them to pieces. And while it rushed at them in mindless rage, Roy twisted the spear with only one unwounded hand, preparing to protect Mia with the last of his strength. With a cry of despair, the boy strained even his wounded hand and grabbed her spear, standing firmly on the ground and preparing to take this deadly attack. And when the monster's claws were already very close to him, the guy's mind, filled with rage, suddenly concentrated better. And the guy heard a voice behind him. Chiron spoke, calmly telling the guy that intuition is not a separate phenomenon, but a part of the human mind. The boy heard the clatter of hooves, and Chiron continued, arguing that if you stop assessing the situation, no intuition will work. And therefore, the guy is obliged to connect his mind with feelings so that intuition does not control him, but is only a tool that Roy must control. And at that very moment, he realized that without assessing the situation, the guy was able to clear his gaze of fear, pain, or indignation, completely concentrating on assessing the situation. Chiron concluded by stating that assessing a situation through one's own senses is the true form of transcendental intuition. And Roy, rushing to intercept the monster's attack, allowed his senses to assess the situation down to the very last detail in order to deliver a perfect blow. Easily exposed to the monster's attack, Roy literally directed its blow only to dodge it with a smooth and calm movement, taking a slight step back. And even though the attack was incredibly powerful, Roy's dodge turned all of the monster's power into an unsuccessful strike. However, the monster was so strong that the airflow caused by the blow cut Roy's cheek, but he was able to realize that he could see where his enemy would strike. The monster a moment later clamped its jaws a couple of centimeters away from the guy because he managed to dodge this attack with one jump. Feeling the monster's muscle movements, Roy was able to predict its next attack, easily dodging, which made the monster even angrier. Turning over in the air, Roy thought that at this rate he could distract the monster's attention until the professional hunters arrived. Looking at the girl right in motion, Roy thought that he doubted that Mia would be able to hold out because she'd lost a lot of blood. Before she could land, Roy noticed that her eyelids were closing heavily, which meant that she was holding on with all her might to keep from losing consciousness. Realizing that he couldn't just wait, Roy realized that he needed to attack the enemy now and not let him take any more time from them. Having reached the peak height, Roy twisted his spear and rushed at the monster, intending to finally kill it and pull the girl out of the dungeon. Concentrating all his power in his hands and recalling Xiang Yu's lessons, Roy used all his internal strength for this strike. In turn, the monster opened its fanged mouth, ready to devour the naive, impudent man who decided that he could kill him. Seeing this, the boy realized how hopelessly small his chances of winning were against such a powerful monster. Flying towards the monster, the guy felt with all the sensations of his body that he would not be able to win, because the monster's strength was truly terrifying. However, the guy did not allow uncertainty and fear to cloud his mind, and for the first time in a long time, decided to add his own mana to his weapon. Screaming in realization of the desperation of his attack, but not intending to retreat, Roy rushed forward towards the enemy, wanting to kill him with one powerful blow. In turn, the monster, exuding an aura full of murderous lust, growled towards the spearman, intending to bite the enemy in half. Opening her eyes and watching Roy's actions, Mia stared at him in amazement, seeing the incredible action he was performing to save her. And a moment later, landing right in front of Mia with his side ripped open, Roy was breathing heavily, trying not to let the pain cloud his mind. And right in front of him, with a powerful roar, a monster fell to the ground, its body cut in half by one powerful blow. Realizing that the enemy was defeated, Roy began to realize how badly he was hurt, and the adrenaline began to leave his body, causing the guy to fall to the ground with trembling hands. However, the spearman understood that he had no right to relax now, because Mia could die. And therefore, getting up, he grabbed her by the arm and dragged her to the exit. Periodically, the guy asked the girl if she had died, fearing that he might have tried in vain for her. But Mia made it clear in a weak voice that she was still alive. Roy tried to pull her out as quickly as possible, while the girl experienced rather strange and unusual emotions for her after what happened. Finally, the rivals, who had become comrades in misfortune, were able to get out of the dungeon and immediately asked for help from the surprised inspectors. Sitting with a bleeding shoulder and a cut cheek next to the prone Mia, Roy heard the girl say that she did not consider him her benefactor at all. She said she still thought the guy had made a mistake, to which Roy sighed and noted that he didn't care what she thought. Finally, the medics arrived and placed Mia on a stretcher, and Roy was supported by the arm, preparing to take both awakened to the hospital. Sometime later, what happened became public knowledge, and people became alarmed, because it had never happened before that high-level monsters appeared in easy dungeons. Roy himself also became a much-discussed figure, as it was surprising to everyone that a simple student could deal with a level 6 Minotaur. And while the boy was receiving medical assistance, a novice of the Order of Truth came to Kalia and reported that the Apostle of Temperance was calling him. Kalia was a little surprised to hear this, but the man explained that he was being called because of the distortions that had occurred. At the same time, Daisy, who was in the company of the great swordsman, showed him the news and asked if it was true that the guy who dealt with the Minotaur was studying at the Aura Academy. The man crossed his arms behind his back and said that if she meant some ugly gnome, then she was absolutely right, although the girl did not understand what the old man meant. And Roy himself, who had already completed a course of treatment, now sadly buried his head in his hands, grumbling because he had not been given the entire prize. Frank, who was sitting next to him and peeling an apple, indignantly asked if that was really what was bothering him now, to which the guy answered in the affirmative. He was outraged by the fact that he won and was the first to cope. And then he also pulled out Mia, but they still divided the prize in half and declared a draw. The guy grumbled that they could have played rock, paper, scissors, or at least mukchipa, which is played with 2 hands. Frank crossed his arms and called the guy a blockhead, reminding him that Mia had actually lost her other arm. Roy said that was the reason he suggested the game, which surprised Frank a little, who muttered that the guy had really lost his humanity because he wanted money. While the friends were chatting, Aura entered the room, joyfully greeting her friends and announcing her arrival. Approaching the spearman's bed, Aura asked what he was grumbling about, and Frank explained that the guy was upset because they were assigned a draw, and he only received half of the prize. Looking at her friends with bewilderment, Aura asked why they thought Roy only got half, which caused questions from her comrades. Shrugging her shoulders, the girl said that Mia personally refused her share of the prize, and on top of everything, told about all the shenanigans they resorted to during the competition. It turned out that Mia blamed her father for everything that happened, which is why the proceedings began, and they say that the case will go to court. Upon hearing the news, Roy was shocked to remember the girl telling him in an indifferent voice that she thought the boy had made a mistake in saving her. Shrugging again, the girl ignored Roy's thoughtful expression and said that she came for another reason. She said that Mia asked her to tell the spearman that, although she believed that the guy shouldn't have saved her, she still considered herself guilty. Roy could not believe that this girl, who had so persistently defended her selfish point of view, admitted her guilt and tried to make amends to him for this guilt. However, Aura didn't pay attention to the guy's frown and noted with a smile that in any case, the prize was entirely his, and then he should be happy. Smiling slyly, the girl also noted that the state took responsibility for what happened and offered the guy another 100,000 as compensation. The guy, dumbfounded, asked again if he had misheard, and the girl added sarcastically that he would also be exempt from all taxes on the prize money. Roy had never held anything even close to that valuable in his hands before, and then he counted them with his eyes wide open, while Aura continued to talk about the good news. Taking out a firecracker, she used it to announce that their academy had finally upgraded to level 3, which made Roy happy, although Frank didn't care. Smiling contentedly, the girl noted that after what happened, they were considered suitable for the criteria, and Roy now had the opportunity to clear more difficult dungeons. And while Roy was rejoicing at the very good news, Aura happily said that it was only Roy's fault and thanked him, although he said that he was just lucky. Smiling at Aura's happy reaction, Roy noted with satisfaction that now more students would definitely come to her, and she would be able to realize her dream to the fullest. Frank noted that Roy was very pleased after hearing the news, and the boy confirmed this by saying that he wouldn't even have to play rock, paper, scissors with Mia. As a gift, Roy organized a delicious dinner for his friends, and after they left, he happily took out his phone, intending to buy something interesting. As excited as a child on Christmas morning, Roy opened the weapons tab, intending to buy something for himself that he had wanted to buy for so long. However, almost all the joy from the prize he received immediately evaporated when he opened the page with the Spear of Longinus, which he had long wanted to buy. It turned out that the price had gone up to 400,000, and Roy crossed his arms in displeasure, wondering whether he should wait for a better price. Frowning at the thought of missing out on the price, but not wanting to be left penniless, Roy tried to decide if it was worth spending money on the spear now. Out of curiosity, the guy looked at other items on the tab and found legendary items like the Belt of Aphrodite or the Chain of Gleipnir, which had interesting properties. Roy even thought that the price changes were aimed at deceiving naive students, but he dismissed this idea as unlikely, continuing to study the goods. As he looked at them, the boy thought that the store did not have any detailed information about the items, making it impossible to get a full idea of their value. Putting his phone down with dissatisfaction, the guy came to the conclusion that buying a weapon in this store was tantamount to buying a pig in a poke. Suddenly, the guy got the idea to check if the store had anything similar to the reviews from other customers. To his delight, Roy, while studying the program, found a tab with an article by one person in which he posted reviews of 100 different purchases. This guy was the first to appreciate such an item as the Aegis Shield, which the author called simply incredible trash that gives very few advantages. In addition, the Aegis turns anyone who looks at it into stone, and even the user is not protected from this, which is why the author gave the shield a rating of 2 out of 10. Having made himself comfortable on the hospital bed, Roy eagerly read this guy's article, not without curiosity learning the details about each subject. To his own interest, Roy discovered an interesting item called kibisis, which to most people would appear to be a simple bag for holding items. In fact, the bag had the ability to open a portal to additional space, in which an incredible number of items could be stored. And although this is only a replica, and therefore reduces the weight by only 70%, and the volume it holds is not infinite, the author highly recommends this item to everyone, and Roy was interested. Turning to his own knowledge of mythology, Roy recalled that the original of this bag was given to Perseus by the goddess Hera, and he used it to defeat the Gorgon Medusa. After calculating the cost, Roy found out that kibisis only cost 100,000, and thought that with its help, he could move the corpses of monsters more conveniently. He had already thought that losing only 70% of his weight was a rather unpleasant minus. But suddenly it dawned on him that this was not a minus at all. The guy realized that he could load a lot of things into the bag, and that not completely reducing the weight would allow him to train with such a small thing as a load. 3 days later, Roy finally received both the spear and the pouch, rejoicing in his purchase and examining his long-awaited purchase with great joy in his eyes. Looking at kibisis with satisfaction, the guy noted that he would need to check the effectiveness of the spears in the same way that he had already checked the effectiveness of the bag. And although the guy spent all the money he had, he was happy and was going to use the purchases to earn even more. And although the guy was already ready and was about to go to the dungeon, Aura called out to him and worriedly noted that it would be better for him to rest and take care of his health. Roy asked her not to worry and said that he was fine. Besides, he couldn't rest knowing that he had to work, and Aura noted that he had recently received a lot of money. And to her surprise, Roy said, slightly embarrassed, that he had already spent it all, causing her bewilderment, because she simply did not understand how it was possible to spend 400,000 in 3 days. But at the very moment when she wanted to ask what he spent them on, her gaze caught on an incredible-looking spear, and everything became clear without explanation. Looking at Roy with indignation, the girl grumbled that he decided to buy such an expensive spear, although he himself constantly complained about empty pockets, although the guy did not hear her. Aura was angry with him, but she didn't say anything because the money was his. And so, content with his purchases, Roy went into the dungeon, and the girl, sighing, went after him. Having climbed into the dungeon of the 4th level, the friends came across monsters that were very reminiscent of gargoyles in appearance. While protecting some chest, they growled and hissed, threatening the newcomer that they would simply tear him apart as a group, although Roy was not particularly impressed. After looking at the monsters appraisingly, he twirled the spear in the air with a light movement of his hand, intercepting it more comfortably and preparing for battle. Realizing that the monsters in the 4th level dungeon should have higher defense values, Roy chose a tactic in advance and rushed forward. With calmness and genuine curiosity, the boy swung the spear, wanting to check how effective it was and whether it could pay for itself. He decided to first use a normal attack without mana on the nearest monster, which suddenly screeched aggressively towards him, and its eyes lit up with a bright red light. With a light movement, the guy attacked the monster with a spear, which relied on its strong defense, but at the moment of contact with the tip, it became very scared. After all, at that very moment, the upper part of the monster's body was perfectly cut off from the lower part, although Roy had not made any effort at all. To the guy's surprise, it turned out that with his attack, without even suspecting it, he had also killed another gargoyle, which was not the target of the blow. Aura wanted to ask the guy what just happened, but he got ahead of her and asked exactly the same question out loud, leaving the girl perplexed. The girl, not understanding how the guy managed to carry out such a strong attack with such ease, stared at him in bewilderment, asking why he was asking her about this if he did everything himself. In turn, Roy, who clearly did not expect the spear to be so strong, scratched the back of his head in embarrassment, trying to figure out what would happen when using mana. Standing behind the guy and watching him clear the dungeon, she thought about how she didn't expect that after so many days in his company, something would be able to surprise her at all. However, today she was clearly surprised because Roy managed to cut down 4th-level monsters with his new spear as easily as if he were cutting butter with a knife. Watching the guy separate the head and limbs from the monster's body with a graceful movement, she thought that monsters now might be much weaker than before. Stopping, the guy suddenly put his hand on a strange pouch on his belt and, arousing Aura's curiosity, suggested that the corpses could already be collected. And although Aura, looking at him, thought that it would only be possible to put a couple of stones in such a small bag, Roy, in turn, calmly stuffed an entire corpse into it. And while the girl stood there, her mouth open in amazement and unable to think of anything to say, Roy again put Kibisis on his belt and moved, admitting that he could still feel the weight. Shrugging his shoulders and saying that he had checked everything and would use it after the raid, Roy shook the stone fragments of the gargoyle out of the bag and, throwing the spear over his shoulder, moved on. Seeing what exactly the guy bought for himself with the money he won, Aura asked if he really only got 400,000 and not 400 million. And having received a negative answer, she asked with great curiosity where, in that case, he found such powerful items at such a price. Worried and thinking that he couldn't tell anyone about the Transcendent Academy because they wouldn't believe him, the guy lied and said he bought everything in a small store. Hearing about this, Aura was eager to go there, but the guy, trying to find his words, haltingly told her that the seller had said the last time that he was going to close. Aura, who was about to have a fun time shopping, froze, looking at Roy with the same enthusiasm that was slowly starting to melt away. And then she asked him again about the store closing, looking at him with displeasure because she clearly saw that the guy was lying to her. The girl rolled her eyes and said she would believe him, and he thanked her, after which the friends moved on, and after a few meters they heard the sound of falling stones. They came out into some spacious hall in which there were really a lot of gargoyles, and Roy thought that it already looked dangerous. Then Aura stepped forward, placing her hand on the hilt of her blade, and was about to finish off the monsters herself, although Roy tried to stop her. The girl was late, and the guy asked to deal with them himself because he wanted to try something new, and the girl thought about it. Looking at the monsters and then at the boy, Aura shrugged and stepped back, while Roy looked thoughtfully at the Spear of Longinus, which turned out to be much more powerful than he expected. Taking a stance, the guy prepared himself for a special move because he was going to check how the spear would behave if he put mana into it. The monsters had already rushed at him, wanting to tear the intruder into pieces, and Roy tensed his whole body and began to pour his own mana into his spear. He closed his eyes, concentrating all his strength into one powerful blow, the purpose of which was the complete destruction of all the monsters around. And when he opened them, his feelings and sensations merged with his mind into one whole, opening up the opportunity for him to carry out the perfect attack. And at that very moment, the spear began to shine with a bright blue light, and a magical aura spread around the guy, radiating incredible power. Aura took a couple more steps back, feeling that standing in the way of such a powerful weapon could simply be dangerous. Angry monsters rushed towards the guy in a huge crowd, wanting to stop the spread of positive energy that he was radiating. Their sharp stone claws were already approaching his body, threatening to tear his flesh. But Roy continued to concentrate on the coming terrible blow. And only when the monsters were already a meter away from him, Roy raised his head and began to move. His muscles rippled under his skin, and the boy jerked his hands holding the spear forward, releasing all of his accumulated magic at once right in front of him. And this blow was so strong that each of the monsters in front of the swarm suddenly began to crumble, first into large pieces, but with each moment more and more fragmented. And after a couple of seconds, there were only ruins in front of Aura and Roy, because the guy's powerful attack even managed to split the stone floor. But only a second later, looking ahead in amazement, the girl was able to assess the full extent of the damage inflicted by the guy. Somehow, Roy managed to not only split the stone floor, but leave a huge crater in it, growing further and further across the huge hall. Roy knew the history of the Spear of Longinus very well, because it was the legendary spear that pierced the body of Jesus when he was crucified. And although he expected the spear to be weaker, after using it, the guy himself could not believe how well he had chosen his weapon. The guy developed a strategy on how to use the weapon to the maximum, and, remembering that there were only 25 days left of his pass, decided to squeeze everything out of them. And while Roy was actively training, not wanting to miss out on opportunities, Aura approached him and informed him that a certain Sister Daisy wanted to meet with him, which confused the guy. Shrugging, Roy asked directly who the girl was talking about, and Aura noted that she was the student of the Great Mage, who was given the nickname Devil. Hearing this, the guy instantly understood who they were talking about, remembering the girl who was the only one in the whole world who could compare in magical potential with the devil himself. Reasoning that this girl must be a very outstanding person, and Aura allowed herself to call her simply Daisy's sister, Roy asked why she suddenly wanted to meet. It turned out that the sorceress wanted to know as much as possible about how Roy dealt with the Minotaur, being only an apprentice. Aura said that he had the right to refuse, and she wouldn't let Daisy push too hard, and the boy suddenly became afraid that the sorceress might turn out to be similar to the great swordsman. Aura said that they weren't even close to being alike, and Roy shrugged and agreed, after which the girl, smiling contentedly, went to write to her sister. And as soon as she sent the message, smiling happily and preparing to wait for an answer, the space behind her suddenly split and a portal opened. And at that very moment, Daisy came out of it, calling out to Aura and informing her that she had already arrived, which greatly surprised the swordswoman herself. Aura asked if Daisy was planning to come visit them even if Roy answered negatively, to which the sorceress, sarcastically taking off her glasses, noted that she had foreseen his consent. And then Daisy smiled contentedly and, removing the disturbing accessory from her face, asked her sister where the very boy guy had praised so much was. Having warmly greeted her sister, Aura led her to her friend, and the moment the sorceress saw him, her eyes widened in surprise. She began to look at Roy with curiosity without even saying hello, which made him embarrassed because he did not expect such zeal. Roy tried to say hello and introduce himself, but Daisy suddenly became even more surprised and screamed, demanding that Roy give an answer as to where he got this thing. The guy tried to calmly clarify what she was talking about, but the girl interrupted him and again demanded an answer, accusing the guy of being completely deaf. Unable to understand what the girl was even talking about, Roy became indignant, asking her to explain what she was talking about, but the girl crossed her arms over her chest and said that the guy was pretending. Grabbing her sister and holding her back from any rash emotional actions, Aura asked her to calm down, claiming that Roy really didn't understand her. The sorceress insisted that she had to find out where he got this thing, even if she had to use force, but Aura held her tightly, asking her to finally cool down. After some time of persuasion, Aura was finally able to calm her sister down, who stepped aside and sat down on a chair, discontentedly propping up her cheek, because she still hadn't received any answers. In turn, Roy only now realized that this was the same sister Daisy that Aura had spoken about. Surprised that she had ended up in their academy so quickly, and turning to the girl, he suddenly wondered why she looked so young, because judging by the information on the internet, she was already 40 years old. Aura noted that Daisy maintained her eternally youthful appearance with her magic, and the girl, standing up from her seat, confirmed this, saying that she used her own magic. Smiling proudly, the girl said that she uses her memories to rejuvenate her body, although this is very difficult for her. Suddenly, the smile disappeared from her face again, and the girl, pointing to Kabesis, said that she had answered his question, and therefore now he must tell her where he got this bag. Roy asked if she was talking about his Kabesis, and Daisy, her eyes shining greedily, almost pounced on him, insisting that she was talking about him. The sorceress began asking about various details about this bag, and Roy asked Aura with displeasure what else she had managed to tell their guest. The girl shrugged, and Roy asked what was in that bag, which caused the sorceress's indignation, who cried out that it was an incredibly rare thing that everyone dreamed of. Feeling his brain boiling, Roy forced himself to listen to the girl's entire lecture about how special Kabesis was, judging by her magical analysis. The girl offered Roy to sell it to her and offered a whole million, making the guy very much regret that the Academy of Transcendence forbids selling their goods. Roy asked in amazement where she got such money, because even Aura was surprised by the girl's generosity, and Daisy herself said that it was still little for such a treasure. Frowning, the guy thought to himself that the girl had no idea how much this bag cost, since even the original was cheaper than $1 million. The girl looked pleased with herself and impatiently waited for Roy to finally agree to her generous offer. However, the guy sighed sadly, realizing how much money was slipping through his fingers, and refused, which greatly surprised both Daisy and Aura. The girl was about to offer more, but the guy sighed again and handed the girl the bag, offering to try to use it to understand why he was refusing. And although the sorceress took the bag with obvious desire and joy, she immediately threw it down, wincing in pain, because Kabesis had shocked her. Not understanding what had happened, the girl asked Roy about it, and he, picking up the bag, noted that, as she had now seen for herself, only he could use Kabesis. The spearman shrugged sadly and said that he couldn't even just give the item into someone's hands, let alone sell it. The guy hoped that the girl would leave him alone when she found out about this nuance, but Daisy pounced on him with even more enthusiasm. The girl demanded to urgently tell him where he bought it, and she would pay him 10 million just for the information. But the guy's story about the store near his house left her stunned. The girl shrugged her shoulders a little upset and said that nothing could be done, and then looked up and said that in that case she had a proposal for him. She said that the guy could help her with one little thing since she couldn't get Kibisis and promised a monetary reward, although not 1 million. The boy reasoned that he couldn't give the bag away, but he could help with it, and he wondered whether he should agree, while Daisy looked into his eyes pitifully, begging for consent. Finally, Roy sighed and agreed, claiming that he would help for a decent reward, and the wizard jumped up and down happily, not holding back her emotions. Roy noted that he was quite busy, and therefore asked in advance whether the girl wanted to do it now or later, to which Daisy replied that there was no need now. And when the matter with Kibisis was resolved, Daisy suddenly remembered why she had gotten to her sister and Roy in the first place, and said that she really wanted to ask him. Roy clarified that the girl probably wanted to know about how he defeated the Minotaur, and Daisy nodded contentedly and in agreement, confirming his guess. Daisy was surprised to learn that a level 6 Minotaur had suddenly appeared in the dungeon, and the inspector's magic was unable to detect it. She then asked the boy how he, being a simple student, managed to deal with such a terrifying monster, and Roy sheepishly replied that he was just lucky. Daisy immediately doubted this statement, and Roy said that something did help him, remembering to himself that without the training in magic and the help of Merlin, he would never have managed. Suddenly, a small realization dawned on the boy's mind, and he remembered Merlin's theories, then related them to what had happened. Raising his hand, he asked the sorceress if he could express something like a theory and clarify her opinion, to which the girl, taking a sip of coffee, shrugged her shoulders, giving him permission. The guy started with the basics, saying that magic and aura directly depend on mana, and then clarified that he wanted to talk about how mana affects changes in the real world. And to the girl's surprise, Roy asked her if it was possible that mana was the reason for the change in the dungeons. Daisy slammed her palms on the table and stood up, demanding that the guy explain his theory in detail, and the guy continued. Roy remembered how Merlin had told him in his lectures that any use of mana and magic could warp the reality around him. Accordingly, Roy theorized that if the distortions and warps of the dungeons were related to mana, then they could be caused by someone's will. Roy assumed that these phenomena were not natural, and therefore were caused by outside interference, after which he became embarrassed under the gaze of the powerful sorceress. Seeing how she was looking, the guy scratched the back of his head in embarrassment, deciding that he had said something stupid, and tried to change the subject to something frivolous. In turn, Daisy, looking at the guy in amazement, asked him in a trembling voice, asking if he was also a magician, which caused his bewilderment. Roy shrugged and shook his head, after which Daisy grabbed her head, trying to understand how he could not be a mage if he thought of such a thing. Suddenly, the girl was struck by inspiration, and she silently stared at the guy, trying to understand whether her guess was possible, and then asked him directly if he had created his own Kibisis. She looked the boy straight in the eye, trying to catch him in a lie if he tried to, while Roy tried to figure out how she had even come to that conclusion. Even Aura admitted that this theory sounded reasonable when Daisy suggested that he was pretending to be a novice hunter to hide his identity as a powerful mage. The guy's eyes widened in surprise and he stared at the girl, first trying to understand if she was serious, and then seriously thinking about her mental balance. The girl still couldn't believe the coherence of his theory about the influence of mana on dungeons, and so she grabbed the tablet in which he wanted to write down his story in its entirety. In turn, Roy, of course, would be happy to share all the details of the thought process that led him to an interesting theory. But he could not. He couldn't tell her that he was listening to lectures from Merlin himself, whose thoughts and teachings had led the guy to this idea. However, the guy tried to come up with suitable and logical explanations in order to answer the incessant stream of questions from the sorceress. Suddenly, the guy had an interesting idea that knowledge could also be considered a commodity, and therefore he could teach for money. And while Daisy, without putting away her tablet and pen, was waiting for the answer to the next question so she could write it down, Roy began to think about his idea. He thought that this could not be considered resale, because he eventually reached his own wisdom himself, although teaching people is very expensive and difficult. As Daisy received answer after answer, she became less and less inspired and more upset until she finally put her pen down. Sighing, she admitted that the boy was indeed unfamiliar with the concepts of magical teachings. although what he said at the very beginning really surprised her. By the time they finished talking and Daisy said that she would definitely study his theory in more detail, Aura entered the room. Despite the fact that the girl brought them a snack, Daisy went to the exit, saying that they had been talking for quite a long time and therefore it was time to call it a day. When saying goodbye, the sorceress promised to definitely invite them both to her research center, although Aura persuaded her to stay and have a bite to eat. Roy noted that Daisy was very different from the image imposed by the media, and Aura replied that everyone had that opinion about her, and therefore the girl even doubted that her sister would become a devil. Shrugging, Aura sat down at the table and pulled out the lunches, handing one to Roy and asking him to give her the shiny sticker if he came across it, to which the boy agreed with a smile. As Roy bit into his bun, he thought that he had managed to meet the great swordsman, the apostle of chastity, and the disciple of the devil himself, although many had not met even one of them. Sometime later, the guy was sitting in the training room, frowning as he listened to lectures one after another, trying to achieve increased progress. Roy crossed his arms over his chest and came to the not-so-happy conclusion that his progress, if it was happening, was going too slowly. The guy thought that with the help of Kabesis, he could easily complete all the daily tasks, but he didn't manage to complete even one course by the end of the free period. Roy decided that he urgently needed to increase the speed of studying the courses, and so he went to Aura, who, in turn, was thinking about something with obvious despair on her face. Entering her room, the guy directly felt a strong aura of oppression that the girl was spreading around her, muttering something under her breath. Noticing that the girl didn't even pay attention to his presence, Roy approached her from behind and lightly touched her shoulder, causing the girl to become seriously frightened. The girl, realizing that she was completely mired in her heavy thoughts, turned around abruptly, asking who was calling her. And Roy asked if everything was okay with her, because she didn't even notice him. Sighing sadly, the girl said that she wanted to hire new students, but she encountered some difficulties, but then asked what happened to the guy. Remembering why he had come, Roy asked Aura if she by any chance knew if they were planning to hold any competitions in the next 20 days. After looking at her phone and scrolling through the schedule for a couple of minutes, the girl finally blurted out that nothing at all was planned, to Roy's great disappointment. Then she added that they were planning to hold a mock exam next month, and Roy sadly asked what that was. Aura said that because the professional hunter exam is only held once a year, practice exams were created so that participants could prepare. Roy imagined how such exams would go, and thought that there would definitely be students from different academies who were even stronger than Joshua. To his dismay, the guy noticed that this exam starts just when his trial period ends, although it is still worth trying to pass. That same evening, Roy, while discussing magic, listened to a lecture by Chiron, who talked about how witchcraft is not reliable, unlike intuition, which can be considered a kind of magic. The centaur continued to talk about unusual ways to use intuition, which greatly fascinated the guy, who even said that he had never thought about it before. Suddenly, the centaur stopped his discussion of sensations and said that there would soon be a training exam for the Transcendents, which greatly interested Roy. The teacher recommended not to pay attention to grades and just try hard, finishing the lecture, and Roy already thought that he had misheard. Suddenly, a window opened in front of him, which described the exam in great detail, and Roy realized that this exam really existed. Roy remembered watching an advertisement for the academy, where one of the graduates, a 9th-rank swordmaster, talked about his success in the exam. However, the guy just scratched the back of his head, realizing that he was still far from the title of Transcendent, and therefore there was no point in participating in the exam. He decided to continue watching the lectures and switch to the Hegemon King, wanting to increase the progress of his course as quickly as possible. And to the boy's surprise, his teacher on the recording boldly and in his characteristic aggressive manner insisted that his students take a practice exam. Shangyu sneered at the audience and said that if his student decided that he was already strong enough, he should go to the exam and finally realize what a worthless person he was. The recording ended immediately, and the exam notification popped up in front of Roy again, which made the guy quite surprised. He thought about how strange it was that both of his teachers were talking about the exam on recordings that he had no idea when he could watch. And the guy decided to look at other courses. And to the spearman's great surprise, both Buddha and Merlin also spoke to him about the exam, urging him not to worry about grades and just try his hand. Staring at his phone screen, Roy tried to figure out how it could be that all of his teachers were talking about the same thing on completely different recordings. Tired of thinking, the guy leaned back on his bed and grumbled tiredly, noting that this Academy of Transcendence really did have a lot of oddities. Raising the phone to his face again, the boy turned it on again and opened the Transcendent Academy program, wanting to know more about this exam. And first of all, he went to the comments, wanting to learn about the exam not from the organizers, but from the community where people were telling everything in more detail. Scrolling through the comments under a post by a guy with a similar situation, Roy noticed one guy who claimed that the exam would help him improve his course progress, which was exactly what Roy wanted. The next day, the boy was already standing with his spear in the middle of the training room at the Aura Academy, checking his phone. And to his own delight, when Roy tried to check how much it would cost him to participate, he found out that the first time was absolutely free for him. Deciding that he would hardly get another chance to improve his skills for free, Roy decided to agree and, fearing that the program would change its mind, quickly clicked on the confirmation button. Roy was given the details of the exam and was informed that the first of the 7 combat test tasks would have 15 stages that he would have to complete. Having grabbed the spear more comfortably, Roy thought that the exam would be at the level of a real Transcendent, which meant that it would be incredibly difficult for the guy already at the first stage. Worried that he would be forced to fight monsters right here, Roy muttered incoherently, wondering how the exam would proceed. The guy was already starting to think about the fact that a lot of monsters could appear in front of him when his phone suddenly started to glow. And just a moment later, something flew out of the screen and moved away with incredible speed, which is why the guy didn't even see the object that appeared. Deciding that a monster had emerged from the phone that the boy had to defeat, Roy adjusted his grip on the spear, preparing to fight with all his might. At this time, the creature that appeared from the phone stopped, although its features were still difficult to discern, and then began to grow rapidly. Roy thought that a 5th or 6th level creature would appear in front of him, but to his surprise, the first stage monster continued to grow, and it grew to colossal sizes, although the guy was interested in how the creature even fit into such a small room. To the spearman's horror, what stood before him was not a simple level 6 monster, but a real dragon, whose skin and breath crackled from the electric voltage. The guy's phone beeped, and he saw an announcement that his opponent was Fafnir from Scandinavian myths, and the guy had to defeat him in 30 minutes. The guy even thought that this must be some kind of joke, and therefore the dragon would now disappear and the test would start again. But the monster tensed up, and just a moment later, he spewed out a column of blue flame towards the spearman, so powerful that it burned everything in its path. And Fafnir certainly intended to turn into ashes the impudent man who had summoned him, and who had not even had time to curse before the flames covered him completely with his head. Suddenly, the guy woke up completely safe and his phone was lying next to him, showing that the guy had failed the first stage by just 2 seconds. The realization of how quickly he had lost had the boy rolling on the floor, clutching his head and trying to understand how Fafnir himself had been considered a good monster for the first stage. In rage and confusion, Roy slammed his fists into the ground and began to rant and rave, asking if Fafnir appeared in the first stage, he would have to fight God in the 15th. Roy even wondered if the Transcendent could defeat God at all, or maybe he had to become one, and then remembered that there were demigods, feeling uneasy. Finally, the guy tamed his rage and took a deep breath, trying to fully comprehend what had happened to him in the last minute. Looking around and sitting more comfortably, the guy realized that what happened had not affected the building, although he already thought that it would collapse. The guy looked at the phone screen with displeasure and thought that the only thing that made him happy in this situation was that he had 10 whole attempts. But, squeezing his spear in anger, the boy allowed himself the unpleasant thought that in these 10 attempts, nothing would likely change, because even against Fafnir, he had no chance. However, raising an angry gaze, Roy got up from the floor, grabbed the spear and the phone and went to the exit, intending to check which of the two would be stronger. However, time after time he was faced with almost instant defeat, and the most he was capable of was only 6 seconds of survival. Rolling on the ground in indignation, Roy indignantly shouted that in this fight it was simply impossible not only to win, but even to survive. The upset guy went to the store and bought himself a coffee drink, and then sat down on the bench, sadly thinking about the fact that he didn't even have time to move. Roy was thinking about how he should somehow improve the progress of the courses, but what was happening was simply driving him to despair, when suddenly his phone vibrated. Picking it up, Roy saw a notification that the guy was offered to listen to an explanatory lecture in which his mistakes would be explained to him, which greatly interested the guy. To his own delight, when he opened the list of explanatory lectures, Roy even saw Sun Wukong there, who was a great sage and clearly knew a thing or two about such battles. Relaxingly lifting the pole onto his shoulders, the great Monkey King calmly spoke about how the fight with Fafnir was actually a test of attentiveness, not strength. The mighty warrior, whose staff was of incredible size, explained with a warm smile that in this fight, one had to dig a little deeper to understand his cunning. Roy noted to himself that he was very glad to see the great sage, although the first time he saw him, the guy thought he was some kind of crazy cosplayer. In turn, Sun Wukong snapped his fingers and said that his first attack was actually all the dragon could offer, and so Roy only had to avoid the fire. And especially, in order to properly explain everything to the viewer, Sun Wukong suddenly found himself right in front of Fafnir, who was about to incinerate the mighty warrior with his flames. With a greed for a good fight in his eyes, Sun Wukong explained that the spectator should not try to cut the flames, as it would do little good, and so should simply dodge. In turn, the powerful dragon did not miss the opportunity to use all his power to attack the impudent monkey with flames, while Sun Wukong, smiling cheerfully, demonstrated exactly what he meant by deftly jumping up and ending up right above Fafnir's head. He noted that after the first fire breath, Fafnir would not be able to use it for some time, and the warrior's eyes lit up with a fierce fire. Gripping his staff more comfortably, he explained that now it was possible to easily beat the monster, after which he himself rushed into the attack, engulfed in the fire of his own spirit. Roy watched, his gaze fixed on his mentor as he prepared to attack the one person Roy had never been able to defeat in his trials. Sun Wukong turned over in midair to get a better position, using only a fraction of his strength, but he made the attack so powerful that it could break mountains. And with the right moment, the Monkey King swung his weapon downwards, cutting the air in half and unleashing an attack of incredible power on his enemy. And it turned out to be so powerful that one swing was enough for the great sage to destroy the monster, cutting it into two parts. Landing and brushing the dust off his clothes, the warrior concluded that there was nothing difficult about this fight, although Roy felt even more puzzled. Smiling contentedly, Sun Wukong said that this was only the first stage, but the viewer was asked to learn to understand the situation, and therefore it was worth continuing to try. The lecture ended, and Roy understood only that he had not understood anything. And in despair, he asked how the creators of the Academy could even consider this an explanation. Hoping that the other lectures would contain more information, Roy opened the second one, but in it, the divine blue dragon was cutting off Fafnir's breathing with his own. Watching the lecture in shock, Roy wondered why the hell a dragon could act as a mentor in a situation like this. Apart from the fight between two monsters, Roy saw nothing else in the lecture, and therefore wondered how he was supposed to get any benefit from it. Roy slapped his forehead with his palm and threw his head back, screaming in despair, wanting to figure out what to do. Raising the phone to his face, Roy looked at the last lecture and grumbled that he had wasted his free attempt on this test and therefore had no right to back out. Roy remembered that Siegfried is one of the most important heroes in Germano-Scandinavian mythology and is the strongest dragon slayer in history. And the dragon who, through his death, allowed the hero to earn this title was none other than Fafnir himself. And Roy decided that he knew more than anyone about this task. Having turned on his lecture, the guy saw that the man was standing, resting his blade on the ground. And in a calm, low-bass voice, he was saying that the viewer already knew about the secret of Fafnir's breathing. When the man said that the whole secret was to avoid breathing and mark the end of the lecture, Roy became completely desperate and was about to turn it off. However, before his finger could touch the screen, Siegfried continued, noting that it was not too easy to dodge such an attack, and therefore he would figure out another way. Raising his hand with his index finger, Siegfried told of the first secret, the essence of which is that Fafnir attacks with flames where he appears. He added that if you immediately jump to the side after the call, the fiery breath will hit you in a completely different direction. Realizing that it was Siegfried who was able to tell him all the details, Roy listened attentively to the teacher, who explained that this was just a trick, but with it the participant would have a much easier time. Raising a second finger, the Dragon Slayer noted that even with this trick, some students would have a hard time dodging it, and then he prepared a second method. And it was after this method was publicized that Roy left the park where he was training and went to a jewelry store, emerging with a gold bar in his hand. Having acquired such a treasure, the boy again listened to the man, who told him that Fafnir was turned into a dragon by his own greed, and therefore he was terribly greedy. That's why the man recommended simply throwing a gold bar under Fafnir's nose to distract his attention, because the dragon would definitely choose gold. And even if he wants to attack with flame, he will not do it, because in that case the gold will melt, and the enemy will lose such a precious thing. Roy thought that this would be too unfair, but Siegfried anticipated this thought and explained that the main thing is to achieve the goal, and the method is secondary. Shrugging his shoulders, Siegfried said that this was all he could tell the viewer and invited them to attend his lectures one last time, and Roy watched to the end with interest. Finally, standing in the middle of his favorite spot for street training, the guy bowed his head and encouraged himself with the thought that any endeavor requires investment. Touching the screen, the guy pressed the button to start the next attempt, and at that very moment Fafnir appeared in front of the guy out of thin air. And as soon as he appeared, he immediately threw his head back, intending to incinerate the enemy. But this time, Roy was ready for it. Taking a good swing, Roy used all his reflexes to throw the gold bar as quickly as possible right under the monster's nose. The ingot flew straight into Fafnir's face, already ready to release the full power of his deadly blue flames into Roy. However, the moment the ingot appeared in front of its muzzle, the monster's eyes opened wide and glittered greedily, and its neck stopped swelling. The ingot flew past because Roy threw it too hard, and the dragon, turning his muzzle towards him, completely lost interest in the guy. Like an obedient dog who had been given his favorite toy, the formidable Fafnir rushed after the ingot, not intending to let it out of his sight. Roy happily pulled out the Spear of Longinus from Cabesus, wanting to attack the enemy while he was distracted by the sparkling toy. However, having caught the ingot, the dragon looked at the treasure with joy and immediately recognized that it was not gold, but only gilded. Recognizing the trick, Fafnir roared, turning towards the one who had tricked him with such a cheap trick, and became even more angry than before. Realizing that he couldn't use his fire breath fast enough now, the dragon swung his tail, and Roy had to react as quickly as possible. However, the attack was so powerful that it split the stone under the guy's feet and knocked the spearman out in a single instant. To his own regret, the boy lost again, and now lay on the dusty ground, looking at the sky with the thought that this was not even close to the lizard that Sun Wukong described it as. The guy stared at the sky in amazement, not moving and wondering how he could possibly defeat him, when his phone vibrated. Quickly raising the phone to his eyes in the hope of seeing a new explanatory lecture, the guy saw how the progress of Chiron's course rose by a whole 3%. A little later, Roy began another attempt, and once again avoiding the fiery breath, tried to stay alive, dodging Fafnir's furious attacks. To avoid the claw's blow, the boy jumped up, trying to keep his balance and not fall, although it was incredibly difficult to do so. Roy was already close to the ground and was about to regroup, but the airflow from the flapping of his powerful wings prevented him from doing so, and the guy lost his balance. As soon as he touched the ground, his legs became entangled, and Roy, barely holding the spear in his hands, fell to the ground face forward, thinking only about how to get up as quickly as possible. And having risen, the guy rushed to run, so as not to allow the bloodthirsty dragon to hit the immobilized target. Thinking that even dodging was incredibly difficult, the guy tried to find an opportunity to attack, but given everything that was happening, it seemed impossible to him even when he got close to the monster's back. Noticing this movement, Fafnir, without even turning his head towards the enemy, swung his tail, intending to pin the guy to the ground. To his shame, the boy realized that he had gotten himself into a situation where it was too late to dodge, and so he put his hand in the bag, intending to use the secret weapon. Wanting to distract the monster from its apparently successful tail attack, the boy swung and threw the gilded ingot into the sky, successfully drawing the monster's attention to it. The trick was successful, and Fafnir hesitated for a second, causing his tail to slow down for a moment, allowing Roy to dodge at the last moment. His movement was so desperate that the boy immediately fell to the ground, looking in amazement at the powerful tail that left a huge furrow after its blow. Once again recognizing the gilding, the dragon again screamed furiously, wanting to finish off the impudent fellow for the audacious deception that he had pulled off for the second time. Gritting his teeth, the boy recognized the danger from the enraged monster and prepared himself for what was about to be a truly deadly attack. And although that was indeed the case, as Fafnir prepared to tear the boy apart with his claws, Roy reached into his pouch again, not wanting to give up so easily. To the surprise of the greedy dragon, who simply could not control his desire to possess as much treasure as possible, several ingots flew into the sky at once. The dragon couldn't take his eyes off them and even muttered something in his dragon language, clearly intending to grab each of the ingots. And while Fafnir rushed towards the sparkling trinkets, wanting to grab each of them, Roy tensed his legs and jumped into the sky as high as he could. Finding himself directly above the monster, the boy used all the strength he had in his body to prepare for his next attack. And at the same time, he used all his mana to charge his weapon with it and make the blow truly devastating. Looking down at the monster that didn't even raise its head to face the pathetic enemy, Roy sighed, concentrating even his mind on one single yet powerful attack. And then he lunged downwards, pushing off straight from the air and aiming his spear at the back of the monster that had been causing the boy problems for so long. And at the same moment, With a furious cry that he would definitely pierce the monster through and through, Roy struck his weapon into its back, causing a cry of pain. Holding tightly onto the spear shaft, the boy managed to rejoice that his trick and most powerful attack had finally worked. However, it turned out that although the mighty dragon felt pain and had a wound on his back, Roy was not even close to killing him. Distracted from the golden toys, the monster turned its head to the boy still sitting on its back and gave him a furious look, causing Roy to tremble. Tired of the annoying enemy, the dragon simply moved his head and clamped his jaws across Roy's body, biting the enemy into several pieces. Completely exhausted after such a difficult attempt, Roy fell face down on the ground, realizing that he had lost again, even though he had not even come close. His body trembling with pain, Roy tried to raise his hand and reach for the spear, thinking that he already thought he had the monster in his hands. Hearing the vibrations of the phone, the guy slowly turned it on and, without even getting up, made sure that the progress of Kiran, Xiangyu, and Merlin's lectures had increased a little more. Roy finally managed to overcome the pain and, sitting on the ground with his legs crossed, thought happily that by the end of the free period, he would be able to complete 1 or even 2 courses. And while he was truly happy with his progress, an annoying notification suddenly appeared before his eyes, telling him that the guy only had 3 attempts left. In the end, the guy spent them all, wanting not so much to kill the monster but to at least increase the progress of the courses, and a couple of days later he was already resting at the academy. Aura entered the room and asked the guy why he had stopped going on raids lately, to which he replied that he hadn't had time to do it at all. He knew it sounded odd coming from someone who spent all day staring at their phone, but Aura didn't seem to mind and said she would be preparing paperwork and try not to disturb him. In turn, the guy, having received a grade of 4 points out of 100 on the exam, decided to devote himself entirely to lectures, so that in 3 days he could try again to progress in the courses. Having 80% each in Chiron's and Xiangyu's courses, the guy firmly decided to complete them by the end of the trial period at any cost. After 3 days, the guy returned to the training ground and launched his attempt, but this time the first stage was not the same as before. To his own slight surprise, Roy found in his hand a ball of flame that did not burn his hand, but its purpose was unknown to the guy. Roy thought that he looked very much like the balls that witches use to see the future, and did not even notice how the silhouette of a monster grew behind his back. Looking at his phone, Roy saw that his mission was to successfully escape from the Korean mythical dragon Kanchori with the pearl in hand. Having learned that he would have to escape for an entire hour, the boy looked with shock at the mighty dragon flying without wings and sighed heavily. Roy, of course, expected things to be different, since he had to complete the basic endurance task, but he didn't even come close to expecting this. He successfully failed this stage, although his progress in the Kiron and Xiangyu courses advanced by as much as 7%, and the guy waited for the next, no less difficult test. All his 5 senses were blocked, and in this state the guy had to destroy the Sphinx, or at least survive. Remembering that in ancient times the Sphinx asked everyone the same question, the guy decided that the answer to the riddle he had not heard would be a person. The Sphinx test also didn't work for the guy, and it only advanced the course progress by a couple of %, and Roy started testing mana a little later. He had to feed the beast god named Pulgasari mana until he was full, otherwise he himself would end up as the god's lunch. Unfortunately, Roy didn't have nearly the mana reserves needed to feed Pulgasari, and so he failed the test, moving the course progress forward by 7%. 3 days later, the guy had to take part in a test that he found very interesting, because he had to listen to the song of the sirens and not fall into a trance. To his surprise, this test was quite easy for him, and the whole time the siren was singing, the guy enjoyed the music and the sight of the beautiful maiden with a smile. Roy successfully passed this stage, happy that for the first time in his life he managed to reach the second. But at the second stage, the horrors of the song of the Scandinavian world of the dead were already waiting for him, and the guy couldn't listen to this song even for a couple of seconds, feeling blood flowing from his ears and victory slipping through his fingers. Having completed the tests in all the basic disciplines with disgusting results, Roy, to his own joy, noticed that he had time to complete the courses of Quran and Xiangyu. Finally, there were only 2 discipline tests left for Roy to choose from, and the boy thought hard about which choice he would be given. And although the guy decided to wait and decide when he knew all the options to choose from, he was bursting with impatience and excitement, which is why he bit all his nails. Looking into the training hall, Aura approached the guy and, noticing his not-so-healthy state, asked what happened to him. Roy just shook his head and said that everything was fine, but he himself was on edge, because 3 days had passed and he still hadn't received a single notification. Roy was worried that, due to the lack of notifications, he might not be able to complete the courses before the end of the trial period. And so, he was already getting ready to go on some kind of raid. Fearing the looming deadline, Roy clutched the phone tightly, and it suddenly responded with a strange vibration, forcing the guy to pay attention to the gadget. To Roy's surprise, for the first time in months, the mentor himself suddenly materialized from his phone, joyfully greeting his student. Standing right on the guy's phone screen, Mentor asked with a smile how the guy had been doing all this time, although Roy looked quite surprised. Roy said directly that he thought that Mentor had completely forgotten about him and decided not to return, and the teacher himself, scratching the top of his head, noted that he had indeed been delayed. However, Mentor noted that he was busy with something very important, studying the guy's personal profile, and therefore does not consider himself guilty of such a long absence. Roy had already started to curse at the mentor who had appeared from the phone, and Aura, thinking that the guy was talking to her, asked again what he meant. She wanted to clarify what he had said, but Roy, hiding the phone and mentor behind his back, shook his head vigorously, insisting that he had said absolutely nothing. Aura assumed she was misheard, and Roy confirmed her guess, saying it was all because of fatigue, then remarked that he wanted to get some fresh air and ran outside. Having reached the park where he had been undergoing the Transcendence training exam all this time, Roy asked again why Mentor was so late. Shaking his head and scratching the top of his head, the mentor answered haltingly that he hoped that Roy would be able to cope on his own without his help. Roy was outraged that these were all just excuses and that Mentor should be honest, to which he sighed and asked if the guy really wanted honesty. Roy answered in the affirmative, and Mentor said that he was going to check the guy's profile and come back right away. But what he saw upset him greatly. Roy didn't understand at first what exactly his mentor meant, but Mentor sheepishly explained that he was talking about the level of a spearman. Roy covered his eyes in shame, and the mentor said that his consultations would be useful at a higher level, but Roy could only count on the courses that were recommended to him. Upset by the realization that he was so weak that even Mentor almost abandoned him, the boy noted that the mentor could have at least warned him. The mentor apologized for this, and then took the guy's phone number and, having learned that he had been studying hard all this time, decided to check his progress in the courses. The mentor turned away from the guy and was about to sigh sadly at the results he would see in the lecture progress tab. However, instead of being sad, Mentor was surprised and looked more closely at the screen, thinking that some kind of mistake had occurred that he had not immediately noticed. He even voiced his suspicion that what he was seeing was probably caused by a mistake, and Roy asked again what the mentor was talking about. The mentor asked why he was seeing 4 courses, and their progress seemed strange to him, and Roy calmly said that he was listening to 4 at once, which shocked the mentor. The mentor even launched a diagnostic program, which almost immediately informed him that no errors were found and the information on the screen was correct. The mentor immediately began asking the guy how he managed to achieve such results, since such courses usually take 3 or 4 times longer. Roy said that the training exam helped him enough that Mentor finally stopped understanding what was going on. To his shame, the legendary mentor realized that his presence was truly unnecessary, and the boy had achieved great heights on his own. However, Roy interrupted Mentor's thoughts and said that he had a question about the exam in progress, and the mentor said that he would answer everything. The guy asked how he should choose a discipline, and Mentor began to look at the screen with curiosity, thinking that the necessary window should have appeared long ago. And while the mentor was reasoning, Roy also said that, unfortunately, he does not have his own ID for the academy, and he would like to know how to make one, which caused even more surprise. Snatching the phone from the guy's hands, Mentor began to examine the screen and vigorously press something, saying that this had never happened before. After thinking hard, the mentor suggested that he would have to talk to the director of the academy himself about this difficult issue. Turning to Roy, Mentor said that he had to take his leave, but would return soon, to which Roy asked if he was really going to abandon his ward again. After clicking on the screen a couple more times, the mentor turned on the ability for the guy to choose a discipline, and he himself said that he would just leave a request and immediately return. And with these words, promising to return before the free pass expired, the mentor melted into thin air, leaving his protege to deal with the exam alone. Scratching the top of his head and frowning, Roy noted with displeasure that he wanted to ask his mentor a couple more questions, but he simply disappeared. Roy finally finished his lesson and, to his own happiness, saw on the phone screen that Xiang Yu's course progress had reached 100%. And with the completion of the course, he finally mastered the skill that allowed him to master the mountain-destroying power that the Hegemon King himself possessed. At first, the guy didn't feel any changes and decided to test the new skill by taking the spear in his hand and planning to conduct a couple of experiments. Deciding that if he was truly filled with such power, he would surely feel it when he swung the spear. The boy swung, holding the weapon tightly in his hand. And one swing without any purpose was enough for the guy to fully feel the power that filled his weapon and body. The slight movement of his hand with the weapon in it was so strong that Roy, without expecting it, raised the wind, which whistled furiously in his ears. Smiling happily, the guy took the spear in both hands and examined it, not even believing that he now possessed such a powerful force, but his phone suddenly vibrated. The guy was offered to listen to the lecture epilogue, and he agreed without hesitation, happy that he could again see the face of his mentor, laughing proudly. Looking at the audience with satisfaction, the Hegemon King said that after completing this course, the students must have undergone incredible changes. However, he hopes that they are not proud, because this power is only the first step on the path of the true Transcendent. Xiangyu even noted that the viewer had simply gone from being trash to being recyclable, and wished all his students to become stronger and never give up. Finally, the great Hegemon King said that he believed in each of them, and no matter how difficult it was, they must move forward, never looking back and firmly following their path. Smiling at the teacher's kind, albeit slightly sarcastic farewell, Roy headed to the academy, where he was already met by Aura, who claimed that he had arrived just in time. She handed him her phone and said that applications for the practice exam were open from today. Even though Roy had completely failed the Transcendent Academy's training exam, he still intended to become a hunter, and so he wasn't going to stop on his way to achieving his goal. The boy was talking about how, thanks to Xiang Yu's course, he now had incredible strength, which was even better revealed with the Longinus spear, while Aura was filling out the questionnaire. And when the girl looked up from her phone, noting that she had done everything, Roy stood right in front of her and was discussing with interest which of the two of them would win in a fight. Deciding that there was no point in this since it wouldn't affect progress, Roy backed off and apologized for the awkwardness, then asked how the girl was doing with the new students. And, causing the guy to look curiously perplexed, Aura said that this question really bothered her a lot. She said she was worried that her grandfather might overreact to new students, although she was actually lucky in that regard with Roy. Noting that if she somehow came to an agreement with Guy, then the question of who to appoint as the new teacher worries her even more. Aura noted that she couldn't teach everything herself, and therefore one teacher was needed for each discipline, and she didn't have the money for professional ones. Hearing that the question was about money, the guy asked the girl how much the services of a professional professor cost, and received a very interesting answer. The girl said that the best ones could earn up to several million a month, after which Roy no longer heard her, completely consumed by greed. 3 days later, the boy looked at his phone to check his progress and was again glad that he had finished studying Xiang Yu's lectures. And just as Roy was thinking about how he should try to finish Chiron's course in the same way, the screen went dark and a joyful mentor materialized right on top of it. The guy greeted his mentor dryly, and he noted that Roy was not at all surprised by his appearance this time, and even looked displeased. Roy said that after Mentor promised to return before the end of the trial period, the boy expected him to return when he finished the course, and the mentor's mouth dropped open in shock. He sincerely did not believe that someone with such a low level was able to achieve such high progress without his help, which caused shame to the mentor. Interrupting Mentor's thoughts, Roy asked if he had managed to find out anything about his profile, and the mentor immediately remembered why he had come here in the first place. Taking a deep breath and then raising his fists, Mentor suddenly shouted, claiming that they were in huge trouble, causing Roy to become worried. Clearing his throat after raising his voice, Mentor said he wanted to check the boy's personal information before reporting it to the director and found nothing there. At first, Roy didn't understand what Mentor meant at all, and so he asked again about it, to which he received a displeased look from his mentor. Looking at Roy as if he was an idiot, Mentor raised his voice again, exclaiming that the Transcendent Academy had no information whatsoever about a student named Roy. Clutching his head in confusion over what was happening, the guy shook his head and said that it was simply impossible because he had been calmly listening to the lectures all this time. The boy insisted that there was no way he wasn't a student at the academy, and Mentor exclaimed that that was exactly what he was talking about. He also noted that the academy strictly monitors membership, which means the guy would not only not be able to listen to lectures, but also to see the mentor himself. Roy asked what the director thought in that case, to which the mentor replied that he had personally reported everything. And the director of the academy also did not understand how something like this could happen. Roy asked if it was possible that there was a system error, to which Mentor shook his head, ruling out such possibilities. The mentor noted that the director felt someone else's interference, although they had not yet found out the identity of the villain, and Roy became worried, asking what would happen to him now. He asked if they were really going to kick him out of the Academy of Transcendence, and Mentor didn't immediately understand the question, looking at the guy with confusion. However, then he shook his head with a joyful smile, raised his palms to calm the guy down, and said that this would not happen because there was a misunderstanding. Luckily for the guy, Mentor said that it was the Academy's fault that this happened, and he always said that a person who became a member of the Academy remains one forever. The guy thought about how he thought that his lack of an ID was a simple system error, but apparently, the guy became a member of the Transcendent Academy by someone's will. Roy asked just in case whether the problem that had arisen would affect his progress, and the mentor hastened to assure his protege that he should not worry about anything. With a relaxed sigh, the guy asked Mentor to help with another question, because his trial period would end in 2 days, and he didn't know what was the best thing to do. The mentor explained that the curriculum has 4 levels, from introductory to advanced, after which becoming a transcendent is just beginning. The mentor noted that the guy was about to finish the introductory stage and would have to purchase a new free pass and also enroll in new courses. The mentor personally recommended the guy lectures by the Greek demigod Hercules and the semi-legendary Chinese Taoist Zhang Sanfeng. Roy asked if he would be taught mana concentration or spear handling, and Mentor noted that he could certainly find those courses, but the mentor recommended starting with the basics. Nodding in response to Mentor's statements, the boy thought that he probably knew what he was talking about, and therefore he would take advantage of the mentor's offer. And when he saw the price, the guy frowned with displeasure, because they were asking him for $2 million for each course, although Mentor noted that he should save up some karma. Having decided to distract himself from sad thoughts about money, the guy asked his mentor what karma is in the Academy's understanding. Mentor thought for a moment and tried to think of a better way to explain it, saying that for the Academy and the students, it was something like an obligation to each other. Roy didn't quite understand what the mentor meant, so he asked what specific benefit the Academy received for its services. The mentor suddenly became gloomy and said a little sadly that, unfortunately, at the moment this was the maximum he could allow the guy to interfere with. And then, not without regret and embarrassment, he added that this meant that this was the maximum that Mentor could tell Roy about the details of the Academy's work. To the boy's surprise, as if apologizing for not being able to tell him more, Mentor asked Roy to reach greater heights, and then he would understand what his words meant. And at the same time, the seriousness instantly disappeared from Mentor's face when he happily noted that until then he would definitely help Roy with any problems. Roy also asked if there were other students at the Academy besides him, to which Mentor responded with a satisfied confirmation and pointed to the Academy community. And then, slyly turning his gaze to the guy, he clarified that he probably meant whether there were other students in the same dimension as him. Mentor put his finger to his mouth and thought for a moment before saying that the answer to that question was very ambiguous, and so he could only say one thing. Smiling at his protege, he said that out of all the dimensions that use the Academy, the place with the largest number of Transcendent students was only 4. In the entire country where Roy lived, the most popular were the 3 academies. And people always said that those who wanted to learn magic needed to go to the Isle Academy. Those who wanted to learn how to wield weapons and become powerful without magical intervention were said to have to go straight to Gan Academy. At the same time, there was an academy even for those who had no idea what they expected from the future, and this is Hunter Mill Academy. It was said that her lack of features meant no downsides, and the next training exam was to be held at Hunter Mill Academy. Looking around curiously, Roy arrived at the exam accompanied by Aura, who was already calling the boy to follow her. The girl noted that it was going to get very crowded soon, and Roy thought that the atmosphere of a professional exam, even a training one, was very different from a competition. When the girl heard that a special passage had been opened for students and exam participants, she called the guy to follow her and, approaching the examiners, introduced herself and Roy. Roy learned that he could only buy his next pass for 500,000, and so he was counting on the prize of a whole million offered by the exam organizers. And he didn't just count on it, but was ready to fight for it until the very end, just to return to learning Transcendence. When they were let through and the friends walked a little further down the corridor, Roy saw that a large crowd of participants had already gathered, which made him very happy. He was truly delighted by this grand atmosphere, which evoked much more celebratory emotions than a competition where there were a maximum of 5 good students. Leaving the guy with the other participants, Aura left, wishing him good luck and asking him to take care of his health and not overwork himself. Suddenly, the guy heard strange shouts in the crowd of participants, as if someone was pushing through everyone without waiting in line. Looking around the corner, the guy tried to discern the essence of what was happening and understand whether he would need to intervene at any moment. As Roy approached, he saw some self-confident guy in blue jeans calmly looking at an aggressively minded man who was indignantly explaining something to him. Casting a smug glance at the speaker with a bit of contempt, the guy said that the man couldn't do anything to him anyway, and therefore it was better to keep quiet. And although the other participant continued to be indignant, one of the organizers stopped him and asked for forgiveness, claiming that the guy would be let through first. And while the participant was trying to figure out why he was being allowed to ignore the line, the others were excitedly whispering to each other, discussing the identity of this guy. People in the line of participants were surprised to hear that this guy had been nominated by Hunter Mill Academy itself, and even the aggressive guy suddenly recognized him. Roy heard that the boy's name was Damien and looked at the participant with curiosity as he walked past, his huge two-handed sword slung over his back. The swordsman also did not fail to take the opportunity to examine the curious guy, who did not express even a bit of surprise with his appearance. He passed by without saying a word, and Roy looked at him with even greater surprise, noticing that he looked quite strong. And while everyone else was discussing Damien, some with enthusiasm, some with sadness, Roy remembered that he was the rising star of Hunter Mill. Turning away from the boy, Roy listened to the other participants whispering about who they thought would win the exam. People expressed the opinion that Damien had a clear advantage, as he was superior to the representatives of the other two major academies in terms of skills. One student even suggested that Hunter Mill Academy might have shared secrets of the upcoming exam with its student. However, another participant reasonably noted that Hunter Mill would not resort to such tricks and would do everything to save face, and therefore would not go against the rules. Suddenly, all conversations stopped when the participants noticed an unusual guy who was begging the examiner for a long time to let him inside. Even Roy looked at him with curiosity, because the guy not only behaved strangely, but also looked surprising for a student of the Hunter Academy. The guy was armed with not just one weapon, but several at once, creating the impression that he couldn't choose which one was more convenient for him to use. Rattling his quiver of arrows, the boy plaintively showed the examiner his application for participation, begging the boy to finally let him in. He was asked to go to the front of the line, to which the heavily armed participant indignantly noted that Damien had already been let through, so why should he wait? He was told that Damien was a student at the academy, to which the guy remarked that he didn't care about it and that they were all equal here, which caused the indignation of the guy behind him. He also demanded that all the impudent ones go to the end of the line, respecting those who came earlier, and the examiners, taking the guy by the arms, led him to the end of the crowd. Even Roy was surprised to see what was happening when the guy exclaimed that it was simply unheard of for someone to treat him like that. Roy thought he respected the employees for not being scared of such an armed guy and bravely taking him by the arms when one of the workers called out to him, asking him to go further. The training test began, and one of its participants, named Jeremy, being not a weak young man at all, almost immediately came out ahead in the running test. It took an effort for him to keep breathing evenly during this run, but the guy was confident in his abilities, and so, looking confidently ahead, he moved along the track. He knew for sure that he could be put on the same level with the talents of such giants as Hunter Mill, Gan, and Eel, even though he was only in the second division. It turns out that, to his own regret, Jeremy does not have enough money to pay for his studies at a prestigious academy, and therefore he is of a lower level. Once he was told that it is better to be the head of a snake than the tail of a dragon. And the boy thought that he did not agree, because being the tail of a dragon he could resist dragons, and being the head of a snake, he could only compete with other snakes, thereby proving to himself that he could not stand up to anyone from the prestigious academies. And it was for this reason that the guy decided to take part in the training exam, because only here could he test his strength against real professionals. And in Roy, running along the next track and looking straight ahead without being distracted, Jeremy saw the very professional he wanted to compete with. They had to run 3 kilometers in 5 minutes, and then another 3 kilometers, and thus prove that they were resilient enough, and Jeremy tried his best. However, Roy, who at first seemed like a frail guy who wouldn't even run the first 3 kilometers, to the guy's surprise, didn't even slow down, and Jeremy tried to keep up. He tried to maintain his speed, but his strength began to leave him, and his insufficient physical level made itself felt. Jeremy even slapped himself in the face to keep his body from relaxing, and for a moment it helped, but only for a short time. In desperation, stretching his hand forward, The guy reasoned that he had to at least once overtake his opponent, who had already begun to break the distance. Feeling his breath hitch and pleasure filling every cell of his body in contrast, Jeremy slapped himself in the face again, forcing him to run. However, unfortunately for himself, he ran the second 3 kilometers a full 12 minutes later than necessary and stopped, looking at the back of his opponent. In the end, the boy, dripping with sweat, looked up at the sky and was glad at least that he had finally entered into battle against dragons and not snakes. He waited until his opponent had completed another full circle and turned to him, intending to thank him for the great competition. With a kind loser's smile on his face, Jeremy extended his hand, hoping that Roy, recognizing the guy, would shake it. In his mind, the guy clearly imagined that now they were nothing less than true comrades in arms for each other. And Roy moved straight towards him, not slowing down and giving the guy hope that their fight would happen again someday, giving him a chance to get even. Jeremy had already started talking about how lucky he was that his opponent was Roy, but the guy, surprising the loser, ran past without even looking at him. Without even noticing the drama unfolding on the adjacent track, Roy ran forward, noting that this test was surprisingly easy for him after the Transcendence. Roy also distinguished himself in the second test, surprising with his physical fitness and strength, even those who looked like a real mountain of muscle. Without much effort or tension in the body, the guy calmly lifted heavy barbells, counting each squat without a tremor in his voice. Everyone stared at him in amazement as he counted out his third squat in a relaxed voice, rising from the bottom rack as if he didn't have 100 kilograms on his shoulders. And the guy continued to squat, attracting even more glances because from his strength, even the barbell he was holding bent. Roy himself, doing another squat, noted that such loads were really easy for him, although he did not expect this from himself. Realizing that daily training could not produce such a great result, Roy decided that it was because of Xiang Yu's course, and enthusiastically introduced Hercules' course. And although someone tried to persuade him to take a little rest before the next task, the guy began to study more actively, motivating himself with the fact that he would receive money for this course. One of the organizers addressed the same request to Damien to take a break after he successfully completed the strength test. And although his result, unlike Roy's result, did not surprise anyone because Damien was very powerful even in appearance, the guy was not upset about this. The people around knew very well what the boy was capable of, and therefore believed that he, as well as Arya and Broodver from the Isle and Gaon academies, were putting on nothing more than a show performance. And everyone understood perfectly well that if for ordinary participants this was a real test, then for the 3 unique individuals this was a battle to defend the honor of their own educational institution. Suddenly, while Damien was resting, a man dressed in what looked like a robe approached him and urged the boy to pay attention to a participant named Roy. And despite the fact that the guy looked at him without enthusiasm, the man said that he did not need to do anything, just watch. Damien knew the speaker very well because he supported him in all the past tests, but this condition, expressed by the patron, seemed very strange to the guy. The guy thought that he had seen his name on the news before, and when they met in the passageway, he assessed the guy and did not notice anything outstanding. Damien walked into the second testing room to find Roy, only to find a crowd of surprised contestants and examiners. Raising his head and looking over the heads of the people, he saw that the organizers had already posted the scores for the first tests, and he looked at the results with interest. And at that very moment, his eyes widened in surprise and his words froze in his throat because he was only in third place, and Roy's name was written on the first line. Looking at the results board in amazement, the guy could not believe not only that Roy had taken first place, but also that the difference between them was as much as 11 points. The most surprising thing was that the second place in the endurance competition was taken by someone whom the guy also did not know. Leaving the crowd gaping at the scores, Damien headed for the exit, comforting himself with the thought that most people were only good at one thing. However, Roy also won the battle against monsters, beating Damien by 6 points and making the guy amazed by this result. And only now Damien, gritting his teeth in incomprehension, remembered the smile with which his patron then asked the guy to watch Roy. The next test required the participants to test their mana levels by hitting a shield of energy and attempting to break it. And the guy was far from confident in this test because it did not require physical strength, and he watched the first participant with curiosity. However, his result was not outstanding, and then he was quickly forgotten because the second participant was Arya herself from the Isle Academy. Armed with a small staff, the girl with a confident look and an equally confident gait approached the manosphere. She stood in front of the sphere of energy, waiting to be allowed to begin testing her magical abilities, and the organizer quickly spoke. He told her to start if she thought she was ready, and Arya chuckled and held out her hand, manifesting something like a fireball in him. And when she waved her hand, the flame deformed and began to wrap around her hand, moving from her forearm to her wrist and then to her fingertips. Closing her eyes and muttering something, the girl moved her hands, drawing out the flame as if she were forming an arrow from it, which she was going to use to pierce the shield. And then, opening her eyes and stopping talking, Arya relaxed, and the flame began to move, picking up speed, towards the sphere. And the moment it touched the surface of the sphere, the flame instantly shattered the magic dome into small pieces, leaving no doubt about the girl's magical skills. A number appeared on the huge board above Arya's head, indicating her mana level, and everyone was shocked to see it was exactly 100. Everyone around was discussing the fact that a student from Eel Academy would never allow herself to show a lower result, and Roy thought that it was not because of her academy, but because of her own skills. Having praised the girl, the organizer tried to say that she had one more try, but Arya silently waved her hand, making it clear that she did not need it. The next one to be called to the newly created magical sphere after Arya was Roy himself, and he was about to go forward, attracting the attention of the sorceress. As he walked forward, armed with the Spear of Longinus, Arya couldn't help but cast an appraising glance at the boy. And to Roy's embarrassment, the girl only smiled contentedly, making him wonder what she was trying to tell him with that gesture. Stepping forward and scratching the back of his head, the boy thought that this smile meant that she was sure that he would lose, and the examiner said that he could begin if he was ready. Continuing to think that he wasn't too sure that he could do it, Roy nevertheless intercepted the spear and began to infuse it with mana. The girl continued to glare at him, full of contempt, although Roy paid no attention to it at all, concentrating on his attack. He wasn't at all worried about the power of his blow being powerful, and so he focused entirely on the magic that Merlin had taught him. Deciding that he simply had to poke a hole in that sphere, the boy looked up and rushed forward, aiming the tip of his spear straight at the sphere. And when he was already within striking distance, he put all the remaining magical power that was in the guy's body into the spear and swung the weapon properly. And to his own surprise, without any effort at all, he cut this magical dome into two parts, as if he were cutting butter. The guy put in so much force without expecting it, that his blow not only pierced the protective sphere, but even cut through the technique that summoned it. And at the same moment, sparks and an incredibly loud sound of a powerful blow flew across the entire territory of the test. And if Roy was simply surprised, then Arya, who was standing behind him and, until that moment confident of her victory, now opened her mouth in amazement, not understanding what had happened. Everyone looked at the scoreboard and, to their surprise, saw that Arya's score had been changed to only 85, while Roy had received around 100. Having intercepted the spear, the guy did not take his stunned gaze off the magical device cut into two parts. Suddenly, a curious thought occurred to the guy, and he looked with curiosity at his spear, which was shining as if the guy hadn't just cut through something incredibly strong with it. Unfortunately for the other participants who had not yet completed the mana test, it had to be stopped due to the breakdown of the device that caused the barrier. And when they brought a new device and were finally able to finish the test, everyone was surprised again, because Arya from the Eel Academy was beaten by another guy whose name was unfamiliar to everyone. And although Aura had known Roy for several months, even she was surprised by the results she saw on the scoreboard. Of course, she expected the guy to show the highest class, but she didn't even think that he would break ahead so much, leaving behind the most prestigious academies. And although the people around were discussing Roy and the fact that he was studying at a certain dream academy, Aura didn't pay attention, realizing that her student was truly an outstanding person. She even noticed how in front of her, sitting just a couple of levels below, the two organizers who were monitoring the exam were discussing the fact that its difficulty needed to be changed. Aura heard someone discussing in surprise how much Damien had dropped in level despite participating in an exam organized by his own academy. And to her own surprise, the girl did not feel much joy about the stunning victories of her student and friend. Standing up from her seat, the girl glanced at the results table again, and to her surprise, realized that she was worried that her academy might only be remembered because of him. At the same time, Roy was sitting on a bench in the break room, still trying to comprehend what had happened at the mana test, although he was having a hard time doing so. Gripping his spear more comfortably and leaning back against the wall, the guy chuckled, thinking that he had no idea that everything would turn out this way. He looked down at the Spear of Longinus, still shining like new, and looked at it more closely with curiosity. He recalled its history and thought once again that because it had been used to wound Jesus' flesh, it must have possessed extraordinary potential. Although, to his sorrow, Roy was unable to read any information about the spear at all in the Academy store, and now he sighed sadly, asking the air how this was possible. And while the guy was thinking about how his spear might just ignore any magic, he heard someone humming a strange song from the side. The guy tried to continue thinking about the power of his obviously powerful spear, but the melody that was playing from the side was seriously distracting him. Standing up abruptly and slinging his spear over his shoulder, Roy looked around with displeasure, trying to understand what kind of naive soul allowed himself to hum songs in the midst of an exam. To his surprise, the guy immediately stopped being angry when he saw that this person turned out to be the same participant with a whole arsenal behind his back. Roy remembered even more clearly the situation when the guy was being removed from the line of participants for speaking too loudly when he turned around. And, noticing that Roy was looking in his direction, the guy, not at all noticing the weight of the heavy weapon on his back, happily ran up to him to get acquainted. Roy was surprised that the guy knew him, although the walking arsenal asked him not to joke like that, and then introduced himself, calling himself Harry. Roy found the name familiar, and almost immediately he remembered where he had met it, because it was the name of a certain Harry that came in second place in all the test results. The guy confirmed Roy's guess, happily pointing to himself, and then, smiling, added that it was super strange for him to hear from the first place about the second. Roy looked at the boy as if he was trying to figure out what was wrong with him, and Harry became worried, asking the boy not to react like that to his antics. And although Roy thought Harry was a little strange, he noticed that the guy had only come up to get acquainted, and therefore did not cause any negative emotions in the spearmen. And just a moment later, they were called to the next test, which turned out to be a raid created by augmented reality, which surprised Roy a little. The main criterion for the test was to spend as much time on the raid as possible, and Roy just shrugged when he heard about it. However, he was incredibly surprised when he learned that the goal itself was to kill as many as 10 Minotaurs, similar to the one he had finished off a month ago. However, this time the guy was much stronger, and so with a light swing of his hand he struck the first monster with his spear, cutting off its head. With incredible speed, Roy broke right through the crowd of monsters, wielding his spear with lightning speed and inflicting terrible wounds on the monsters. Having already killed 2, the guy stood on the body of one of them, arguing that this seemed to him to be too high a level of difficulty for simple students. However, Roy himself was not simple, and therefore almost instantly reacted to the clawed paw approaching him, trying to tear the guy to pieces. With a clever maneuver, he not only intercepted the monster's attack, but also allowed himself to counterattack in order to ensure its quickest death. Having cut the Minotaur into pieces, the boy turned to the other one and, without ceasing his deadly battle dance, attacked him with his mighty weapon. To his surprise, the absolutely calm guy noticed that this time it was much easier for him to deal with such monsters, although they were different from the original. But even so, Roy could clearly feel the changes his body had undergone in the 3 months he had been training with the Transcendent Academy. And if earlier he had to work hard just to survive, today he felt like a truly powerful warrior. Dancing above the heads of the monsters, Roy, calming his mind and concentrating on his feelings and movement, thought about how lucky he was to meet Aura and become a student of the Transcendent Academy.